comprada por la gente y en el futuro se le va a poder vender a la través del operador. Entonces, para hacer una inversión de tipo descentralizada les toca 100 billones de dólares, 6 años, pero acá nosotros ya tenemos, digamos que 300 antenas de 5G. Hagamos un contrato para que sus usuarios pasen de AT&T a Helium o a Polo sin que el cliente se dé cuenta. Entonces es una forma como de ayudarle a la tienda de empresas de telecomunicación llegar a esas metas de cobertura masiva 5G. La cuestión es que hay varios fabricantes. En este momento, para las antenas de la intención de las cosas, hay como 24 fabricantes. Taiwán, China, hay unos que son basados acá en Estados Unidos. Para la tecnología de 5G también están Taiwán, hay unas empresas que son americanas, hay un ecosistema que está creciendo para poder abatir con las manos, porque por ejemplo en este momento para comprar una antena te demoras llegando por ahí 5 meses, todo el mundo las tiene, porque si la pones, lo empiezan a generar ingresos pasivos. Entonces nuestro modelo es, mediante las relaciones que ya tenemos comentadas con los diferentes jugadores en el ecosistema, tenemos acceso al hardware en cantidades industriales, hacemos la inversión capital, hacemos desarrollo de negocio, las instalamos y compartimos esas ganancias con los participantes, con el dueño del local, para nosotros o para algún agente comercial. Entonces vamos ahí como repartiendo somos 3 personas, somos 3 co-founders. En este momento todo lo facturamos en cripto, entonces depende mucho cuál sea el precio de cripto. El año pasado facturamos 0.8 millones en revenue. Este año estamos más o menos igual, pero el valor de las monedas ha caído por ahí un 60%. Entonces, en términos de producción de criptomonedas nativas o unitario, hemos crecido bastante. Pero cuando lo que pedimos la verdad es, estamos casi igual, pero en términos de producción estamos expandiendo cada vez más y más. Muy buena pregunta. Tenemos un plan de negocios que digamos que crece con el sector de igual y el sector de igual va a ir creciendo con el sector de telecomunicaciones. Entonces, a medida que pasa el tiempo, pasan dos cosas. Para el telecomunicación van a llegar nuevos ecosistemas. Por ejemplo, hoy día los mayores son Dipole Mode, pero ya están saliendo nuevos ecosistemas como para estaciones de tiempo, también está saliendo de centralizar la adquisición de mapas a nivel calle, es como que descentralizar el proceso que hace Google con los carritos, poniendo una presa de taxis en Medellín y que esa camarita va ganando cripto literalmente cada vez que alguien utiliza el mapa que la camarita está tomando. Entonces, en nuestro modelo, adquirir la primera ubicación es difícil, pero ya cuando tenemos una ubicación le podemos decir a la gente, hey, que están trayendo ingresos por YouTube, ¿qué tal que ponemos una escuela de polen también? Ah, súper bien. Y a veces la gente me dice, ¿qué más? ¿Cómo más podemos monetizar? En Medellín, todo lo que es desde el poblado hasta Madrid, ahora en Medellín es una ciudad media de montaña. Entonces llenamos eso de antenas de vídeo y la gente nos dice, bueno, ¿qué más podemos poner? ¿Qué más podemos poner en el balcón? Entonces ese es el modelo de negocio. En este momento estamos recaudando inversiones para poder comprar más equipo y para poder crecer el equipo. Entonces ahí está. Yo creo que en este momento los inversionistas están odiando cuáles son como el oro, porque claro, yo no voy a invertir plata en algo que pienso que el precio va a caer, pero cuando se demarque, cuando el mercado toque fondo, la gente, porque no es que no haya plata sí hay, sino que la gente dice, está aprendiendo, porque sí se está aprendiendo, pero una vez que haga el pan, invierta ahí porque cuando nosotros pensamos que el cambio va a ser como que va a ser progresivo y de un momento a otro nos tenemos que posicionar de tal forma que cuando nos den esas inversiones las podamos convertir en operaciones, en valor agregado, es una de las cosas que yo me preocupa igualmente no conseguir fondos, pero también conseguir fondos significa que ya está, entonces vamos a ver, interesante, ¿no? La verdad que esto no uno vive en Denver, Colorado, el otro vive en Houston, yo también vivo en Houston, pero yo creo que me voy a ver a Medellín. Sí. Ya hablé con ellos, ya hay varios motivos, hay motivos personales, mi familia, la cultura, quiero como un cambio, pero también hay modelos de negocio donde Medellín está súper bien posicionado, Colombia en general. Por ejemplo, tenemos un contacto en Nueva York, y los fabricantes de sensores, o los fabricantes de las aplicaciones, de las interfaces, pero eso, digamos que ese tipo de proyectos no nos trae plata directamente en el momento, pero en el futuro se puede convertir en un modelo de consultoría donde uno coja al sector de cafeteros en Colombia y les diga qué problemas tienen, no saben cómo optimizan sus plantaciones, cómo optimizan sus procesos, todo el aspecto de ganadería, donde la temperatura de los animales es súper importante, que se va a enfermar, que si se enferma la vaca, el caballo, y a todos ellos les pueden poner sensores que facilitarían una operación pues, ya a nivel industrial. Calcular una margen bruta o una margen neta. especialidad o de calidad. Los que tienen una familia, tienen la tecnología, no depende de una problemática, sino que se pueden dedicar a... pero es más volumen que calidad. Claro, que exportan lo mejor. El aplicante del cultivo puede que mejore la que hoy empeore.
Testing.
medicamento para que haya
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. I like this. Yes, energy, energy. Hello, a very, very warm welcome to Capital Factory's 6th annual Women in Tech Summit. Can we give that a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Yes. This event kicks off Austin Startup Week and Global Entrepreneurship Week, of which Capital Factory is the official organizer. We'd also like to give a major shout out to Afrotech, which is lighting up the city right now with incredible panels, speakers, musicians, and artists throughout the country. What's up, Afrotech? Yes! I am Terry P. Mitchell. I get to be your host for today's festivities. I'm an Austin native, born and raised. What's up? They call us unicorns. I like that a lot, right? I like that. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I co-own a software SaaS services firm with my husband. We do software services for enterprise development, enterprise corporations. I also do have a salon in Pflugerville called Glam Beauty Bar. I do a lot of social impact work through the Black Leaders Collective, the Black Fund, the Austin Socialite, and I am your new co-owner of Austin Woman Magazine. Yes. Yeah, so I'm a mom, I'm a wife. Suffice it to say, I'm super, super busy, y'all. I'm super busy, but super honored to be here. And because of all of those intersectionalities that make up who I am, it is a true honor and a pleasure to be your host of Women in Tech. I need to thank our partner, our host, Capital Factory, and the brilliant minds, some of the brilliant minds that make this event possible. Haley, thank you so much. Thank you, Haley. Thank you, Carly. Thank you so much. Thank you, Joshua Bayer, founder of Capital Factory. We really, truly appreciate your intentionality and your consistency to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Thank you for constantly lifting me. Thank you for constantly lifting women, as well as our BIPOC communities. Thank you, Capital Factory. Love y'all, love y'all. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have an incredible day. It's fun-filled and packed. We're going to be hearing from our keynote, Promise Fallon. We have panels, we have lightning talks, we have a comedy show, we even have an investment showcase platforming women founders and their change-making companies. Holy moly. Are y'all ready? Y'all ain't ready. Okay, all right. Maybe you are. Again, I'd like to acknowledge Austin Startup Week and Women in Tech. Our sponsor of this event is IOGO, as well as Blue Cross Blue Shield Innovation Lab. We give it up for them. Yes, this stuff would not be possible without our partners and our sponsors, so thank you to them both. And now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Meg Frabel, CRO and SVP of Innovation at Capital Factory. Meg, hey girl.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
I have to say, usually I bring like a lot of energy to the stage, but there's no way I can follow that. So just to be the nice, boring one up here. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome to Capital Factory, the center of gravity for entrepreneurs in Texas. We are so thankful that y'all are here, not only here at Capital Factory, but also celebrating women in tech. So in a few moments, we have some incredible programming that has been curated over months. And I speak proudly for the entire CF team that we are so grateful to be the platform on which these discussions are happening. So, to formally kick things off, I am thrilled to pass the mic to Christy Aballero, the co-founder and COO of IUGO, our lead sponsor for this week. She also happens to be a Capital Factory portfolio company, and we just wanted to say how proud we are of you and your team and all of your success over the last few years. Congratulations, keep it going, and thank you for your partnership. Can y'all hear me now? All right. Good morning, everyone. There's a lot of energy to follow up on, and I hope I do it a little bit of justice. Thank you all for being here today. As mentioned, I'm the co-founder and COO of IUGO. We're so excited to be sponsoring such an inspiring event like Women in Tech, and also kicking off Austin Startup Week. But again, I think we can't give enough recognition to Capital Factory staff for putting together this amazing event and bringing the support for women here. So please, another round of applause for them, because I really appreciate what they do. Okay, so while many women before us have made great strides in breaking the gender barrier, we still have a long ways to go. Now more than ever, women are earning STEM degrees, but they're still often underpaid, underrepresented, and they hold only 27% of tech-related jobs. And actually that number has decreased over the last 2 years. Excuse me. Women in software engineering make 93 cents for every dollar that men make in the field. And in prior years, women have received as little as 2% of all investment funds in a given year, and receive far less global venture capital funding than male entrepreneurs. So why are we here? Through a series of conversations with industry leaders, entrepreneurs, and academics, today we will explore these challenges and more that women face in the tech sector, and identify ways to foster diverse and inclusive IT cultures. Also, as the week progresses, you're going to have the opportunity to learn more about the good and the bad of entrepreneurship. I'm sure most everyone in here today already knows about the bad. The future of remote work and evolving processes, product development, AI learning, machine learning, how to fundraise for your business, Web3, blockchain, lots of awesome conversations. And so definitely, check out the schedule so you don't miss the ones that really resonate with you. And at the end of this week, I have no doubt that you will be enlightened by what is happening in the tech and startup world, and walk away refreshed and motivated to do great things with your business. So, welcome to Women in Tech, and welcome to Austin Startup Week, y'all. Now, without further ado, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Promise Fallon. Promise has raised over $100 million as a serial entrepreneur. She is now on the investment side as the founder and managing partner of Growth Warrior Capital. Joining her is Brandon Allen from TXV Partners. Let's welcome Promise and Brandon.
Get your chair. It's for you. Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. So my name is Brandon Allen. I'm a founder and managing partner at TXV Partners. which is an early stage venture capital fund headquartered here in Austin, Texas. We invest in human performance, broadly anything that we consider within the wellness or health, fitness, wellness, eating, sleeping, moving, mental health. But today is about my good friend Thomas Millan and what she is building at Growth Warrior Capital. And so we're incredibly excited to talk to you all here today about some of the stuff that you're working on. So I guess to get us started off,
Yes.
Growth Warrior Capital.
Yes.
Why?
Why? And I've been losing my voice for 2 weeks, so forgive me. Why? I spent my career running technology companies, and I'm a Texan, and I don't think I knew that I was the only woman of color in the room. I think I just sort of did my job and thought, this is normal. And I sold my last company, and I thought, God, we sold to a public company, and I thought there should be more diversity in the room. There should be more people around the table. And so my team spent a year doing research, and we realized that women and diverse-led companies are more profitable, are better run, and so why not invest in those places? And where the Growth Warrior comes from, Bill Campbell, if you all have heard of him, he was the coach of Silicon Valley, was my coach, and he said, as a woman of color, you have to treat all of your experiences as part of your growth. And so be a warrior for growth. And so that's where the name came from.
Amazing. So you touched upon it briefly, but you've had a lot of experience out in Silicon Valley.
Yes.
Now you've come back to your home state
Come
of
back
Texas.
home, yes.
Talk to me about all of that.
I mean, I couldn't wait to leave Texas, and it's kind of crazy to say that, but I grew up the daughter of a single mother, Black in Texas in the 90s, and it wasn't hospitable. There was no DE&I. I remember I went to SMU. Okay. More of a horns kind of environment. I feel you. And I was running around the campus, and someone threw a bottle at me and called me the N-word. And I remember thinking, that's so crazy, I'm so fabulous, and so I decided to leave and go to Silicon Valley, and I met a woman named Barbara Britton when I was in grad school, and she introduced me to tech. The first company I was part of went public, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. And at the time, Silicon Valley wasn't diverse, but it definitely felt more of a meritocracy than, maybe Texas did at the time.
Yes. I completely understand how it may have been a little difficult.
A little bit.
In times past.
Yes.
Especially as capital formation has advanced, as DE&I has advanced to be located in Texas. That's something I've noticed as well. Your whole, sort of, as we understand it, so we've done a little bit of talking in our time, and one of the most important things to you is the concept of economic sovereignty.
Yes.
And so I would love it if you could explain to everybody what economic sovereignty is, as you define it, and how Growth Warrior Capital really sits at the center of that movement that you've been building.
Yeah, so if we think about, we all want equality. It's better for our economy, it's better for our homes, it's better for our lives if people are equal, women, people of color. It just makes economic sense. And so the idea of economic sovereignty is when you're rich, you guys have all heard the Chris Rock joke, when you're rich, you can pay for things, you can buy what you want. When you're wealthy, you can do that at scale and across generations. Economic sovereignty is the next stage. It is the multi-generational ability to invest in the things that matter to you. And so when you're the Perot family, you have economic sovereignty. You can't just buy what you want. You can buy what you want, and you can enable transformation for generations. And I think as women and as people of color, it behooves us to do more of that, right? Because historically, we haven't been economically sovereign, right? And so if we believe in children or the climate or things that matter to us, it's important to invest in that, not only now, but for generations. And it became important to me. I had a child in my 40s. I'm still there. I'm still there. And I thought about how I was equipping her
Yeah.
generations out. So that's where it comes from.
I'd love to talk about capital formation.
Yes.
So one of the things that we had spoken about is there is a difference between setting aside a pool of capital to invest in
Right.
people of color, African American, underrepresented, whatever. And there's a difference in empowering people of those communities to then start their own funds and to invest.
Right.
And so as a Black female GP, how have you felt like that's been very integral to your mission of forming that capital?
Yeah, and I think about, when you're, everyone knows what philanthropy is. Everyone knows the idea of giving money with no expectation of return. That is not what either of us wants to create, right? We want to create non-concessionary pools of capital that invest and create return. I believe that in this room, there are Black, female unicorns. There are people. Is this the horn sign? Sorry, I'm from SMU. Right, okay. Horns, right. So there's, and so what's interesting about this idea is my team did some research and we found that traditional venture capitalists invest in people who look like them. And that's not a bad thing, but if you went to Stanford and if you're a white male, you will look for someone who reminds you of the traits that you love most about yourself, right? So what does that mean for you? You will look for a younger Black male, or you might see a younger male of color. I might see a mother. I might see a woman. I might see a person of color. So all this allows us to do when you have pools of capital that are managed by diverse people is we can see a broader set. The aperture gets widened, and I'm able to see someone who didn't go to Stanford or Berkeley, who went to an SMU, I'm gonna bring it up again, but someone who has attributes that may not look like the tradition. And so the importance of diversity in capital management is not about making concessions. It's about allowing the aperture, the viewpoint to be broader for a larger set of people.
Yes, and I'm reminded of the Rooney Rule.
Yes.
And some of the things that we've seen, and we do a lot in sports, obviously, and we know that emerging managers actually outperform
Yes.
established managers, and then we also know that Black managers tend to outperform white managers. I think one of the shocking things that I've learned is that in a double-blind clinical study conducted by Lumen Capital,
Yeah.
allocators would choose a less performing white manager over a higher performing Black manager. And so that's some things that you and I tend to bump
Yes.
into over the course of fundraising. And so where is it that you're finding the strength within yourself to continue to push as we see systems that are in need of more equity?
That's a really interesting question. I mean, personally, wow, that hits really hard because you know that it's a lot.
From someone who knows.
I know from
Yeah.
someone who knows.
Yeah.
I mean, we both have raised institutional capital, so our funds are professional,
Yeah.
right? They're not just a bunch of high net worths. This is going to sound very sacrificial. Don't take it that way.
Yeah.
I've had a great career. I also think that there are moments in time. Has anyone been rock climbing? Okay.
Oh, athletic.
Okay, nice. Have you ever gone up a wall and someone else has bolted that wall? And you think, damn, thank you for cleaning up the route.
Yeah.
Thank you for bolting it. Thank you for calling it like cayenne pepper. These are strange names.
Yeah.
And so I believe that in moments in evolution, there are people who put up the routes.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm one of those people that I'm gonna put up the route.
Yeah.
I'm going to, thank you, right? And so the person who puts up a route on the Dawn Wall in Yosemite risks falling. They risk hurting themselves.
Yeah.
They have to be the most innovative. They have to be the better athletes.
Yeah.
And when I had my daughter at 44, I looked at her and I was like, you are worth this. And so I don't complain about the fact that people see me and ask me harder questions, are more critical,
Yeah.
and are more diabolical in their feedback, because I have decided I'm going to put up the wall. And so that's just what it is.
And what an incredible privilege for the rest of us to ascend that rock wall that
I
you
love
have had a chance to build
Yes.
with us. Maybe switching tact here a little bit. It is a very interesting time in the market.
Yes, it is.
And there are a couple
Man.
things across all of the news channels that we have been seeing over the past couple weeks. And so maybe we'll start with FTX and SBF, and then maybe a broader discussion of how you're seeing where we are in the market cycle.
Right. Austin's a crypto town, and the SBF thing, okay, so I'm going to align it with there are always going to be fraudulent players in every market, especially emerging technologies, emerging digital assets. We're always going to see it, right? It's always going to happen. And I'm disappointed in that this happened right now.
An Enron level fraud.
An Enron level fraud. And it's funny because as asset managers, we are governed by a lot of regulation.
Don't touch the money.
Don't touch the money.
Yeah.
It's not your money, it's their money. And so you're very cautious about this separation.
Yeah.
And I'm disappointed that this happened. I will say that, not that women don't commit fraud, but I feel like when you have rooms, when you have diverse rooms and people can challenge each other, I mean, that's the idea of diversity, right? Diversity isn't a color wheel. Diversity is, I didn't go to school with you, I'm not dating you, right? Like, and so, I mean, the management team at FTX all lived in the same house, right? So there's some problems with that. But I believe a diverse management team calls out leadership and says, why are we doing this? Is this a good idea? I also feel that women and people of color are naturally curious. And so I feel like this is exactly what we're all trying to avoid,
Yeah.
which is a collection of people all engrossed in the same outcome, misbehaving.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I completely agree with you. I think that when we look at one of the ways in that we understand diversity, right, is the willingness to step out and be disagreeable, might not be the word, but to
Yes.
manifest and to vocalize some of the things that we're seeing, right? And so just as all of us in this room have a responsibility to name out bad behavior, those of us that consider ourselves outsiders or maybe less so in the
Yes.
mainstream of the main group, I think probably have an additional moral responsibility to call out bad behavior when they see it. And yeah, I do think it is teams that are less diverse that are more prone to groupthink, that are more
Yes.
prone to the types of things that we've seen. I mean, the leadership of Enron and the leadership of FTX, they all look the same, right? They doesn't look like this room, let me tell you.
No. You know, it's interesting. When Adam Newman raised that huge round, may I?
Yes, please.
May
Let's just
I?
get started. Let's open it
May
up.
I?
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Are you
let's
ready?
Tell the truth.
Buckle up. Okay. Two things. As a woman of color, and I'm gonna ask for, you can raise your pinky finger, not the whole hand. When you are of color, do you think it's safe to have a massive fail up? No, because people will encounter you and believe that you represent all people that look like you, and we don't get the right to fail. And what I also saw in that round, I'm gonna remove H16Z for a second, is the day in which we had true equity is when one of us has a massive fail and fails up. Because that means, like, I see people, women and people of color running great companies, and I'm gonna just, don't shoot me, but none of our companies are dangerous. Does that make sense?
It does.
I wanna see us building dangerous companies. Adam Neumann is willing to be dangerous. And that is what's required to change a market. And so I admire the bravado of old dude, okay? I admire it. And I wish that I saw that in us. I wish that we were willing to say, and granted, you should not defraud people, you should not, please, don't talk,
Not
but
the type of privilege we're talking about.
no. But there is a belief that he has that his moment on this earth is so important that he should do it again. And so I don't want to see women and diverse people building safe, incremental companies. I want us building shit that is dangerous.
Sorry, I just need to take a second to just to let that marinate for a second. So pivoting to the second half, in terms of next year, recession, macroeconomic climate, war in Europe, energy crisis, et cetera, what is the advice that you're giving to your portfolio companies? And on a scale of 1 to 10, how dire do you think the situation may become next year?
Yeah, it's interesting. So we are what I call high conviction, low volume investors. So we don't write a lot of checks, we write big ones. And what I tell all of our portfolio companies is we have 3 that are investing, that are raising money right now.
Yeah.
Great companies will always raise capital, always. Doesn't matter what market. It may not be at the valuation, as you know, that they want, but they'll always get money. I'm telling them, buckle up, like 2023. Let me back up. Markets are very emotional by nature. And so investors watch each other. I'm on a chat of 18, now 19 VCs, and we're all like, are you investing? Or what are you doing? What are you doing? These cycles are driven by emotion and by groupthink. And so the reason why investors are not investing right now is because we think that valuations will go lower. We also want to preserve dry powder for our portfolio companies. And so we're very much mindful of every new check means more of a liability of a company that you have to take care of. And so your company needs to look very independent, moving towards cash flow positive. I would say, assume that you won't raise in 2023 and maybe the first half of 2024.
Yeah,
What about you?
I completely agree with you. I think that one of the things that we've seen is like, let's not lose sight of the fact that we are at the end of a 10-year bull run in terms of venture capital. Like, this age of venture capital starting in 2008 has been the biggest that anybody had ever seen it. COVID came in and didn't affect tech equities that much. Every other equity was down with the exception of tech equities. And in addition to that, people hit pause on their on deploying in 2020, a little bit continuing to 2021. But we have actually never seen what I would consider a correction within the past 10 years. And so look, the time is now. The government may come in and regulate crypto. That's going to have an effect with the Republicans winning the House. It looks like they have sort of an economic, a political incentive to start to do that, given that SBF donated, like $40 million to Democratic candidates. That'll be interesting. But yeah, it's one of the things that we have been thinking about at TXV, because we invest in a lot of consumer, was that household balance sheets actually didn't turn negative relative to pre-pandemic until about a couple weeks ago.
Right.
And so when we look at people who want to buy an Oura Ring, a $300 Oura Ring, right? If people don't have cash in their bank accounts, they're not going to be able to do that. And so for us, it's really about just understanding that, hey, we need to be investing in the types of solutions that are broad-based, that are democratic, and which, we can't just invest in expensive toys and expect that nobody will be affected in a market downturn.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the stimulus that the government offers, I believe that's drying up.
Yeah.
And we're moving into a place where fundamentals are fundamentals.
Yeah.
And it's the same for companies. And so, I think you can build a dangerous company while also being, financially judicious. And that's important right now.
Absolutely. What else do you want to talk about?
I mean, we have all this time.
Mentor Capital.
I mean, it's interesting, Austin, being from Dallas, I feel like Austin has a unique opportunity.
Yeah.
I feel like it's weird enough. I feel like it's got the historical context to be a different kind of tech hub than maybe Silicon Valley was. Silicon Valley was very bro when I was growing up, and it was very much a lot of bad behavior was accepted.
Yeah.
And I feel like I don't see that happening in Austin. I feel like Austin has the ability to be a place where it is more welcoming, it is more diverse, and should be more accountable than Silicon Valley. I think the investors are more diverse here than everywhere else.
Yeah.
And I believe that the role of women, I mean, look at this room, of incredible, I met software engineers, I met a lot of really incredible women. So I feel like Austin should aspire to be the next great hub that is inclusive from a gender, sexuality, racial lens than Silicon Valley was, because Silicon Valley happened by accident. Austin can be on purpose.
Let's reframe that. What are the tangible areas in which you think Austin needs to improve, and what needs to be called out in Austin for us to get to the point where we're getting even better? What needs to change?
Why don't you start?
I think, I'd be happy to. In the capital landscape, I think that we need to be bringing in more people of color and more different types of venture capital funds.
Okay.
And so I don't know that it'd be a shocker to anybody, but there very much seems to be like a little bit of a generational split in Austin.
Okay.
Between funds that were here 10 years ago and then funds that arrived, like my fund and your fund, within the past couple of years. I would be very curious to see how that dynamic develops, and I would be also very curious to see the funds that are located in Austin that have started investing nationally. Are we getting to the point where people are coming to fundraise in Austin, or is Austin sort of like a self-existing ecosystem? And I don't know, but
Interesting.
it seems to me I'm very bullish on Austin. We're TXV partners, right? We're headquartered here. To me, coming out of the pandemic, it was very clear that in the rise of the rest, and in the, talking about Denver, talking about, at some point we were talking about Dallas, talking about the other tech hubs, that it's very clear to me that Austin and Miami won, right? Yes. And Austin and Miami were the cities that came out of the pandemic where the most amount of people moved to. And so right now, I think we're in the middle of an incredible opportunity of how we're rebuilding that whole ecosystem, bringing people in, creating connections, and allowing us to be more dynamic as an ecosystem.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the thing that is required to have a thriving tech hub is not just early stage capital. You need universities flowing talent, you need affordable housing, right? You need growth capital, right? Because if you have a bunch of early stage capital and nowhere for those to go, they'll leave.
Yeah.
And they'll go to New York, Boston, and Silicon Valley. So you need growth capital. You also need big companies to acquire those smaller companies. So we have to start to think about the ecosystem of funding. We also have to imagine that you need banks, so there's got to be a holistic environment for talent, for tech, and for money. And money happens very differently. Early stage capital goes to growth capital, goes to mezzanine financing. You need the investment banks putting, headquarters here or extensions here. So I think as an entity, we have to design this experience so that it can sustain itself, because a lot of small startups is just noise.
Yes.
If they don't grow, get funded, have exits, IPO, so you have to have all of that happening here. And so I think it's possible, but we're on the front end. The back end doesn't actually exist, right?
Yes.
Because if you go to Silicon Valley, it's not just a bunch of small companies. Microsoft, Intel, Intuit, like all these big companies are there receiving the innovation that's being born by these startups. So Austin doesn't yet have that piece. And I think it will be important that our politics not focus on things that are kind of distractions, but focus on attracting the energy that would complete the cycle. Because you and I don't make money during a secondary. Like, we don't care. We want companies to go all the way,
Yeah.
or to have a massive exit. And so we need those big, blue chips to be here and to be looking for innovation in this backyard,
Yeah.
right?
And we need to be building dangerous companies where we're defining success
Absolutely.
as $500 million exits, because just a venture model, we required certain returns in order to make the financial model work, right?
Absolutely. And so here's what a dangerous company looks like. A dangerous company says it's going to invent the iPhone. A dangerous company is going to create Uber. A dangerous company is going to take something and collapse it. A non-dangerous company is going to innovate on the margin. That company is going to be about acquiring customers more cheaply. So if you're building a company and it's on the margin, you're asking yourself questions like, what if we could acquire for $2 less than the other competitor did? That's not dangerous. That's replicable. So you want to be dangerous, meaning you're compressing and you're taking the oxygen out of a space and you're doing something completely innovative or 360, not taking something off the margins and making a minor improvement.
My favorite dangerous company, Growth Warrior Capital. What is the vision for the next 10 years?
I mean, so I believe that venture investors in the past have bet on companies. Our returns show that. And it's random. And I don't believe that's where venture is at its best. I spent 17 years building sales teams, managing engineering, getting products out, acquiring, being acquired, selling, raising money, managing boards. And so I know what it takes to build and scale a company. And so my belief is that venture is moving from betting to backing. And so my vision is to build a firm and a fund that is large, that is excellent at what happens after you acquire a position in a company. It's the hard work. And so my vision is I want to be an owner in the most dangerous companies in the world.
I love your answer there. And before we open it up to questions, I know that obviously the way that you built our team, and candidly the way that we built our team at TXV, is really oriented towards understanding that the real work is coming after the check. And so we're going to in terms of how we're even building personnel and building capacity, we're laser focused on making sure that we're twice as good as the others and we're adding twice the value. Yes. That way they can't take it away from us.
Nice.
At this point, I guess we'll open it up for questions. Yes.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Nilima. I'm based in LA, and I'm an emerging fund manager, and so it's just so amazing to see your journey. So I'm really curious. So, I work with founders from all over the world, all over the US, and especially I think for the younger generation, a lot of people don't feel like, I'm based in this city. A lot of people just feel like in the air, like you can go anywhere, you can create connections anywhere. And so that holistic ecosystem you talked about with the banks and the big companies and the capital, is that not available now everywhere? Or, is it still location specific? I'm very curious.
It's a really good question. I think it does matter in terms of space. because most people think acquisitions happen, like I just hear about your great company and then buy it. Usually acquisitions are happening over multiple years, and companies are building relationships with buyers. And so proximity is important aspect of that. And so I think it's important to be able to drive to that startup, meet the team, see the culture, get a sense of what's happening over multiple years. So I think proximity does matter, especially if it's going to be a meaningful acquisition.
To that end, you know, TXV, right? So
TXV.
We like to be rooted in the communities that we serve, right? And at the end of the day, like, we live here.
Yes.
You know, you raise your child here.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we built our companies here with the specific resources that are available to us in Austin. And it's been an incredible privilege to have those resources here in Austin. And I think it's our responsibility to continue to build Austin.
Absolutely.
Knowing that it's the only way that Austin is going to continue to grow is if we're making a specific commitment to Austin.
Right.
Right?
My name is Willie. Hi, everyone. My name is Willie.
Hey, Willie.
I grew up in Russia. I'm a little bit more Russian than just a black person. But I also...
I speak a little Russian.
Yeah. Oh,
We are diverse today.
очень приятно знать, что ты немножко говорит по-русски.
Он говорит по-русски.
Да, мы еще пообщаемся, скорее всего. So, but growing up, I used to be in international school. We have people from 33 countries. Later, I used to live in Ukraine, then in Egypt. I have a little bit bright kind of like understanding what are you talking about. So my question is, how you guys engage on some international, I will say, like developments, where I understand that when we're talking about the women's rights or women's empowerment, we also probably should at least see possibilities in places like Middle East where there's a lot of limitations women have. In terms of black communities, I think like it's clear that in the United States we have very huge communities, like from Dominican Republic, where I'm actually born. Haitian community was my parents' is. And I'm also interested in how it's working when you're talking about black related issues, let's call it this way, how you engage, if you have any vision in terms of like how can you work with those places that from here they can have some impact.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Thank you, Willie.
I can. So,
Why don't you jump in?
Yeah. The way that we at TXV think about Texas and the way that Texas is going to change over the next 20 to 50 years is that Texas is going to become an important center for transnational commerce that exists between the U.S. and south of the border. And so if you were one of the largest, we track LATAM human performance companies, and so we see that they're starting to, Gympass, which is a Brazilian company, is something that we have a little expertise in over here. And so as we go and those capital flows start to go, south, in line with the economic development that's happening in Texas, we think there's an incredible opportunity. In terms of black folks, the success and the respect of black people, I think, is going to be closely tied to the success of Africa as a continent. And so we need to be investing and taking responsibility for going to Africa, allowing Africans to come here and creating those ties between us brothers and sisters of the diaspora and those of us left on the continent.
That's powerful. I'm West Indian, so can relate.
As am I.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think there's, so I'll just oversimplify it. I think one of the things that we like to do is to kind of cast black people as one big amalgam, and I think your point is pulling that in. When people say, I don't see race, I'm like, how's that even possible? Right? My daughter's biracial, and so I feel it's important for all of us, when we meet someone of color, let's just start by asking, tell me about your background. Tell me, I want us to see the texture, we've, as people of color, have never really been seen in this country for the unique, most slavery happened in the Caribbean. It did not happen it happened somewhere else. And it happened in South America. It didn't happen here. And so I think what's important as we're becoming a more diverse society is we have to start asking people in our midst, more questions about their experience. And so I would say, you being from Russia and having that background is valuable for us to understand here. We're not yet investing globally. I'm sure at some point we will, but I think where we can start is opening up the dialogue about the fact that people come from more places than just the South.
Yeah, and I think, for us, it's an opportunity in that the people that are going to be more comfortable going to places that are untrod are the people that are put in a position of having to seek opportunity.
Absolutely.
And so, as the leader of a forward-thinking fund, I'm sure that we're all attuned to some of the opportunities that exist south of the border.
And we also, I think, should accept the fact that, and I know that you're not exclusive, a lot of people can care about issues that are specific to women and people of color who are not women and people of color. And so one of the things I challenge my team to think about is it's not just about us creating for us, right? There is the opportunity for everyone to contribute to the palette.
Absolutely. I think we might be in final question territory.
Yes.
Hi, my name's Alex, and I had a question about the dangerous company you're talking about.
Yes.
Because you have to be dangerous to someone, right? So you're tackling this massive, powerful industry, approaching a VC when you're like the simple $2 cheaper model seems easy to pitch. It's easy, I can show you how we're successful. How do we not look like David who's just gonna get his head knocked in by Goliath when we kind of go into those meetings?
And that's what's so beautiful about startups is startups are naturally disruptive. I mean, so one of the startups I love most is Figma. And so Figma took a long time to be dangerous, right? They took many years, but they said that, design should be collaborative, design should be an experience, not an app. And so there are disruptive elements that every startup should have as part of its genesis. And how you pitch the seed version of that is got to be very carefully done. But VCs, we don't win when companies get bought for $10 million. Our wins come by outsized returns. And so what we want is a dangerous company that is well executed. And so at the end of the day, your vision should be dangerous. And the hard part about being an entrepreneur, going back to the rock climbing, is you might be scaling El Cap, but it's just about getting to that next hold, right? And so the seed stage and the early stage is a really important one because you can't lose the vision of where you're heading, but you also can't corrupt the fact that you have to just make it to those next holds to really show progress. And that's what we're all looking for. So a dangerous company, yes. A dangerous execution, no. No.
No, I think that does it for us. Thank you so much for your time.
Chris Smith.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you. That was amazing.
Thank you.
Test. Okay, well, wow, wasn't that electrifying? Okay, whoa. Super powerful. I was over there like, man, these are some gems being dropped around here. Thank you so much to my West Indian brother and sister, Promise and Brandon, for that incredible fireside chat. It was incredibly inspiring and a great way to kick off our day. I'd like to go ahead and signal a quick break. This is a networking break, ladies and gentlemen, and what I mean by that is network with the person that you didn't come here with, okay? I am commissioning you all to find someone in this room and ask a few questions about them, ask where they're from, what they do in the space, but get to know someone, all right? You got 10 minutes to do so. We have the mimosa bar, a few more tacos. Let's get up, stretch our limbs a little bit. We got a lot more to happen. All right, network, that's the homework.
Oh my God, this is incredible. Oh my gosh, you're amazing.
Thank you.
Oh my
You
gosh,
look gorgeous as
I
ever.
have my glasses on at first. I tried to get you, Terry, and when I
I didn't, so I actually like reached in and got my glasses out, and I was like, I love it. I know, you're natural.
Oh my gosh, so fun. Oh my gosh, what stage are you guys at?
Eva, Vice President there. Yes, very nice to meet you, Mike. The Danger Company. And health and wellness, you said? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. My gosh. And so how are you on that journey now? Do you still have it? Is it something that is here? Oh, wow. And this is based on the technology that you have?
Nutrition therapy as well as therapy. Together.
Okay.
Everybody is building with it, taking patients from we want to meet them where they are and slow down. But for us, Black Americans, also provides for this work. So understanding that what's in the house and how they get to work. The stress keeps piling up, the medications come with it. And you see our loved ones, including myself, right? For me, I was a man from the South End, I had a kidney issue. It's just one of those rare conditions. A lot of people have had my career had a lot to do with it. Put the mind and the body together.
Fantastic.
I'm here from DC and I'm only here for like 2 days.
Okay. Yeah. That is amazing. Well, it's not that I'm here. I'm going to be away. So I have to like bring it up to the stage. So thank you. You know, some of these questions you got to have some energy. Well, it's just trial by error, but I've always been a really high energy person anyway. An empath of such, you know, can always read a room and tell when. And I do believe we learn better when we're, you know, truly at our, you know, peak and we're engaged. So I try to bring that, you know, to these kind of relatively boring sometimes conversations. Of course. Good to meet you, Mike. Yeah. Hi, I'm Terry. Shalik, very nice to meet you. Okay. Wait, is Repton ad agency? Okay, got it. Love that. Hi, I'm Terry. Very nice to meet you. Yeah, I do. Yeah. So we do like enterprise development for like Fortune 100 companies. We've done things like with USDA, USAA, you know, University of Texas, Virginia Tech. We did like a pitch portal for them. So really anyone will reach out or we'll pitch them on a feature or something that, or an overhaul even if their systems are old. And then they'll bring us on to either take on that feature or consult their internal teams on how to do that particular thing. Yeah, so we've been doing it for like 10 years now. But we hit our first million in 2016. We've been trending upward ever since. Yeah. But we're ready to get out of this space. It looks like y'all are in SaaS too. So you know how service heavy it is, and it's like you're constantly in the thick of it. And truly, you know, the next, if you wanted, the next step would be to create your own product, which is where we're at right now. Yeah, so we're hoping that by 2024, 2025, we would have changed like where most of our cash flow comes from into our product coming out. Hi, Bijou, very nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm very well. I'm just hanging out with Shalik and Isaiah. Yeah. Oh, wonderful. Welcome. How are you liking Austin? This is the weather that you're used to. Yeah. Oh, everything. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So we have a mission to bias from the recruitment process.
Oh, from the recruitment process? Wow.
So we came with the technology around 2 years ago to anonymize any kinds of documents like resume, cover letters, responses.
Oh, that's amazing.
So we work with medium and large enterprises so that they can create an accuracy of the
Wow.
So we had some success back in the UK, and then the George Floyd incident happened, and the corporate America got pulled back, and we started getting calls, we started closing deals. So every year we celebrate around here, and
That is amazing. I want to hear so much more about that. One of my partners is Indeed, so it'd be really interesting for us to talk about that with him. I also want to hear more about y'all SaaS company. That's my brothers in SaaS. So, you know I got to get back to hosting, but I would love if y'all have contact information now, or should we exchange it later? Okay, yeah, absolutely. And I'm serious about the follow-up. Are y'all from, you're in Austin. For Afrotech and stuff? Okay, great. Yeah, but we can definitely, I'm all over the place, you know, so it'd be great to kick it with y'all, or at least get to know y'all a little further. Is it following? No, it's the connect. Yeah, I don't know. Why don't you just connect? Okay. And then yours. Yeah, it's so annoying. Not a very good user experience. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, that's that. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that's not. I'll do yours. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. I'm gonna wrangle us back in. It was so good to meet y'all. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm just hosting. So I'll be hosting all day. Yeah, they got me. They got me hosting. So that's for, I actually do a lot of fundraising. I have a fund called the Black Fund. It's a part of Austin Community Foundation. We just raised $1.5 million for Black nonprofits and small businesses. Yeah, so they're a partner in that work. Yeah. Oh no, yeah, we just finished our first seed round, and we're heading into probably our next. We're actually sending out money right now. We're in the RFP stage right now. Yeah, the RFP, the fun part. Yeah. Okay, let me. We're wrangling them in. You ready?
Can you give everybody like a 2-minute warning?
Okay, so 2 minutes. Tell them 2 minutes. Okay.
Also, that if they want to speak to any speakers, we'll have another networking break in about an hour.
Okay.
Or to move the conversation.
The atrium. Okay. Outside. Okay. Yeah, outside. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. That's great. Okay, everyone. This is your 2-minute warning. You have 2 minutes to wrap up your conversations. I'm loving what I'm seeing in the room. After that 2 minutes, feel free to speak outside of the room in the atrium, right? Because we're going to go straight into our panel. And should you want to do any hangouts or meeting any of our sponsors or partners, there will be a reception right after this event where you can meet them there as well. So you got, at this point, 1.5 minutes. Let's close it out and sit back down. It did work.
I think we're still good. I did. It was. I was like, we're best friends. She just doesn't know it yet.
We already met, kind of. That's you, Mike? Okay, you got it. You are good.
Oh my God. She's like the best. She's like, no, literally. Yeah, she is. Like, honestly.
Ooh, I want to be like well, man. First question, how do you get it all done and balanced life?
I don't believe in balance. I feel like I'm struggling every day. Yeah, one ball falls, pop it up, There's nothing.
But you do play
I do play very hard, you gotta, and sleep and rest hard too. I rest hard, yeah. There's all the things going on this weekend. I was like, it's cold, I'm in my bed. So it takes that too. You too, right? Yeah. Oh, yes. And Semi Dangerous too, and I like that side friend. Very good to meet you. I'm Terry. Yeah. Okay, very good to meet you. You need one of those?
Yes.
We all need one. Oh, wow. Chris, thank you. Gas me up, Nicole. That is a lot. Yeah, that's a whole level, because I still go low sometimes, I still go low every now and then. I'm trying to be Michelle, but still haven't gotten that go high thing yet. Actually, 10 years ago. Yeah, it was my sophomore SaaS company. We started that 10 years ago, and we hit our first million in 2016. We've been trending up ever since. It has been amazing and probably one of the hardest things I've ever done in my entire life. It's been an amazing experience. And that was before this whole boom and even just Austin being a tech hub, let alone Black and brown folks being in this space. So it was really hard. And so I'm really grateful that we were able to kind of help to pave the way. There's plenty others. But some used to look a lot different cities. Women in tech. What? Yeah, who was that? Yeah. So this is amazing. Ready? And I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Victoria, very nice to meet you. Would love to keep you. Chris, I got your name. Yes. I would love. Yes. I look forward to that. Thank you. Yes.
I don't know if I have an author. I think. No, I don't. Okay, so definitely welcome our next panel. And now our panel. Yeah. Next time we'll do it. Okay, got it. So I'm not going to do it next time. Yeah. Okay. Just go on. That's on. You want to turn me back on? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's catch a seat. Let's catch our seats. Yeah, I've seen a lot. Thank you, honey. Yes, Silver Fox. Yes. I've seen a lot of networking happening. I hope you caught a phone number and found ways to collaborate in the future. That's what Capital Factory is all about. Okay, let's find our seats. Let's get into our seats. If you'd like to continue your conversation, please feel free to. You can go outside into the atrium. You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get up. I'm just kidding. Okay, welcome back. Now, I'd like to introduce you to our supporting sponsor, Blue Cross Blue Shield C1 Innovation Lab and their Division Vice President of Network Management, Mr. Dave Kripe, who will say a few words to us this afternoon. Dave? Dave.
All right, despite the fact that I do have a suit on, I actually do live in Austin, so this is, it's hard. I got to have a reason to put this on since everything started to come back from the pandemic. So I want to say thank you to Capital Factory for the opportunity to sponsor today. We at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas and our C1 Innovation Lab, we are actually the first health plan partner of Capital Factory and currently the only healthcare partner with Capital Factory. So Our C1 Innovation Lab is located in downtown Dallas. It's in an old bakery building that we took and converted. And it is similar to some of the things that you guys do here, but we bring together our largest customers with co-located claims, our UM departments, which for those of you not in healthcare is our utilization management nurses and physicians who try to make sure that care is being done safely, correctly, getting people into the right spot. But in all honesty, it's trying to find unique solutions to problems that have plagued. I don't know if most of you have realized, but healthcare is very expensive. It seems to keep getting expensive, and hopefully some of you here are going to help us figure that out and solve that. Because we can't keep going on this path, right? And it's also really important that we focus on women in healthcare too. Do most people realize who is the #1 decision maker in the family when it comes to healthcare? Right. And they also they're making the decisions for their family about the care that they're getting, but they are also making the decisions about the healthcare coverage that they're choosing as well. So it's not just about making sure that they can get up and make the right decisions for themselves and their families, but we have to help them too. And so that's why I'm excited to see all you here, because you're going to help them get there as well. Because it's not the easiest thing to explain benefits to people, right? And that's why I do network management and I go out and negotiate for a living. Explaining benefits to people can be very difficult. But we are so proud to be here and to help sponsor this event. And I would just love to thank the panelists today and what they're going to bring forward. And I would just say, keep thinking about how we can change the system, because the system's not going to change itself. It's only going to be through outside influencers that are going to come in and help us make this a better place. Because we're going to be here. We've been here. Blue Cross of Texas actually invented health insurance, so you can either blame me or thank me for that. But it started in Dallas with Baylor as a offering for the teachers in Dallas ISD. And so we plan to be here for another 100 years. And with your help, we know that we can make healthcare safer, more affordable, and getting people the right care when they need it. So thank you very much, and we'll just turn it over to the panelists at this time. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Blue Cross Blue Shield C1 Innovation Lab, for your dedication and your support. Now we'd like to call up our panelists. We are going to introduce the panelists of The Future is Femtech. Okay, give them a round of applause. Go get them, ladies. Give this up. Do you want to do this one? Sure. We're just going to rearrange for a minute. Apologies. Is that what you want? Okay.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our panel, The Future is Femtech. We're very excited to be here today. We're missing a panelist that couldn't make it last minute, but I'm still hoping today will be a wonderful session and useful for starting conversations that don't end here. So I'm going to go ahead and get started so we can have enough time at the end. We're going to first do a discussion as a panel, and then after that, we'll have time to get a couple of questions from the audience. Yeah, this should be fun. Okay, so I'll get started. I'll introduce myself. Hello, everyone. My name is Ukeme Daniel Essien. I am a medical doctor. I am currently working with early stage companies to help them figure out what it is they're doing and take ideas and make them tangible products. In addition to that, I'm also the founder of the Beta Collective, which is essentially a community peer-based accelerator to help people build in for African communities globally. So that's me.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Newell. I am the founder and CEO of a women's healthcare company called Betty's. we serve younger women, really caring for them from period up to pregnancy planning. We do gynecology, mental health, and wellness, and we have a really unique approach. We've essentially redesigned the entire care experience with Gen Z females in mind. And so we have a virtual care platform, so we do telehealth visits, and we also have a mobile clinic. We are based in San Antonio. We're excited. I'm excited to be in Austin. I love Capital Factory. I love Austin. I'm rocking my Tecovas today, which, you know, if you're in Austin, you've got to get a pair of Tecovas. So thank you, Capital Factory, for having me. Really excited to be here.
Great. And I'm Nora Belcher. I'm the founder and CEO of the Texas eHealth Alliance. We are a trade association that works at the Texas Capitol on eHealth issues. So that's telemedicine, that's cybersecurity, that's broadband, that's data privacy, that's pretty much anything post-COVID in particular in the healthcare system. I've worked at the Texas Capitol for almost 30 years. And one of the jobs that I had in a previous incarnation was running the Medicaid program and the entire Health and Human Services system. So that is something I know a lot about. I'm also very, very passionate about teaching people how to be advocates at the Capitol. And I'm going to mention this one thing. I have seen an individual citizen's testimony change the vote of a committee. So if you think that's not possible, you should come live in my world for a little bit, because it does actually happen. So after the panel, if anyone wants to talk about that specifically, I'm going to hang. I've got business cards. But we need to get back. Oh, I heard some yeses. All right. Let's first of all, let's do this.
Awesome. Thank you, ladies. Okay, so before we start, you know, what exactly is femtech? You know, we're seeing the future is femtech. What does that actually mean?
That's a really great question, and it gets a little bit of controversy among a group of female founders that I'm good friends with. Femtech can really be anything that is designed specifically for women, right? And so for what we do, it can be an app-based service, it can be healthcare, it can be, it doesn't necessarily have to be healthcare, right? Femtech kind of gets the wrapper of anything that is for women, and that can be good, because it gives us a seat here, right, where we're talking about, you know, femtech and the possibilities of that for future generations, for now. But it can also be a little bit of a deterring factor as we think about femtech, because as we heard, right, women make up the majority of healthcare decisions. Women are higher utilizers of healthcare services if we're talking about this industry specifically. And so to kind of narrow it down to women's healthcare, women's focused issues is probably a little bit of a misnomer. So I'm a big fan and advocate for use of it, because it does get us a seat at the table, and we can talk about a lot of things under that wrapper, but also, you know, we need to think about women's healthcare and women's place in healthcare as big business opportunity. And so just want to be a little bit realistic about that, of painting a bigger picture and a broader picture.
I think that's really good and really true. I think I'd add a broader piece to that, though. I've always thought of telemedicine and virtual care, and again, I was doing this pre-pandemic, so been at it for a long time when people were deeply skeptical, as a women's health issue, because women are also disproportionately caregivers. Who takes the children to the pediatrician? And I am in no way, shape, or form disrespecting our male allies that do those things, but we all know from research and science where that burden falls. Who primarily cares for elder Americans? Women. Who's the majority of our healthcare workforce in certain roles? Women. Who lives longer? Women. So while I really do like the femtech focus in terms of women consume healthcare differently from men, so there is some utility in building the models around that female experience, there's also this broader policy framework that disproportionately impacts women depending on which direction you go. So all of it, the Capitol sometimes talks about women's health as a very explicit thing, and I think that's a missed opportunity to look at the bigger ecosystem and rip it to shreds.
Absolutely. Well, and all of those things you just mentioned can be femtech, right? Any new business or technology in that space can be considered femtech.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I just want to quickly say, women's health, femtech is not a niche. I mean, like, it's really almost 50%, or a little more than 50% actually, of our population is, needs that help. But anyway, so we've talked about how women are not only are they higher users of healthcare, a lot of times they're also the ones making the financial decisions as to what their families are going to buy, or themselves, or whomever. But how can we sort of employ femtech to actually build a future that is designed to address more of women's needs versus what we have now?
That's a great question. Do you want to start?
Yeah, I think there's a few things there. Healthcare is one of the last. Dental is actually worse. Of the cottage, what we call cottage industry. We make you go to healthcare, right? Now there are still some things that you're gonna have to go to. Sorry, that's just how that is. But when I think about the way that these products can be used to better support women, I think about productivity in the workplace. That's the thing that first comes to my mind. I don't go to the doctor after 9 a.m. I don't have time for that. I'm not sitting in your waiting room for 3 hours. So part of what we need to see is women voting with their feet with adoption of the tools, because that sends a signal to investors and policymakers, and the more we see the adoption, I think that more the shifts the conversation to, we've always done it this way, well, why? Yes, that's right, and we used to fax everything. Oh wait, we still do. Change takes some time, but people are paying attention to adoption, right? Investors are paying attention, payers like Dave are paying attention to what is resonating with people in the marketplace. And this is a place, we talk a lot about healthcare is not a traditional marketplace, but it has aspects of a traditional marketplace. And so when you start to see these apps get sticky or these approaches get sticky, that's when you know you're really starting to create a shift that I think has a lot of value.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think you hit the nail on the head with adoption. We often get asked, because we focus on increasing access to care for younger women, how can I help you? And we say, become a patient, right? Use the service that we provide. That's the best thing we can ask them to do. That's the best thing they can do to help. I think the other thing too, for those in the room who are entrepreneurs or investors and are looking for businesses, really looking at women across the spectrum and thinking more about subpopulations, right? Women aren't a monolith. Not every grouping of women is going to be the same. Women have different needs depending on where they live, depending on their socioeconomic status, and really think about fine-tuning an approach that's going to serve a niche within that grouping, which again, where femtech is big business. And how do you get started? And that's where I think we can start to redesign experiences, right? So, we know that some people don't want to go to the doctor at, after 9 a.m. because they work. Well, that's not true for, an 18 to 22-year-old female who's in college. She doesn't want to do a virtual care visit. So we have to encourage her to do that, but we have to provide a mechanism that's going to be best suited to her. And for us, that means taking care to her, but she wants to be seen in person because she might have 4 roommates and not have the privacy that she needs to do a telehealth visit. So we just really have to understand the needs of the population and create new experiences specifically for them.
Well, and if I could add one more thing to that, if you think about the evolution of the consumer internet in general, it really started to explode. Well, the XML helped a lot, but it really started to explode when the content became actually useful, accessible, and relevant to regular people. So pre-COVID, health tech was a thing, and maybe some people had some experiences with it, and all of a sudden we were trapped in our homes. And we went from less than 10% of the population having a telehealth visit to the vast majority of people either having one, having some kind of phone encounter, or having someone in their family do one. There are absolutely still going to be times when you're going to want to go in person. But the flip side is when you think about, for example, people with disabilities, going to the doctor during regular times was hard. So what can we bring into their home to address their specific issue that still meets what we call the standard of care? And then how can we craft a customized delivery? Because that's the consumer internet, right? Like, please stop showing me the handbags. You know I buy them. They're showing up on my screen. It's a thing. So how do we move to that personalized approach just in terms of access? I'm not even getting into the other aspects of tech that can be really cool. But there's an enormous opportunity there to deliver that access that leads to that adoption, that leads to the change.
So essentially, we are going to have a market that creates a signal for investors and others to sort of invest in the space because we are going for what we need, So the more femtech companies that we have, the more, I guess, is a signal for investors and other entrepreneurs to also come into the space and build for us and our needs. Interesting. Okay, so this summer I'm going to take a bit of a pivot and talk about this summer, the Dobbs decision. I know I'm trying to face myself.
We're just going to jump right in there.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in there.
Okay.
So that happened this summer, and of course it fell to the states because it was no longer, sorry guys, it's something I'm very passionate about, but essentially the Dobbs decision happened this summer. As you know, abortion apparently is just not constitutional, right? And now it's falling to the states, and some states have chosen to criminalize abortion and put bans that have affected women's health. Here's the thing about criminalizing abortion. When you criminalize abortion, people that need abortion will go and get abortion where they need. What we are then doing by criminalizing things is saying that we want to reduce the amount of safe abortions. As a medical doctor, I'm not actively in clinical care, but I can tell you, I believe personally, that abortion is healthcare. Any sort of medical procedure that we do, if we were taking out your appendix, that's also healthcare. So I definitely believe abortion. There's no question about that. I know this is a room filled with people with different beliefs, so I'm sure we might differ on certain things. But I'm speaking from, I guess, a more medical point of view. So just putting that out there for a second. Okay, so that being said, the criminalization of abortion leads to, increased maternal morbidity. And I think in this post-Roe world, we've seen a decrease in...
Always the Godfather.
I heard you.
We've seen a decrease in autonomy over our own reproduction rights. Where does Femtech, where does it come in? What role is it playing in this? I understand the role of policy. I understand there's only so much we can do, so maybe as entrepreneurs. Same thing when we're doing health IT. The HITECH Act of 2009 modified, transformed the healthcare landscape. But what can we do, sort of entrepreneurs, and you're also a legislator in this space. What can we do?
Yeah, part of it is it's interesting to have this conversation right on the heels of the midterms, right? When the political state of Texas didn't really change, and so acknowledging that it's going to be time, probably a long time, before the politics change to increase, access to abortion in the state of Texas and in some other conservative states. I would say, in light of that, and this is part of where some of the reason behind creating Betty's, is I would like to see entrepreneurs in Femtech really start to solve the problems for which abortion is the current solution, right? So you have three reasons that, broad spectrum, three broad categories of why women get abortions. One is unplanned healthy pregnancies. And so we know that increased access to contraception and comprehensive sex education helps reduce unplanned pregnancies. We know that. That's where Betty's is. We know those resources are limited in Texas. There are only 2 OBGYNs per 10,000 Texas women. And so that's crazy, right? And so we know that women have a hard time just getting preventive care. It can take 6 months to get a well-woman exam, right? And so in those visits, they're too short, so you don't actually get education. Also, we age our young women out of pediatrics at 18, and we don't tell them where to go. They think they need to go at 21. Well, between the ages of 18 and 21, the majority of women are becoming sexually active in those years where they don't have care. So that's the problem that Betty's is solving. That is exactly it for this purpose. But there are other problems, right? So the other is going to be an unhealthy, unviable pregnancy. We need more research. We need more money into fetal medicine. I just saw a great headline earlier this week about how there was a treatment provided to a fetus in utero, and it was effective at curing this condition. We need more of that, right? We need more research and more medicine to help with fetal care, to help with maternal care. Let's start putting some resources there. And then the third is really tragic, and is this potentially harder to think through and talk about, which is going to be assault, right? This is going to be abortion for rape or incest. And so, again, access to care is going to be helpful in that. Education around what resources are available to women who might find themselves being victims of assault. One of my long-term visions for Betty's is that we can be a place where women who report assault can come to have their exam versus going into the ER. So how do we create systems around women who are victims of assault that encourage them to come forward, encourage them to get immediate care? And that's a set of things, right? Those three problems to try to find different solutions outside of policy. That is not to say that those are mutually exclusive, right? Then you need the advocacy. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, that is the wonderful panelist who wasn't able to make it today, who could really talk about advocacy work. And so I'm saying these things you need to do together. But when we're talking about femtech, and we're talking about ways that entrepreneurs can be innovative, let's try to solve those three problems and help at least reduce the need while also acknowledging that's not going to eliminate the need. So that's only part of what we need to do. The other piece is the advocacy, is voting, is really women putting their voice out there to be heard.
And resources, which Betty's also provides.
Exactly, right, the resources.
So I thought a lot about how to answer this question given my work at the Capitol, and I'm going to take a tack that might surprise you, but I hope everybody in this room listens very carefully to what I'm about to say. If you are going to be pushing out into these spaces post-ops, telemedicine's been struggling with this for years. State-by-state licensure, why don't we have a national license? Oh, that pesky 10th Amendment. Such peskiness in the Constitution. Legislators tend to take the Constitution pretty seriously, which is why people are so upset to begin with about the way that Dobbs rolled out. I'm going to make the observation that immediately post-Dobbs, I saw so many violations of HIPAA and Texas state privacy law in the femtech universe by well-intentioned people. It was really frightening to me. So I think my advice to entrepreneurs, investors, whatever, compliance, compliance, compliance. Understand what you can and can't do with data. Understand, for example, that Texas has its own medical records data privacy law that is different from HIPAA. You want to come into the Texas market, you had better read it and you had better understand it because it is different from HIPAA, and you can be HIPAA compliant and still violate Texas law. And in the political context of a post-Dobbs universe, what I'm going to ask all of you to not do is hand the people that you don't like easy PR victories. That is ammunition, because it can't be rolled back once it hits the newspapers, no matter what you do. So in campaigns, we talk about something called OPPO, opposition research. We're digging up dirt on your opponents. Or at least I've been told. I don't actually do campaigns. I've just watched House of Cards a lot, but I understand what I'm saying, because I don't work on campaigns. But from an advocacy perspective, the people you don't agree with, no matter where you sit, are watching for those stories, and they're watching for those errors, and they're watching for Google giving away somebody's location, which thankfully Google addressed. They're looking for those things. Take the extra bit of time to master your regulatory compliance component of whatever it is you're trying to do, so you don't hand the people that might be on the other side of it an easy victory. It's really important. It's frequently overlooked because it's complicated and it's hard, but there are resources that can help you. And back to your point, resources is the underlying theme of this entire conversation.
Awesome, thank you, ladies. Okay, so with this being said, some of the fear around this space also has been, okay, so contraceptives is probably next. Fertility is probably next. And these are very valid fears, because there are certain things that have happened now we just didn't see, it didn't really seem like it could be a reality. What kind of advocacy work can we do? And I understand we don't have our main advocacy person, but if you have anything to say on the matter, can we do, as everyday women, individuals on a more individual level, what can we do in terms of advocacy or plugging into the community to make sure, number one, we have at least increased access to OCPs, over-the-counter access to, potentially over-the-counter access to OCPs, because we can't we can't have both scales working at the same time, right? So if you're saying, okay, we want to reduce the amount of pregnancy, then we should also have resources poured into making that happen. We can't say...
That's way too logical.
Stop being rational. Stop it.
So, yeah, so what can we do on an individual level? Because I know as someone like me, I get frustrated because it just seems like, ugh, what do I do? But yeah, if you have anything to say on it.
Yes, right, and it's something we think about a lot because obviously we're trying to increase access to contraception. In healthcare, it's interesting because you want to advocate to the groups that are paying for the services or the medication. And so often that's actually going to be on your employer or where your insurance is coming from. And I know Blue Cross is here and they could probably speak about this a lot better than I could. But think about that, right? When you are really engaging with your benefits at the company that you work for, or wherever you get your healthcare policy, the things that are important to you to have access to, because they then have a big lobbying team that can go to the government and that can help with policies. So that's one avenue to take when you think about advocacy. Think about other resources where where birth control is prescribed, and try to work within. It's a little bit working within the system, right, to help make your voice heard so that it can get to the right ears, because sometimes it feels like we're just screaming into the void, yeah? And so it's where in the world do you go? And so people tend to think two things. They think, policy, so politics, I'm gonna vote, I'm gonna be really outspoken when it comes to voting, and then also, nonprofits, community organizations, participating with those. Those are great, yes, do those things, but also think about where within your existing network is this coming from? Are you talking again to your benefits team? Are you calling your insurance provider and saying, hey, why don't you cover this? This needs to be covered. Here's why. Talk to your providers. Talk to your health systems and your providers about what's important to you, and see if they have any recommendations for how you can advocate. There are a lot of organizations like ACOG, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, right? Groups like these also have lobbying committees that are going to help promote that. So kind of speak into those groups where you can, and it'll help.
I just want to interrupt before we get to I just want to put a little quip, like ACOG and some of our other, I think it's also important to pay attention to who they're giving money to, because if they're saying one thing and then actively giving money to groups that deny reproductive rights, ACOG, that's pretty problematic. I just want to put that in there. But please go ahead.
No, that's an excellent point. So a couple things. I think for one thing, that answer was outstanding, and I was sitting here trying to think what I could add to it. I'm going to add a couple things. Only 53% of Americans voted in the midterm. I'm going to assume most of the people in this room voted because you care and you're passionate about it, to the extent that you are an American citizen and you can vote in the elections. And I'm from another country myself, so I have to put out that disclaimer because my mom will yell at me. Otherwise, take 2 friends to the poll with you next time. Make it a breakfast. We have had House races in Texas decided by 42 votes, and there are more than 42 people in this room. And I want that to be your takeaway. The next time someone tries to tell you that you live in Texas so your vote doesn't matter, understand that that opposition vote, the margin of it, absolutely freaking matters. And if we up turnout, that can make a difference. So I think that's one piece. The second piece is, and I think you said it beautifully, Dr. You have to look at where the money is going and where your money is going. So it's sort of, I'm going to use the analogy of how breast cancers, everything's pink now. Cheerios, pink. Socks, pink. Everything's pink. There's some real controversy over where that money goes. So do your homework before you contribute your assets, be they your time as a volunteer, your money if you're making financial contributions, your referrals. Just do a little research, do a little homework on the causes that you're contributing to, because for every group that is working in the trenches and doing the real work, there's 2 or 3 that are doing something that actually, to your point about specialty societies and where money goes, might not be aligned with your values. There are, for example, ways to find organizations 990 forms. See what they're up to. See how much their executive director spent versus what got spent on field operations. That's public information, and you can access it as a citizen. So just, those are things to think about that I have to say. I'm from Greece. We didn't even have elections till the early 70s. If you've watched The Crown, my parents met during all of that ridiculousness where they chased the king out of the country, and then the military was in charge. So if I don't vote in like a municipal election runoff, my mother gets hives and she calls and she yells at me for not voting. So be my mother. Yell at your people. Take them to the polls. Take them to brunch. You have the power to flip a House race with your network. That's possible. Don't forget about that when you get cynical. Also, watch what television you watch.
I kind of want to add something too. Share your story. You know, the 16th, so Wednesday, is the day that is Thanks Birth Control, #ThanksBirthControl, which is a way to advocate for birth control and what it's enabled women to do and achieve in the United States, or all over the world, really. Participate in something like that. Share your story. Contraception is not just about preventing pregnancy either, right? In medicine, we use it for a whole host of things to help alleviate symptoms associated with PCOS, PMDD, and other things that can be really, really disruptive to women's lives and be painful. So, you know, it is medicine, and so I think we also need to look at it from a couple of lenses. So tell your story about what birth control has done for you, and then also, you know, think about sharing stories about how, if it's not used for pregnancy prevention, what is it used for, and how has that affected you positively?
Awesome, yes. Yes. Okay, because we're kind of running out of time, I will go over to data and privacy. And I have so many questions here, but I'm gonna pick one core one that kind of ties in a bit with abortion. It's something called function creep. So essentially what happens with function creep is a digital health startup might say, we're getting this information, your biometrics, whatever, for XYZ. But then eventually some of that information becomes used for ABC. And the reason why we have to have these conversations, especially in states that criminalize abortion and other things, we have to be very aware and actually put infrastructure in place to prevent this from happening. So I guess, you know, since you are an expert on this, but what are some ways that we can sort of prevent and, you know, address this?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, scope creep, I'm very familiar with it. Legislators do it all the time. I think there's a couple things. I think the first thing goes back to compliance, that you have to know where the lines are for what you can legally do with the data that you collect. For example, Texas law prohibits the re-identification of individual patients from de-identified data without patient consent. Who knew that? Who in this room knew that? Dave, you can't raise your hand because you're one of my people. Sarah knew, a couple people. That's a legal prohibition with serious penalties if you get caught violating it. So the first step, again, is that compliance component. I think the second step is we're now in the 21st century cures era, right? We're past high tech. So we are also going to be dealing with the federal government trying to liberate patient data. And I'm all for patient data liberation, but instead of ownership, we talk about ownership a lot, and I know Sarah's heard this rant from me. I think ownership is the wrong construct to protect us. I think patients have rights and providers have responsibilities. And I think if you take data, which is not a bottle of water that can just be passed up and down, and you think about it as a multifunctional existence in a virtual space, then you start to have a policy conversation about what is the patient's right to their own data, and what are the providers or the startups' legal and ethical obligations. And some of this comes down to ethics and responsibility with that data. And that's, again, back to compliance and legal. I have to do an audit today. I don't want to do it. I'm going to do it because I got to practice what I preach. So it's really, really important for investors to be asking these questions of their startups. I mean, I think you can maybe speak to that some more. You've got to be having that conversation. It's not fun. It's not sexy. It's not picking your logo. It's not building out your business plan, but it will kill you if you get it wrong. So take that extra block of time, do that work, and you'll be better off for it in the long run. And the women that we are here to care about and care for will be more protected in the long run if that gets done properly. So you want to add to that? That's sort of my
It's really
my
hard.
spiel. It is
It's
so
hard.
hard. Also, did I make it sound easy? It's really hard.
Right.
Really hard.
Because at the end of the day, I know the question kind of comes down to some of the concerns around if women are using period trackers, you know, and abortion is criminalized in the state of Texas, can that be used against her in a trial if they go back and they see her cycle history? Which is just a crazy invasion of privacy, right? And, you know, for my company in particular, we have plans for our technology. We want to add a period tracker. We want to add analytics in there that get relevant information back into the hands of those patients so they can establish a really healthy foundation. And as we think about how we aggregate that data, you know, we are trying to constantly think through, okay, because we are the provider, you know, we're not. We have, to your point, we have responsibilities as the provider that maybe if you're not a provider and you're a tech company gathering that data from women, you might not, you know, have those trainings in place. You might not be, like a person's medical license is contingent upon their ability to protect patient data. And so we have certain triggers in place and protective mechanisms within our company as providers that other groups don't have. So if you're a woman in this room and you use a period tracker or you use something else to follow that, we're at the point now where we're kind of recommending a paper journal, you know. So it's again, all I can say right now is that it's actually really challenging. So we're talking to our legal team regularly to say, what can we do with our data to make sure, what can we collect at this point even, in a way that's going to be helpful to our patients, and roll that out more broadly versus things that we're just keeping within our electronic health records and between the provider and the patient itself. And just there are some really big concerns about it. So yeah, I'm going to call you when we get off of this panel and we're going to have a conversation about it.
Yeah, I think the other thing I would add, in Health IT, we're having this conversation about what we call meaningful consent as opposed to consent. So consent is, I accept the terms and conditions. Has anybody here read them? Even your own, for your own thing that you do? Or you check in at the doctor and they give you all those forms. I read them. I found errors. They don't like me very much. I'm fine with that. But that's just consent. So I'm hoping the policy conversation is going to move into a direction of meaningful consent. And you understand this as a provider. It's a conversation about the rights and the responsibilities between the person providing the data and the person using the data that's done in a more meaningful way. And yes, it takes more time. And yes, it means more work. But if the other choice is her point of kicking yourself to a paper journal, we have work to do. We have an awful lot of work to do.
We do. And right now, the way that the provider system is set up, it does not support the additional education of patients on how to engage with their health data and what that really means. So it would be wonderful if we could get to a point for meaningful consent, but that takes education with the patient. That's going to take either administrative resources or more time in a visit, and we don't have that in a way that is financially sustainable within a provider organization. So then we have to think outside the box of, okay, how can we think about creating new revenue streams and monetizing healthcare in a completely different fashion so that we can provide and inform our patients? Or does that add another 10 minutes to the experience that feels like a frustration for patients when there's already an overwhelming amount of information? So how do we think about that in a novel way? So yes, lots of work to do, but that's what we're here to do, right? And it's going to take people who are committed in states like Texas and states like Mississippi and Louisiana and Tennessee and places that it's going to be harder for women to have access. And we're going to have these conversations. So we just need to be committed to building some really great solutions here.
Awesome, thank you. And I'm going to turn it over to the audience really quickly, maybe for just one or two questions, but very, very quickly, because we are definitely running out of time. Just if you can state where you think there are some glaring opportunities in femtech that haven't been addressed in a statement or two, that would be great. And then we'll turn it over to the audience.
People with disabilities, women with disabilities, people caring for teenage girls with disabilities. Very, very open, green space with not nearly the innovation it deserves.
I'd really say anything outside of pregnancy. So healthcare for women that doesn't have anything to do with pregnancy, maternity, fertility, postpartum. Not that those solutions aren't needed, but there's been a lot of focus there for a lot of years that we're really missing women earlier in life. So early diagnosis of gynecological conditions like endometriosis, PCOS, PMDD. Also postmenopausal care. How do we really think about caring for women later in life and providing the resources and support they need? And there are some solutions happening in this space, but it's much less funded than anything that has to do with, fertility and pregnancy. And so I think we need to start looking on the outskirts too, from the timeline perspective.
And my addition to that would be cardiac health.
Yes.
Cardiac health, and people think, oh, that's not, no. It's part of what I believe Femtech is. So thank you very much, ladies. So any questions? We can probably take a couple. Okay.
Hi, ladies. My name is Elisa. I'm on the beauty side of technology and innovation. I own Forward Lash Studio here in Austin, Texas. My question is for Nora. You mentioned that there is an action that is prohibited and a lot of violations are being made, and you asked the audience, are we aware of that? And only about 2 people raised their hand. Can you restate exactly what that is so that I can write that down? I'm pretty sure I might need to know that personally and for business.
Fair enough. So we'll figure out some way to put this out on Twitter. It's Chapter 181 of the Texas Health and Safety Code. So that's the first piece. That's your legal reference. And then the specific prohibition is against re-identifying, so re-aggregating and backwards engineering to an individual patient from a de-identified database without getting consent of the patient. And it came from a very famous experience that a female data scientist did a decade plus ago, where she figured out what the governor of Massachusetts had been diagnosed with based on de-identified data that she reverse engineered. It was a very famous case study. It got the Texas legislature very upset. So you have to build patient consent into your collection, and you have to be deliberate about what re-identification you might do if you're working with de-identified data to be compliant. The language in the statute's actually pretty straightforward, but I'm going to be around with business cards if people have questions. I might have written it, so I can talk to you about it.
And I thought it was part of IRB.
Yes.
To prevent that too. So
yes,
I
it's
thought it
part
was
of
ethics.
IRBs. It's ethics, it's
Okay.
responsibilities, it's all these things.
Yeah. One more question? Okay.
Sorry. My name is Willie. Everybody already knows, right? Yeah, so I was just wondering, many solutions that actually you talking about, and at least like you're referring that we can find, it's basically for women and in many occasions for related for this gender. But I'm a single father. I have 2 kids. And automatically I have a lot of questions how it's applied for single parents. And literally, maybe it's advocating for other genders, let's say transgender gender community, gay communities, where in many occasions people become fathers, and in some cases they become mothers, but physically they're not identified, and many laws that they are mothers. So my question is, you guys have many reference idea? How can we become part of that movement that you guys created?
Absolutely. I think we've used the phrase women's health for so long. Getting away from that is challenging, right? It's a branding issue. We care for any person with any aspect of a female reproductive system, so that includes trans and non-binary individuals. I think we need more people in healthcare who are openly creating solutions for and advocating, being welcoming to those that are gender nonconforming or transgender, kind of period, especially in the space of gynecology. I also think there are some good resources out there that have initially been designed for women One of them is Maven. I don't know if anyone in here is familiar with Maven. It's a big telehealth company. Their focus is working parents. And they started focusing on women because women made up the majority of caregivers who were also working, right, for their young children, but realized through their work that it's not just women. There are, men, and they were actually leaving out a whole group of individuals that really needed resources, right? Particularly homosexual men that had children and they were in the workforce. So now their solution includes support for fathers of young kids and their working fathers. So it's more working parents. So I think you'll start to see that evolve as there's such a gap right now in the solutions that are available for problems that are the majority faced by women, right? But realizing that can be isolating. So how do you create that and then evolve to make sure that you're including anybody that's impacted by that particular problem? So it's a great point.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Nora and Jessica. Jennifer,
That's
sorry.
okay. That's all right.
I'm like, that's a whole other person. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you all for joining us and being part of this conversation. Please, we hope this is just a starting point and this conversation continues. And hopefully we can always, have more panels and things like this. Thanks.
Thank you all. Pass.
Fabulous job, ladies. Thank you so much. All right. Let's give our incredible panel one more hand of applause. The future is female, and it certainly is FemTech, isn't it, people? All right, so we're going to head into lunch pretty soon, but before we do that, and a networking break, but before we do that, all right, don't be jumping out your seats, all right? Give us some time to set up back there. While we're doing that, it's going to include our comedy show with Angelina Martin and Brandy Davis. We're going to do that here in a second, but before that, I want to welcome you all to our first listening talk. This is titled To Be Blunt, Destigmatizing Cannabis Through Tech with Shada Torabi, CEO of Restart CBD. Come on up, Shada.
Okay, we are live. The timer is counting down. I don't want to step on that, but hello, everybody. Nice to meet you. My name is Shada Torabi. I am the co-founder and CEO of Restart CBD. We are a CBD dispensary and e-commerce brand headquartered right here in my hometown of Austin, Texas. Yes, I am a unicorn, and you can shake my hand after, but this is honestly a really exciting opportunity for me. It's coming full circle. I was an early employee of a company called WP Engine, so that was one of Capital Factory's kind of first startups as Josh was building out the Capital Factory. So now getting to come on stage and talk about my business and my industry is a really, really great opportunity for me to come full circle. So with that said, I wanted to kind of highlight just kind of where cannabis sits both at a federal level as well as here at a state level in Texas. So as you might know, marijuana is not federally legalized, and it is also not legalized here in the state of Texas. Unfortunately, I think some of the previous conversations have been swirling around advocacy, and obviously cannabis is certainly one of those that requires a lot of awareness, education, both from a constituent perspective as well as from a policy-making perspective. But today I really want to highlight some of the challenges that I face from a technology perspective, and so my business is actually in the hemp side of the space. So hemp was federally legalized in the United States in 2019, and it was legalized in Texas in 2020. And that is a big differentiator from what is accessible to you as a consumer. But unfortunately for me as a business owner, even though my side of the industry is federally legalized, I still face a lot of challenges that I'm hoping to help shine a light on with y'all today in the audience to hopefully bring awareness and really inspire you to see if there's any areas that you are operating in to help provide support for our industry to destigmatize cannabis through technology. So to kind of start at the top, cannabis is really projected to be a $27 billion industry by the end of this year. I just checked the stats. That number is actually increasing. So there's some that say 77 billion, some that are saying 100 billion. Nonetheless, it is a large chunk of money is being spent and sold from a consumer perspective in this industry. Yet basic technology is not at my fingertips. I know this is a tech audience, so I'm going to probably drop some technology that you're more or less familiar with and kind of walk you through a little bit of the challenges that I personally face. Again, I operate here in Austin. but I am also a part of the National Cannabis Conversations. I'm a public speaker. In fact, I'm leaving here today and going straight to Vegas to go speak at MJ BizCon. So I try to pay attention at a national level to what is happening, as well as bring that expertise here as a Texan operating in our specific market. So to kind of kick things off, when you were trying to go build a business, build a brand, especially with consumer sales in mind, you need a website, right? And so figuring out the right platform to go and build your technology on top of is really critical in setting yourself up for success. I think coming from this world, I was like, oh my God, I know technology. I come from WordPress. I know how to set up a website and make a website for people to transact and do e-commerce. And the reality was, it was very challenging for me. And so again, I launched my brand in 2018. Presently in 2022, things have evolved to make it a little bit easier, but unfortunately the realities are it's still not there yet. And I think part of that is because of marijuana's federal status is really impacting hemp's federal legalization. And unfortunately, the big kind of reality of it all too is these platforms are private platforms. So they have terms of service that essentially, in a condensed way, is preventing me from selling drugs to children. That's kind of their big no-no, right? And so I think given that information, trying to go in and establish technology solutions for my brand and business, I was like, oh my gosh, okay, well, I'm gonna go and set up a website on WordPress. WordPress is open source. That is a great step in the direction, but I think another thing to highlight, for brands out there who have maybe been looking into solutions like Shopify, Shopify says they are CBD cannabis friendly. I'm not gonna go into the specifics because I am condensed with time here today, but just to kind of highlight some of these platforms for you, just because Shopify says they are supportive of the CBD industry doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to actually let you sell your products and solutions to consumers. And I think for me, with the tech background, looking at these solutions and realizing we're basically stunted before we even get started. And so again, having a website is kind of like a key baseline for any entrepreneur out there, but it's increasingly more challenging for businesses just to go and get their foundation, their house really set up. So WordPress is not perfect. WordPress does bolt into certain other solutions. From a POS perspective, we're also very limited. So I do have a brick and mortar in Austin, and we use a Square. So my tech stack right now is WordPress, WooCommerce. I'm using Square as a POS. Square also came out and said, hey, we're pro CBD, we're pro cannabis. And I was one of the first people invited into the CBD program with Square a couple of years ago. But you know what Square does? Square caps how much I can process per month. Square also limits what products I can actually sell. So for example, I'm able to sell you the flower that looks and smells like marijuana, but again is legal hemp, and yet I cannot sell you the accessories to actually consume those products through my Square POS. So there is still some fragmentation when it comes to these actual platforms supporting small businesses. How many of you out there are familiar with PayPal? I'm sure a lot of people, everybody has a PayPal. I cannot use PayPal. I've personally been kicked off of PayPal for the rest of my life, true story, because I used PayPal at a pop-up event once, and PayPal obviously has their terms of service. I was not selling an illicit drug. I was selling my federally legal and state legal hemp products, but PayPal is confused like most of these platforms. They don't understand where the lines are, and that is part of the problem, right? And so I'm then being penalized because of this interpretation of what hemp is or isn't. And so I'm kicked off of PayPal forever. I also cannot use Cash App. I cannot use Venmo. This is me as a personal individual who is the CEO of a cannabis-related business. Super unfortunate, right? These are basic solutions that I'm sure most small business owners are like, oh my gosh, of course go open a PayPal account and set up processing, or of course go open a Shopify e-commerce account. And then kind of like the final point I wanted to highlight for you guys today is social media. Social media is kind of the bigger buzz term in our industry. We can't advertise, we can't be on Instagram, Facebook, for a very similar vein of thought process, right? Because they allude, or they assume that we are alluding to selling drugs for minors or marketing these cannabis-related products. But how many of you use social media to connect with your community, to build community, to market your products and services, to showcase your brand and try to really bring together what your brand values and point of view are? Yes, I can be on some of these platforms, but I'm also very penalized for being on these platforms. Last year in November, I actually had my personal Instagram taken down by Instagram for 4 days. I have over 20,000 followers. I worked very hard to build all those followers up, and because I posted content that Instagram doesn't exactly spell out either. They don't spell out what I can or can't post. I've learned what I can't do to some extent, but as you can tell, I'm a very proud cannabis entrepreneur, and also wanted to highlight thank you to Capital Factory for making space for these types of conversations, because in some capacities, I don't actually have a platform. I am censored when I try to use my voice, and so these are some of those heartaches I'm trying to navigate against. But Instagram has certainly created an issue for me. YouTube has also created issues for a lot of my peers where our content gets flagged, our content gets kicked off these platforms. And I think, to drop the mic a little bit, people are coming forward and they're saying, oh, well, that's okay, these platforms don't want to support you. We're going to go ahead and make new platforms that you can be on that are safe for cannabis, which is great. There's alternative payment solutions. AeroPay is one. They actually let you sign up to make your customer process through their banking and checking account, which I get technology, it's a step in the direction, but we all want to use our credit cards, we want to use our PayPals, we want to use our Venmos. And then on the social media side, there's alternatives like WeedTube, which is an alternative to YouTube. But again, my problem with those solutions are my customers aren't on those solutions. They are on mainstream, and that's where I want to be, is in the mainstream. And so yet here we are dancing in this crazy line where no, cannabis is not federally legalized, but hemp is federally legalized. We have education, we have resources to clearly differentiate, and yet the solutions, these big tech platforms, have not created space for us to actually be able to use these platforms to their fullest potential. And so to kind of sum it up for you guys today, again, I just really wanted to express how important it is for us to be able to have these conversations, again, to have the support of individuals with a tech-minded background. Maybe your company has a solution that can make our industry better. Maybe your company has a connection to one of these big tech platforms that can hopefully help influence the future of what it's like actually building your brand and building your business on these platforms. But presently today, the industry is very censored, and unfortunately that's the reality for operators getting in this industry. And I don't want to end on a negative note, because there is a lot of positive going on in our industry. There are more states today legalizing and decriminalizing cannabis. If you paid attention at a local level, we had, I think, just 5 new counties or cities that just decriminalized. Austin obviously is decriminalized as well. Those are steps in the right direction, but in terms of actually leveraging this tech, there are so many closed doors. So what do? We turn to the creative solutions to navigate around it. And again, obviously platforms like this that can help bring awareness to the real issues that are facing the cannabis and CBD space. But with that, I really want to thank you again for your time and attention listening to me. Again, my name is Shada Tarabi with Restart CBD, and love talking about these topics. So I have a couple minutes. I think I would like to open it up for Q&A. If anybody has any questions for me, now is your chance.
Hi, Jada. Thanks very much.
Hello.
I'm wondering, based on the experiences you've had with all the platforms where you have been unceremoniously deplatformed.
Yes.
First of all, do you care about any kind of reversal on these things like lifetime bans? Do you expect that YouTube or PayPal or anyone like that is actually going to see a different light? And barring that, any of these sort of also ran platforms, do you see any of them as really promising? And if so, that would be great to know about.
These alternative platforms, I'll kind of start there. Yes, there's certainly some exciting opportunities. So to kind of give you, like a contrasting example, I'm on YouTube, even though there is the threat that YouTube could pull my content down. And so I do also post my content on WeedTube just as a supplementary. I just realistically don't think that these platforms are gaining enough traction or capacity for where consumers are actually hanging out. So it's not a substitute, it's like an and. So yes, if you are operating in this space, you kind of don't want to ignore the mainstream platforms, because that is the reality. I was speaking a couple days ago and someone was like, well, how do I avoid getting penalized? I'm like, you can't avoid it. It's going to happen. There's not a, oh, you said this or you posted that, that's going to be the equalization of why you got kicked off or got penalized or shadow banned, but it's just more of a plan for it to happen. And so how do you react? So obviously having backup accounts, things like that, just to prepare yourself so you don't lose your audience or your way to communicate. So that's kind of that on these alternative platforms. I think when it comes to some of these bigger platforms reversing their actions, I really can't answer that with clarity, right? I don't know what PayPal is going to do. The email that was sent to me was very explicit that I will be removed from their platform for infinity, and there's nothing I can do. Don't even try to raise the flagpole to try to contact us. But obviously, if things were to move at a federal level, I would imagine some of these platforms would start to take steps back to making the platforms more friendly. With that said, you have seen Facebook, Google, some of these platforms have come out to try to make it a little bit more like, we see you, cannabis, community. We're not trying to be, jerks to you, but it's not federally legal and we don't know what you're doing. So I think there's some understanding there, but certainly not at the velocity and the movement that we would need to see the platforms really embrace what we're doing, which is just trying to build a community and sell our products to consumers who want our products, right? Thank you, good question. Anybody else?
I'm just curious on, Texas has expanded its medical marijuana usage, and so there's quite a few dispensaries now for that. What is the timeline that you see for Texas legalizing marijuana, and also, do you think it'll happen federally before Texas will happen?
Oh, that's a loaded question. So you guys might not like me after I share my answer. So I'll caveat this with I also do a podcast called To Be Blunt, which is why the name of my talk was To Be Blunt. So I speak every Monday. I release new episodes where I talk about these issues with people who are way smarter than me. I mean, operating in California, Colorado, legacy markets, things like that. Texas is in a weird position. You look at Colorado and California, they were medical, recreation, and then hemp got legalized. Texas, we're a large state, and we actually have legalized hemp before we actually have introduced, while we have a medical marijuana program, it is very rudimentary and very infant and not compared to what you would expect a proper medical program. If you want to get into that, I'm happy to talk off stage and explain a little bit more of those nuances. But to answer kind of the point of your question, I think Texas is going to need a better medical program before you see recreation. No state has legalized recreation without a medical program, and ours is too locked right now for it to actually be accessible for people. And so I'm actually hopeful for this next legislative session, which is kicking off in January. That will be the next big movement for cannabis in the state of Texas. I do not think that we're going to move much, but my guess for legalization in Texas is 5 to 7 years on a conservative side. I always hope I'm wrong. And then I think even when it comes to federal legalization, you're probably not going to see interstate commerce like a consumer would imagine legalization. I still think there's going to be a lot of red tape because the infrastructure these states are building, they do not want things to be moving freely around. So you might get some sort of legalization, but it will probably still be left up to the states. And we know Texas likes to take its time and be independent, so it will probably legalize in a little bit different manner compared to some of the other states that have already legalized. But great question. I think that is all. Thank you again for the time. Appreciate you being here, and that's it. Sorry, now I'm going to introduce Wendy Garner from Point of Care to come talk about her business.
Hi, hello. Thank you for being here, Capital Factory. Thank you for having us. I am Wendy Garner, Point of Care Health Services. We are a portfolio member of the Capital Factory and so thrilled to be here and be part of the portfolio. We are also in the Johnny 5 room, just past the elevators. We provide on-site health and wellness services. Started this business 2 years ago, born out of the pandemic, knowing that because of bright minds like you in technology, we could bring health and wellness to organizations, to schools, and be in places where people could survive the pandemic, have a point of care test and know within 15 minutes with the most accuracy if it was safe to be in the space. And out of that, we also developed genetic testing on site, cholesterol and diabetes testing on site. And we are here providing B12 injections, COVID and flu vaccine, all in the effort to keep everyone as healthy and well as possible. And knowing that we can do this for employers, help reduce healthcare costs across the nation, and be mobile and convenient so that people aren't searching for labs, aren't in contagious and crowded doctors' offices and hospitals, and still have the services that everyone deserves. So again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for supporting us. We are just past the elevators. If you have not gotten your flu vaccine, and we've all heard it's raging right now, I'm in scrubs because I have some people out with the flu myself, and I'm a startup business, so I got to do it all. With that said, come see us, get a B12 injection. It helps with energy, clarity, focus. And yeah, if you have any questions, I'll be just past the elevators. Thank you all. Oh, there's some really great comedians coming up. They have so much good stuff to say, better than what I had. Thanks.
Hey everyone, just a few reminders real quick. So we do have some food that just came in the back, but we also have our comedians coming up for this fun lunch hour. And also if you haven't, we'll have a shirt up here in a little while, but our Capital Factory gift shop is next door. And we have Women in Tech shirts that say STEMinist on them, and they're super adorable. So if you would like to check out that during lunch as well, please do. But I would like to welcome to the stage Brandy Davis.
What's up, everybody? Oh, y'all ready for some lunch hour comedy? Come on, clap your hands if you're ready for some lunch hour comedy. Hell yeah, hell yeah. It's good to be here. People always see me, they see the haircut, they see the clothes, and they always immediately want to know what pronouns I prefer. First question, I love that question, I do, I love it. I'm just also personally very confused about it. And nowadays, everyone has their pronouns in their email signatures at my work, except for me. And I am by far the theyest looking person in the office. My human resources lady, Kathy, she keeps aggressively telling me she uses she, her, her. She'll find me in the break room, she'll hunt me down, and she'll be like, Brandy, come here. I use she, her, hers. What do you use, you they-looking girly boy? And I always answer the question like we're out to dinner and I'm not sure what to get to eat. I'm like, I don't know, Kathy. It all looks good to me. You choose. So I landed on she, her, hers, they, them, king, daddy, father, priest, Thumbelina, Polly Pocket. I'll keep going. Y'all shout them out. I'll take suggestions. I'm open to it. No, I'll stop. It's a long email signature for sure. It just keeps going and going. But I have decided, though, the one thing I don't like being called is little lady. Like, I don't know if it's Texas or what, but sometimes people will be like, hey there, little lady. And I'm like, I don't know for sure that I'm fully woman, but I know I'm not little lady. Like, I have chronic diarrhea. I would not let my worst enemy eat my ass. It would be filthy, it would be horrible. It's really mean to tell that joke when y'all are eating sandwiches. It's absolutely disrespectful to your lunch hour. I do love when people get my pronouns wrong, though, and they think I'm really mad about it. Y'all, that's actually my favorite thing. I went to this Chipotle the other day, and the person who was making my food looked up at me and called me sir, and he could not look at me in the eyes the rest of the time. He was just heads down plopping beans. And I was like, dude, you're making me a burrito. Like, you can call me whatever you want. You'd be like, you want some guacamole, you little bitty asshole girl? And I'd be like, yeah, serve it up. I love it. I love it. Give me the guacamole. It's still tip big and everything, too. A lot of things changed for me when I chopped all the hair off, less free drinks, less cat calls. But I do still love when men hold the door open for me, though. And then suddenly my ladylike side does come out. They'll hold the door open for me. I'll be like, oh my God, stop it. Cut it out. Stop it. You're too much. I just drop my filthy ass in the doorway and then go ask for his girlfriend's number. It's good. It's fun. We love it. It's good. Y'all, I am non-binary, or else I am non-binary in the way that I want to be invited to the boy parties and the girl parties. Like, I did finally figure out my gender identity, and it's just, I like to party. So if I get invited to your wedding, I expect to be invited to the bachelor party and the bachelorette party, all right? Like, I want to go to brunch. I want to go to the strip club. I want to go hunting. I want to get my nails done. I want to be respected. That's it. I just want to be respected. That's it on that one. That's across the board there. We got any straight people out here? Straight people at the tech convention? Everyone's silently nodding in one polite hand raise. Politest straight people ever. It's okay. Y'all can be proud about it. It's all right. It's all right. No, I'm glad y'all are here. I tried really hard to be straight. I tried really hard. But now, like, as an adult woman, hearing the plight of my women friends who are attracted to men, I'm kind of happy I'm not, you know? Because my women friends will be messaging a guy on Tinder, and it'll be like, you're so smart, you're so cute, want to take you on a nice little date, and then she'll reject him and it'll suddenly flip. And he'll be like, you bitch, you're not worth a date to Lubies, I hate you. I didn't mean any of that nice shit. And it's like, anytime I reject a woman on Tinder, the response is like, well, it was nice to meet you. I hope you get that a rescue dog and that tattoo sleeve you always wanted. It's all a lie. I would never reject a woman in my entire life. I would never dream of it. Are you serious? Never. I don't want to stand up here and brag in front of all of you cool tech people, but actually I have a lot of friends. Mainly because I'm very bad at Tinder. I only make friends on that app. And people always complain to me. They're always like, Brandy, I can never find love on that app. Only fuck buddies. And I'm like, you know what's worse than fuck buddies? Actual buddies. Like, I'll go on a 5-hour date with a woman and leave with a friendship bracelet and a side hug, you know? It's like, it's very cute. It's very cute. It's just, it's not ideal. It's not what I downloaded the app for. Y'all on the apps out there? Anybody on the dating apps? No. Smart man. Not anymore? You got off? Why'd you get off? Oh, what I was, oh yeah, it's just for buddies. Okay, I thought you were gonna say like men were mean to you and bullying you on the app. I'm glad that didn't happen to you. Yeah, no, good. I'm so good at crowd work. I'm fantastic at this. I'm gonna go back to doing my bits. I think that was going better. Y'all, I've noticed how people always say that they wish they had a gay best friend, but no one ever specifically says they wish they had a lesbian best friend. What's up with that? What's up with that? And it's usually like straight women that say this, like in TV or movies or real life. They'll be like, you know, I kind of wish I had just one little gay friend. And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm right here. What do you mean? I just bought you a latte because I'm secretly in love with you? What do you mean? And they're like, no, silly. I mean, like a little gay best friend that can help me pick out my outfits and my shoes and shit. Like, girl, I can help you pick out your shoes. You like work boots? You like Vans? Come on, girl, get in the car. I'll take you to the mall. We'll get you a Carhartt beanie and a Carabiner. You look good. You look different. You look like a construction worker. It'll be cute. That's lesbian fashion 101. Just now y'all know everything about our culture. Speaking of straight women keep doing this thing to me recently where they'll come up to me and they'll be like, Brandy, if I was gay, I'd date you. And then I have to be like, well, if I was straight, I wouldn't date you because I'd be attracted to men. Was that fun for you? Did you like that? Was that fun? It's like coming up to someone and being like, hey, just so you know, I'm like almost attracted to you. Like if you were completely different or I was completely different, I think we'd be married. Just a thought. But a lot of the women who say this to me are very attractive, and I am non-binary, constantly thinking about transitioning. So I'm kind of like, how serious is this attraction? Because, like, I just placed an order for testosterone. Like, I could be a man by our first date. And since I'll be a man, girl, I'll just take you to Chili's instead of the romantic picnic I had planned when I was a lesbian. It'll be good. We'll get bacon ranch quesadillas, the most romantic of foods. Hands down. A lot of times when I say that part, the dudes all cheer. And I'm like, yeah, I know y'all are taking these girls out to Chili's. I can tell. Great date spot. Y'all, I'm going to be kind of vulnerable with y'all at this tech convention. All right? Why not? I recently got my first ever dick strap-on situation. Yeah, I did. I got one. It's a good thing to talk about at lunch when the sun's up. Yeah, I got one. I got an expensive one. You can get a cheap one. I just personally don't want to put something that looks like a lava lamp into another person. It seems disrespectful. So I got an expensive one. It looks real. It's got veins and shit. And my roommates were excited too. And like I was excited. I was like, baby got our first ever little dick strap-on situation. And my roommates were like, we want to see it, girl. Bring it down to the kitchen. We want to see. So I brought it down to the kitchen for a little dick show and tell action. Just pots, pans, and my little rubber dickie. And the first thing that my dude roommate says, he goes, my dick's bigger than that. My dick's way bigger than that. And I was like, dude, I ordered this online. This has nothing to do with me. This is not a reflection of my masculinity. Except it hurt my feelings a lot. It hurt my feelings a whole lot. So I actually just went out and I bought a big truck, and now I just drive around super aggressively on the highway. I'm just really mean to pedestrians now. It makes me feel like a big boy. And I got a bigger one, it's like 10 feet tall, and I just carry that around like a staff. Everywhere I go, I just poke that one roommate with it when he's bothering me. I'm like, get out of here, I want to cook in here, get out of here. Y'all, this happened to me for the first time the other day. This happens to me sometimes. I was using the public women's bathroom, and I was using the hand dryer, as you do. And this old, ancient, decrepit woman came in, and I was the first person that she saw. And she looked so freaked out and confused. She kept like checking the bathroom door, like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, because she thought she was in the wrong place. And I felt like I finally understood what a spider feels like. I was like, I'm more afraid of you than you are of me, I promise. And then she just hit me with a newspaper until I died. No, I'm here, I'm thriving. I'm good. My sister recently got married, and I do like to wear traditionally masculine clothing, just to confuse the elderly. So I went into this men's warehouse to get fitted for a suit, and there was this little contraption on the side of the pant. And I was like, what's that for? What's this? And the guy who was working there was like, oh, that's so you can just eat as much food as you like at the event and just let those pants out. It's like, what? What? I can just like eat a baguette, let my pants out, eat another baguette? That's crazy. That's crazy, because I used to wear like traditionally feminine clothing, and we didn't get anything like that. Like, sometimes the pockets on our pants were just stitched shut. Just like, I just imagine the people being like, women, they don't need pockets. They can just pop their chapstick in their biological pocket. They can just pop their chapstick in their pussy pocket. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I'm never going back. I'm always going to dress like a 15-year-old boy for the rest of my life. Absolutely. Y'all, I decided to try something new this year. I decided to try to become a vegetarian. But in my family, it's actually way scarier to come out as a vegetarian than as a lesbian. Because all of the Texans in my family are the kinds where you ask them where they're from, and they're like, me? Oh, I'm from Texas. Born and raised, born and raised. I've never been anywhere else, and I don't want to. My breath smells like A1 sauce. That's on purpose. I've got 60 guns, 6 wives, but I secretly hate women. And it's like 99% of a Texan's identity is eating meat. So I was like, great, I'm going to get disowned. For sure I am. So I go home to see my mom. She's going to make me this nice Texas-style breakfast. All the meats are going to be represented: eggs, bacon, ham, more bacon. And I was like, I got to tell her. I can't eat that. I got to tell her. So I said, Mama, you're going to want to sit down. I got some news. I said, Mama, I'm a vegetarian. And she looks up at me and she goes, honey, you don't have to come out twice. I know lesbians don't eat meat. I was like, wow. Very mature, very mature. And then she said, but get out of this house. No, she didn't. I got to stay. And I ate the bacon, actually. And it was good. It tasted good, All right, last bits from me. Got any Christians out here? All right, we got a couple polite Christians. The rest of y'all are debaucherous sinners in the house at the tech conference. Woo! Oh yeah, some of y'all love to sin. All right. Well, before I was a big old raging proud lesbian, I was a big old Christian. Huge. And I used to go to church all the time, so often that my mom grounded me from Bible study for getting a C in Spanish. I was a really cool kid, really cool. No, I just was really devout, Just had a really devout crush on the woman preacher there. She would place her hand on my back to pray for me, and I would feel chills all over my body. And I was like, is this the spirit of Jesus Christ? This feels amazing. I'm going to keep coming back. No, it was me being horny for the very first time at church of all places. I did go to church a lot. I went to something called AP Bible Study. And I don't know what AP stood for in this context, except maybe actually purgatory, because that's what it felt like in there. But we were reading the Bible, and we came across that gay-hating verse, the one in Leviticus, the one that says, if a man lies with another man, they're an abomination. And I just remember reading that verse and thinking, that has nothing to do with me. That has nothing to do with me. I'm a woman, kinda, I also got all of my sex education from church, except they called it sex camp. And I was like, sex sounds pretty cool. I love camp. It's like, I don't know what I thought I was going to be doing, y'all. It's like I thought I was going to be like zip lining right into some Christian pussy. I just had my Chacos on, some sunscreen and some lube, and I was like, let's wrap up this communion, baby. I'm ready to sin. You know, where's this church orgy happening at? The sanctuary? Let's go. And then instead it was this couple named Margie and Jake wearing identical black turtlenecks, and they looked like they hated each other, but they were like, we're very happily married, we promise. He was like, 8th graders, y'all should wait till marriage we did. Neither one of us have ever come before. And then at the end, we had to sign a contract to Jesus Christ that we would never have sex with a man unless we married one. And baby, I stay true to my contract. All right, I'm a woman of my word. All right, y'all have been fun. Thanks for listening to my nasty jokes during your lunch break. Y'all have been a blast. And we got one more awesome comedian for you. She's one of the best in town. So we need to get loud, put those hands together. Y'all ready for some more comedy? You ready to keep laughing? All right, keep that applause going, keep it going for Angelina Martin!
Keep it going for Brandy, y'all. What a star. How are y'all feeling? Yeah? Nice, me too. I'm so happy to be here with y'all. I had to quit smoking weed recently. Normally people boo me when I say that in Austin, which is very funny to me because that doesn't happen with other drugs. You say you quit heroin, people throw you a parade. You say you quit weed, people are like, stop being a pussy. It's not fair, okay? Weed can still be detrimental to your life, even though it's the only drug you can openly be addicted to, and your friends will still let you house sit. They're like, she's not gonna steal our TV, she's too sleepy for that. And it's true, I am, or I was. I did have to quit weed though, which is sad, because I still want to hang out with the stoners. I still identify with stoner culture. Just because weed gives me panic attacks sometimes now, doesn't mean I'm not still passionate about sitting down. All right, I may not be high all the time anymore, but I'm still gonna find a way to work aliens into the conversation. It's gonna come up. I don't care if we're at your kid's baptism. I've got theories. I may not be waking and baking before work these days, but I'm still gonna do a really bad job. At least I'm consistent. I feel like I'm more irritable since quitting weed. Everything annoys me now. Like, I hate when people ask me what my tattoos mean, like I'm supposed to know. That just gives me way too much credit. Trust me, the only thing that any of my tattoos mean is that one time I had $80. That is it, I promise you. I'm not a deep thinker. I got one brain cell left and she's bouncing around my skull like an air hockey puck. It is peaceful up here. Got a nice breeze going on. Any of my fellow dumb people here today? I don't believe you, all right? Just something, I feel like there's probably one of those invisible electric fences that keeps dumb people out of this room, but I appreciate the support nonetheless. I am a dumb person. I feel like a lot of people I meet like pretend to be dumber than they actually are, or really think that about themselves, and I'm sick of it. I'm tired of people being like, oh, I only have 2 master's degrees instead of 3, I'm so stupid. Shut up, okay? You're not dumb. I'm a real dumb person. I thought rosé was just red and white wine mixed together until I was 27 years old. And I'm currently 27 years old. That was 15 minutes ago I found out that information. Really put things into perspective for me. So yeah, I'm gonna gatekeep dumbness, even though I had to look up what the word gatekeep means for that joke. But I'm committed to learning and growing every day. I'm a dumb person, but I'm also a socialist, and these two identities create some conflict in me because I never know if I should speak up for what I believe in or if I should shut up because I'm making us look bad. It is hard to decide sometimes because I really do strongly believe to my core that everyone deserves the right to have safe access to food and healthcare and housing. But if you ask me to explain why, I'm just like, I don't know, sharing is caring. I was not expecting follow-up questions. A hot guy with a beard told me to believe this. And I did, because I wanted to bone him. Have y'all ever been so horny you developed principles? We all get, just, oh wow. Better than a laugh in many ways. It's cool. We all gotta get there, you know, one way or another. Sometimes the first step towards eating the rich is getting eaten out by the poor. They're usually better at it. So hungry. That's the power of the working class. They'll eat you out through a brick wall. I'm assuming. I gotta be honest, I skimmed the literature at best. I was like, I get it, I don't wanna work either. And I look good in red, sign me up for the newsletter. I love mail, it's another form of attention. I just wanna check before I get any further in my set, have you guys gotten the sex talk already? I don't wanna spoil it if you haven't. There's a lot of twists and turns, sometimes a surprise ending, but does anyone remember getting the sex talk? You seem to like me. Do you remember getting the sex talk? You didn't get one? Okay, well, it's, you keep on living that legit life. Just figure it out. You got the sex talk? In 8th grade, was it your parents' fingers crossed, or was it like a really cool kid? Was it like at a class, or was he just like, hey, I need to talk to you real quick? Okay, I'm really glad it was everyone, and he wasn't just like, hey, listen, I need you to stretch your quads, and also here's how life is created. That's I'm jealous that you got a caring adult to give that talk. I got the sex talk from a cassette tape series called Passport to Purity. Which was strange, because I didn't realize that purity was a destination, let alone that it had border control. And this tape series was narrated by one of those first-name pastors, Pastor Craig, just like a human soul patch of a man. And by Pastor Craig's wife, who not only gave up her last name for her husband, but her first name as well. No one remembers it. It's been years since it's been uttered, like an ancient curse. It's actually just Sharon, super easy to remember. It's on her driver's license, or it would be if she was allowed to have one. And the two of them, they taught me a lot about life, love, etc. But the thing that stuck with me the longest is they told me, your virginity is like a water balloon. If you have sex before marriage, you lose all the water from that water balloon. But other activities can also reduce the amount of water in your water balloon. Every time you give a boy a little kiss and a little hug and a little touch and you perch your buttocks on his knee, you graze your hand against his at the water fountain, you make direct eye contact after 7 p.m. on a school night, you lose a little bit more water from that water balloon. And then boom, it's your wedding night and you only have a half full water balloon to give your husband. Now, is that a good gift to give your husband on your wedding night? And I just remember thinking, I don't even think a full water balloon would be a good gift. We're getting married. Don't prank me right now, bro. It's not the time or the place. This is not the wet I'm trying to be tonight. Read the room. It did work on me, though. It brainwashed me. Went out, got myself a purity ring. Show up purity rings. Who's getting into heaven still? Yeah, oh, just me. Okay, cool. You got the purity ring on. Track coach gave it to you. That's a good coach, or a bad one. One or the other. But do you guys know what purity rings are? Yes. Okay. Well, for anyone who didn't grow up as a Christian or as a fan of the Jonas Brothers, a purity ring's a little piece of jewelry that some Christian parents would give their prepubescent daughters as like a symbol to save their virginity for NASCAR or something. A little fuzzy on the details. They weren't that uncommon when I was growing up, but the odd part for me was that my parents didn't give me my purity ring. They actually weren't that conservative about sex when I was growing up. That tape series was played for me by a babysitter with no boundaries. So I had to save up my own hard-earned allowance and buy my own purity ring and sit my parents down and give them the talk when I was about 11. It's like, listen, Mom, Dad, God, I just wanted to have a conversation with all three of you and let you know that I have decided not to have sex until marriage. And they're both like, that's not necessary. We're not asking that of you. And I was like, heard loud and clear, I shall remain chaste. And they're like, we just want you to have fun and be safe. It's fine, nerd, just use protection. And I was like, it's too late, I'm sealing it up. It's sealed shut. Because being abstinent as an ugly, awkward teenager is a very convenient policy. I could just pretend that all the sex I wasn't having was my choice. It's because I wanted it that way. Not because of lack of interest from my peers. But it was quite a rude awakening when I revoked that policy around age 17 and announced to all my classmates, probably standing on top of a cafeteria table, like, hi everyone, I's up here. This is sport, by the way. I paid $1,500 for immoral classes. Hi, attention up here. I just wanted to let all of you know that I recently saw the 2002 film Chicago for the first time. And I am now interested in having premarital sex. So everyone form a neat and orderly line, no pushing, no shoving. I'll get to everyone eventually. And everyone around me was collectively just like, no thank you. You got a real weird vibe about you. You wear too many barrettes for someone who is not an American Girl doll. And you call it premarital sex. So we're gonna sit this one out. Fair enough, don't worry, that story does have a happy ending, and by that I mean I went home and jerked off to Chicago again. Never lets me down. Probably gonna do it after this show, you know? You don't mess with success. I do wanna clear up something about, I lied a bit earlier. I actually do have one tattoo that has personal significance. I have a tiny tattoo of the moon, which of course means I am bisexual. Thank you. That is what it means if it is on a white woman. If you're a white woman not laughing right now, I'm gonna assume you just found out you're bisexual. I'm so sorry you had to hear it from me, but you should have figured it out like the rest of us by watching Cruel Intentions at a sleepover in 7th grade. That's on you. It's too late to come out now. We're not doing that anymore. You're just gay until proven otherwise. Saves time. We're all busy. It's true, I am bisexual, but I'm very bad at it. My problem is I have to stop assuming that girls are gay. It's gotten me into too many sticky predicaments, and I can't afford to break another lease. So from here on out, going forward, I got a new strategy. I'm gonna play it safe and just pretend that every hot girl I meet is straight until she explicitly tells me otherwise. She's got a snapback on, doesn't mean anything. She's got a rainbow flag pin on her cargo jacket, I'm not reading into it. She's kissing my neck, she's probably just being polite. Her family is Scandinavian, it's probably just a cultural thing. I'm not gonna be rude and just assume a girl is queer just because she's fingering me. There's a number of explanations available. Maybe she lost her keys, I don't know. I know her star sign, not her story. I actually don't know anything about star signs yet, but astrology is next on my list of interests to adopt in order to further alienate men. Because apparently liking Taylor Swift and crying in public isn't driving them away fast enough. Men seem to really hate astrology for some reason. It infuriates them. They're like, planets can't make you sad, only basketball and your dad can. It's all fake, astrology's all made up. Yeah, no shit, that's why we like it. Everything you enjoy is made up too. Did you think libertarianism and Magic the Gathering were created during the Big Bang? It's not like either of us are hurting anyone here, so why don't you let me keep believing that Mercury in retrograde is the reason my credit score is so low. And I'll let you keep believing that your girlfriend naturally doesn't grow hair on her asshole. We'll both be happy in our delusions. I gotta be honest with you, I don't know if I'm ever gonna get around to fully understanding astrology in my lifetime. I really would like to, but I don't even know where to start. Like, I'm such an astrology poser, I don't even know shit about it. I didn't even know my own sign. Like, my whole life, I thought I was an Aquarius. It turns out I'm actually an alcoholic. Always get those mixed up. So does my therapist. She's not very good. She's one of those free therapists I found on the side of the road. I was like, maybe I can refurbish her. You guys don't have free therapists. You have regular ones, I can tell. I'm just like practice for my therapist. She's like trying to get in shape. It's good. She's 17. It's great. I feel pretty comfortable with y'all by now. I feel like I can let y'all know I've been figuring out some things about myself recently, like the fact that I'm a little gender fluid. You don't have to clap, but I am a hero. Don't want it anymore. It's cool. Now, if y'all are confused about what gender fluid means, I'm more confused, okay? I don't know what it means. I'm figuring it out. And right now, that mainly involves getting drunk on weeknights with gay people. And that's actually gonna be the beginning and the end of that journey for me. Because I'm not gonna read a book about my identity when I could get the same results by getting smashed with someone with a mullet who also doesn't talk to their dad that much. That sounds way more fun. I'm gonna do that every time. I don't know. I feel, again, we're all best friends here, so I can tell you all this. But truthfully, I haven't even told the person that I'm sleeping with that I'm a little fluid on the gender yet. And I don't feel bad keeping it from him. But sometimes we'll be cuddling in bed together, and I'll just look up at him, and I'll smile, and I'll think to myself, this man has no idea he's gay right now! So sad, bro! Live your truth, it gets better! It's just so funny to me because he looks so smug, thinking that he just participated in all this nasty heterosexual intercourse. And he has no clue. He just sucks some dude's titties. Who's gonna tell him? Not me, but someone should. Soon, before midnight, when you turn back into a lady. I think that's how it works. I don't know. I didn't read the book. I don't even know why I'm keeping it from him, though. He wouldn't have a problem with it. He's so progressive. The other day, he described himself as an ally to the queer community, and it took everything in me not to be like, man, you are more than an ally. If you have been in me at all, you are in the community. I will see you at the parade. Bring snacks. I am really happy to be here with you guys. Give it up for women in tech. Okay, or not. I'm not literally a woman in tech, but when my batteries and my vibrator die, I rub them on the carpet sometimes to recharge them. So in many ways, I run NASA. I've had a lot of jobs in the past, I've been a hoe online before. Thank you so much. I'm not ashamed to talk about it, obviously. See, I'm not embarrassed that I used to be a cam girl. I'm embarrassed that I only made $40. Thank you guys so much. I've been Angelina Martin. Give it up for your host.
Okay, wow. Hello. Suffice it to say, we're all gay, no problems, no big deal. I knew it for a long time, married or not, I knew it. But thank you so much, Angelina and Brandy. That was hilarious, okay? Let's give them a round of applause. Much needed break, right? We've been in intense space for a long time talking about tech and all of its intensity. So we needed a little comedy break, and we appreciate them for that. All right, so it's time to move on to our next session, which is Austin's Global Entrepreneurship Week. It's a Austin's Global Entrepreneurship Week's panel. It's called Who Runs the World? So when I ask you who runs the world, what do y'all say? Who runs the world? Who runs the world? Yeah, y'all know what's up. Y'all know what's up. Okay, let's welcome our next panelist, everyone.
Hello, everyone. So good to see you all here at Women in Tech. I'm gonna bring on Kat and Leslie and Eunice. I am Carly Teardorf, the Director of Strategic Partnerships here at Capital Factory, and I'm so happy to be with you all today. See so many familiar faces and a lot of new folks as well. Can you raise your hand if this is your first time at Capital Factory? Yes, welcome. We're so happy you're here. Thank you for joining us. Raise your hand if this is not your first time here. Me too. All right. Okay, well, those of you who didn't raise your hand, someone just doesn't want to raise their hand. So y'all get ready. We are gonna have Q&A with this incredible panel of amazing women. So y'all be thinking of questions. We might even shift to them early because we wanna get y'all involved. So is everyone awake after our comedy show? I didn't know we were gonna hear some jokes like that, but we have a fun act to follow. And I could not be with better folks today to follow this. So welcome, ladies. I'm gonna have you all introduce yourself first and say all the incredible things about what you're working on and what brings you here today. Kat, you wanna go first?
Sure. I'm on. Great. Hello, everyone. I'm Kat Dazan. I'm co-founder of Active Capital. We're a venture firm based in San Antonio, and we invest in SaaS technology startups. Prior to that, I spent over 12 years at Rackspace, a technical firm also based in San Antonio. During my time of transitioning out of Rackspace and starting Active Capital, I also led the angel investing community in San Antonio, so I know a lot of angel investors who are very active in the space. I'm also the chairman of the board for Geekdom, which is our entrepreneurship community in San Antonio, and I proudly serve our entrepreneurs there, their founders, and helping them get their ideas started into startups. And I also proudly serve on the board of directors for Girls Inc. of San Antonio, where we focus on girls from ages 5 to 18, getting them thinking about STEM, getting them thinking about their careers, their futures, and how they really want to impact their future in a very big way. And I'm here today to talk about women running the world.
All the things she does, and she's a proud mama.
And a proud mom, yes.
All right, Leslie.
Howdy. Happy International Education Week, happy Global Entrepreneurship Week, and then also on Friday or Saturday, Women Entrepreneurship Day. But I'm Leslie Robinson. I am the director of the Kinder Scott Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute at the University of Texas at Austin. Hook 'em. Let's try it again. Let's get a hook 'em. And my background is actually international education. So I've been an international educator for about 15 years, encouraging students to experience the world as their classroom. And so when I took the position at KSWALI, what we call the Institute for short, I was really inspired that our motto is empowering women to lead, encouraging the world to follow. And so I really love the intersection of global mindset and entrepreneurial mindset and really instilling that into our students at such a young age. And so that's what we're doing at KSWALI. But background is that I used to work from Capital Factory. I randomly found myself in the social impact and green tech startup scene running an accelerator program called Tarmac TX for a French organization called INCO. And when I applied for that position, it was actually to support women in tech. And so I ended up writing a white paper for Chanel and the Chanel Foundation on how to support women in tech, and that guide is available online called Power Her in Tech. And so really happy to be on stage, and thank you so much for a topic that's so near and dear to my heart. Thank you, Leslie.
All right.
Awesome. Can you guys hear me? Great. My name is Eunice Ajim, and I'm the founding partner at Ajim Capital. We're an early stage VC fund that invests specifically across sub-Saharan Africa. 10 years ago, I moved to the United States as an international student, and I like to say my path to venture capital has been a very narrow path. Moved to the US, was based in Houston, Texas. From there, I moved to Louisiana, graduated college, and then moved to Austin. I've been in Austin for the last 7.5 years. So I've been in Austin more than the longest out of the United States. And when I moved to Austin, I got my first job out of college at Apple, an amazing company, but the entrepreneur in me couldn't stick around for very long, so about a year into it, I quit that job and I started my first tech company. That company was called DataGeek, and I think that was really my first introduction to how amazing the Austin startup ecosystem is. I think California and the Bay Area is just realizing it, so we're seeing a lot of them moving to the Austin area, but very good community. I have been able to grow very fast in my startup and entrepreneurial journey because of the support of the Austin community. So started 2 tech companies, the first one called DataGeek, the second one was called Open Teams, and as we were growing, my love for the African continent grew along the way. Started angel investing, realized that there was a big gap between access to capital between Africa and the rest of the world. So I made it a mission of mine to bridge that gap, and that's really how we launched Ajim Capital.
So can we hear it for our panelists, y'all? Incredible women doing amazing things all over the world. So before we get started, I'm going to tell you a tiny bit about myself and why I'm here to be with them today. I also had an international moment. It was a brief one, but went to UTSA, go Roadrunners, my first year of college, and then finished up at UT. Studied advertising and media strategy, media planning. And then I ran away for 3 months to Europe and decided I had to leave. I needed to see different parts of the world, learn from incredible people everywhere. At this point, nothing necessarily entrepreneurial, although I was running an in-home dog and house sitting business that propelled me all through college, and I didn't pay rent most of my years in college, which were very challenging years, but we made it. And I ended up getting my master's in Barcelona at UPF in International Media, Power, and Diversity. So it was really focused on different voices and different perspectives and how to amplify and elevate those voices throughout the world. I was very, very surprised by how much the US media impacted every single part of the world. And through that, my thesis research was focused on young European entrepreneurs. And I was actually invited by 3 Day Startup, which is another organization that started out of Capital Factory, started at UT originally, but I was invited to be a global ambassador to the Global Entrepreneurship Summit in The Hague. And that was where I had this taste of global entrepreneurship and all of the incredible work that was happening all over the world. And so little touches to each of their stories, and now I am the Director of Strategic Partnerships here at Capital Factory. My mission as a person is to build more equity into the state of Texas, whether that be in venture funding or throughout the communities that we have. So thank you for showing up today. Looking out at a room like this makes my heart full. And I want to just give a shout out real fast. Haley's going to hate me, but to Haley Guerin, who put together Women in Tech today. So if everyone can just give her a large round of applause. I hope she's in here. And then our incredible team supporting. There she is. Thank you, Haley. Okay, so we're about to get started. I do want to take one moment. I do have a piece of paper to quote something. So I think many of you are hopefully aware of the situation that's happening in Iran currently for women. And I just want to take a moment as we talk about trailblazing women all across the world, that we take a moment to recognize what's happening. So I'm just going to read this quote from the 16 UN-appointed independent human rights experts who just released a joint statement about what's happening in Iran right now. They called for the immediate release of all protesters, in quotes, who have been arbitrarily deprived of their liberty for the sole reason of exercising their legitimate rights to freedom of opinion and expression, association and peaceful assembly, and for their actions to promote and protect human rights and fundamental freedoms through peaceful means. And with their passion, power, and spirit, I hope we embody in our conversation today, and we all take a moment just to think about what's happening, and I encourage you all to amplify and advocate in whatever ways you see possible. And we're gonna go into our conversation today. So, ladies, thank you again for being here. And we're gonna start with what part of the world you're focused on. Y'all already kind of touched on it, and really focused on the local communities and how those support globally. So we are seeing that across. So whoever wants to start with that one, I will go ahead and let you go. Is it?
I'll start, yeah. So I'm fortunate to be at UT, which is rich in opportunities, global opportunities. And so because I have worked in international education, have worked and traveled and volunteered abroad, I've been to 38 countries, I've really established a personal and professional relationship with Texas Global. And so KSLE is always raising our hand to welcome groups from around the world that are in Austin, who are on campus, to talk about entrepreneurship from an American context, but also from a gender context, so what it means to be a woman in business. And so we have hosted about 20 visiting groups since campus has been back open since this summer, which is really exciting. But specifically, KSLE has been involved with the YSEALI program, which is the Young Southeast Asian Leadership Initiative. It's a U.S. State Department program, and we've hosted 2 fellows from that program, one from Indonesia, one recently from Morocco, and then I've been a host mom to a couple others from Malaysia. But what started off as a virtual exchange because of COVID, and really having a fellow from Indonesia learning about how KSLE is empowering women to lead, and really focused on who you are as a founder, your strengths, your blind spots, your values. She was able to take the lessons that she learned from our Found Her program, apply them with the cultural context for the women that she works with in South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and launch a program that was inspired and influenced by our Founder program. And so I was fortunate enough to go in August to help launch the Women Lab Bootcamp, which is really exciting because it spans across the island of South Sulawesi, across 3 cities with 40 women across 9 universities. So if you think about just the perspective of those women's also coming together to learn from each other. So they just graduated the first cohort. We are looking to bring, Dharma, my fellow, here to the U.S. to be in the classroom to teach about what it means to be a woman in business and for women to give back to the Indonesian economy. And that's just the start. So at UT, we like to say what starts here changes the world. And like I said, that global perspective global mindset with entrepreneurial mindset is really what we are focused on for this next generation of courageous, creative women leaders. And so right now, Indonesia and Southeast Asia, but I really see that expanding globally soon.
I can go next. I always like to tell my experience based off very specific stories. The reason why and how I even got involved with the African continent is, I don't know if you guys remember, not long ago in 2020, after all the layoffs, when companies wanted, talent to come back to work, there was a huge shortage in talent across the United States, especially for technical talents. So I convinced my team, I was like, hey, we could look anywhere else, but you gotta give Africa an opportunity. I truly believe that I can help you guys find some of the top talent software engineers across the continent. And they said, okay, Eunice, if you think you can do that, go for it. It was a hassle, right? I faced so many challenges first, finding the talent, and then the interview, they were really excited, the capabilities of the software engineers versus what they were asking in terms of salary was just astonishing. But after we hired a team out of Nigeria, Kenya, Rwanda, we faced a few other issues: compliance, legal, payroll, cross-border payment. I had to drive to the bank at the end of every month, wire the money. It would take a month for my employees to get their salary. Not a good experience for me as an employer and not a good experience for the employee. So I started to look for solutions to fix my problems. I was like, I'm pretty sure there are people out here that are building these things. The more I searched, the more I found amazing companies. I was like, oh my gosh, there are actually amazing startup founders building amazing products out of the African continent for Africans by Africans. And one of the biggest challenges that they were facing was first access to capital. Everybody has that problem, right? But then the second one is just resources and the right network to be able to get them from point A to B. So me being I'm a startup founder, we're growing, but again, I don't have that much money, but I'm like, hey, I'm gonna give my little money will do something. So I started angel investing. By the end of 2021, I had angel invested in 10 companies. And the more I did it, the more my husband said, Eunice, we don't have that much money, you gotta stop. So I said, well, I have been able to raise VC money as a startup founder. What if I went out there and I raised VC money and I invested specifically in the African continent? And everybody said, Eunice, you're crazy. How many black women do you know out there that have actually raised a fund and you're saying you're gonna go invest in Africa? When people think of Africa, they don't think tech, they don't think talent, right? They think the poor, the wars, the corruptions. You're gonna have a very hard time doing it. I said, well, let me know, I'm gonna show you. Yeah. So in September of last year, I exited my company early and I said, I'm gonna go out there and I'm going to raise a VC fund. It took me 3 months to figure out what the heck is VC and how do I learn it. In January of 2020, I made a PR and I said, hi, my name is Eunice Ajim, and I'm launching a $10 million fund to invest specifically in African tech companies. I don't know how God did it. My post went viral. Within 4 months, we had a first close. And I was capable of, if you guys don't know what a first close means, when people gave me money, and I was capable of investing in a few companies. And I think for me, and I said, I'm gonna make it a life mission of mine to figure out, I want to change the narrative for the whole African continent. I want to be that person that when you think of Africa, you think amazing, a group of amazing, hardworking young entrepreneurs, tech talent, right? You think futuristic, we might be somewhere else, but we're working hard to get to the next stage. Really, that's where I'm coming from.
Incredible. Thank you.
So for Active, we launched our first fund in 2017, and we were structured to lead seed rounds. So we wanted to be the lead investor that startups were looking for. And that takes a lot of conversation. It takes a lot of relationship building to get to the point of investment. So we were slow moving. Our thesis was SaaS technology. We're out of Texas, but we'll invest anywhere. So because the relationship has to be very deep, we started with US-based, states and US-based startups. Then in 2020, when we closed our second fund, COVID hit. And everything had to change for us. The way we looked at investments, the way we had to approach a new startup and start to build relationships. So we opened up our strategy, our approach, and we started just really meeting with everyone outside of the US walls. So we started taking a look at international deals, which were very intriguing. The only thing we learned, one of the things we learned, is investing outside of the US does require a lot more diligence because it depends on the country, it depends on the tech, it depends on the law of the land. And we felt that it should be intentional to know where we're going into, to make the time, and we in Fund 2 started making international investments. So it's a slow progression into getting outside the US walls and going international, but we have a handful of deals. We'll continue to do intentional deals outside the US, and really it just has to be amazing tech for us to want to be a part of. But that's the progression of we don't write into our thesis that it's a certain region. It's just a promise of amazing tech investments that we look for.
Amazing. I love in all of your answers, there's this focus on the local and the relationship. And so next I want to talk about female founders and maybe some founders y'all met along the way, and how they're really impacting their local community, the work that they're doing, and as specific as you can get with this so we can really see who they are and where they are.
I'll let you guys. Oh, okay. So for me, just so you know, if you're a female founder, I save all of my lunch schedules for female founders. Just so you know, if you tell me we've met and you need to talk, all my lunch periods are saved for female founders. And I do that intentionally because we don't get that same treatment all the time. So it's something that I know, and I've had amazing conversations with women that realize, okay, this is it. This is where I'm either going to get an investor, I'm going to get some really great feedback, or this is going to be some serious feedback time for me personally. And through that, I've seen our female founders in portfolio grow exponentially. They come out and they're sitting there with an amazing idea, but they're just so conservative. And it's just, they needed that lunch to kind of just get it going, just get it selling, figure it out later, just charge forward. So as far as naming, I'm not naming because I can't do that to anybody, but those are the types of, and again, I go back to, it's got to be very intentional. And as long as networking is always part of your job as a founder, as an investor, that's the only way to make change in any of the landscapes in communities. And I encourage that with my female investors that I work and socialize with, is we have to just start with that straightforward intention to build up any type of real female-led ecosystem.
I love that. Prioritize time with each other.
So when we think about the state of women in entrepreneurship, and especially some of the stats, I have updated stats for us to kind of lay the foundation. But one thing we do at KSL is we change the narrative. So yes, there's challenges and barriers that women face when starting businesses, but really we want to come at it at an asset growth mindset. What are the strengths that women bring to business? And oftentimes that equals the give back to communities that never gets captured in a return on an investment or a metric of success. So we're trying to change, we are changing the narrative on what it means to be a woman in business. And if we look at the stats, so I'm a researcher, so I want to get these right, is that in 2020, so if we look at the stats, we all know that we are hearing about the 2.2% of VC funding that went to women entrepreneurs. Guess what? That stat is down. I mean, not in a good way. It's actually worse. We're 1.9%. So in 2021, with the new information coming out from the World Economic Forum, we've now gone negative 0.3%. What's interesting is that in 2021, women started 49% of new businesses in the US. 49% of new businesses in the US were started by women. That is an increase of 28% from 2019. That is plus 21%. So when we say that women are starting businesses, they are starting more businesses, and not just in the US, globally. This is the trend. And then also, I think what's really important to note is that, you know, men outnumber women 3-to-1 in business, or if you want to think about that in a different way, it's that globally only 1 in 3 businesses are owned by women. We have to do better. Women are starting businesses out of a lot of different needs, and so what we have seen at KS Valley is it's really about representation and confidence of women seeing themselves as founders. So we change the narrative. We say founder because we're invested in you as a leader. So when the first company doesn't make, you have the foundation of what it means to be a good leader, of what your strengths are, to find a co-founder, to build a team based off of some of the things that are blind spots for you. And what we then do is pipeline into the UT Austin ecosystem that's very rich to focus more on some of the business aspects. But we've really found that the magic is that students want community. They want other women next to them. And so when we think about that community piece, it's because women want to give back to women in a way that we never calculate. And so that's what I want to challenge us today, is think about that metric of success and that give back. When we do Lean Canvas model, let's do the feminist Lean Canvas business model that includes the social, environmental, political impact of your business. And that's what this next generation is focused on, in my opinion, is we're seeing a lot more social impact, social entrepreneurs, and I like that trend.
I do too.
I always have a very different perspective when people bring women than everybody else, so please.
Tell us.
I think I've been a woman, right? And I like to say that my whole life, especially since I moved to the United States, I could always say, man, I'm the only woman. I'm Black, unless you didn't see it. I have a very strong immigrant accent, right? I've always been the youngest around the room. I'm 26. I've done entrepreneur since I was 20-ish, full-time. And I could always look at all of these different things because I get in just yesterday I was speaking at a different Black women only conference for Diving. And I was hearing so many excuses on why they were not fundraising or why they were not going out there and asking money from VCs. And I said, girl, if you keep thinking of all those negative things, you will never do anything. But if you actually thought the opposite, like you just switched the flip and you said, I might be a woman, I might be an immigrant, I might be Black, I might be young, but guess what? That is an advantage because when you get in the room and you're different, people pay attention. Imagine me showing up to a conference with like this and this, you know what I mean? And every single person is in a suit, with a tie and a white shirt. Like I stand out. And people say, what made you get into this room? Like, why are you here? Like, so use that to your advantage. And right now, because there's so much talks about diversity, men are out there looking for you. Like they're out there looking for those rock stars. You just have to figure out how to get into those rooms. And it's easier said than done. But we can't keep talking about the challenges. I'm like, yes, we're doing this, but we actually gotta do the work. We can't keep just talking about it. And the moment you switch the flip, like every single time somebody told me that you couldn't do anything, I said, I'll go out there and I'll raise the money. It does not matter. And I've been homeless, like my car get repossessed and I'll still show up no matter what. So that's why, if there's anything I want you to get out of this room today, is that you are capable, you are valued, your opinion and your work matters. You will be surprised how much people need to hear what you have to say. And if they don't value it, get the F out of there.
Love it. Thank you.
And just to add to that, investors see that. You're going to bet on yourself every time. And that's what we're looking for. And if it's not a real problem and you're not really passionate about it, it comes through in everything you do and you say. Yeah. So when you're going in there and you're not quite sure and you're giving so much away in that conversation. But if you come in with that passion, with that determination, you're kind of like, wow, she's gonna get through just about every brick wall. right?
Charge through no matter
so
what.
charge through it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So to that point, we've all danced around this idea of being able to see yourself in these different positions and what those stories look like. When I did my thesis research in Barcelona, I was with young European entrepreneurs, and the entrepreneurs that came to mind when I asked them, who's successful? What does that look like? They were the Elon Musks and the Steve Jobs, and I felt very passionately that those are not the only stories that should be known, and that we should be highlighting, amplifying. All these stories are out there. Just oftentimes women aren't shouting from the rooftops, this is who I am, this is what I do. So can y'all give me a few examples and or just your own personal perspective on what that looks like now this year and where you maybe hope to see those stories going in the future? That was a big one.
I mean, I'm going to say this next generation. I mean, I get the privilege of having hope every day when I see students practicing, learning entrepreneurial mindset, and challenging, brands and companies to be more and to really have missions and whys and understand the impact. So I think that that's really encouraging. And, I think about the student leaders that are a part of our programs. I'm seeing Apurva in the audience. I just saw her, who's one of our founders, who's really, taking on big problems at such, we say young age. Think about what you're doing when you're an undergrad or when you're 20. And, taking the world by horns, literally, because I think that there's such a great support system here in Austin. I think we need to protect that at all costs. I think Austin has such good karma in networking and the resources that exist here, and I think that that's what makes us so unique. So, I'm going to say this next generation, but also, the women like the Kendra Scotts of the world who are giving back to challenge, to take away the barriers that women face, that they faced on their entrepreneurial journeys, because I think that that's also important, is that we need to clear our lunch calendars for women, and we need to make the space for women because we do business differently. And that's not a bad thing. It's just a different way that we need to approach it. And so there's my answer.
Okay. Anyone want to build on it? It's okay, we can go to the next one. Yeah.
I can go on it. I think for me, I'm all about if you can find that woman out there that is a representation of what you want to accomplish, be that woman. Yeah. I posted on my Twitter 2 weeks ago that, I'm going to be a billionaire, watch me. And a lot of people reached out to me and said, okay, give me your plan. And I have no plan. I just know I will.
Who believes it in here? I do.
Thank you. So I'm all about if you can find that woman, be that woman. And obviously I'm not the first Black woman to launch a VC firm. There are quite a few out there today, and that gives me the confidence to do it. But I can count them on my 10 fingers. You know what I mean? And I don't know a lot of them that are investing specifically in Africa. So I'm going to build my own table, and I'm going to invite all of y'all to sit with me. But it won't be the opposite. It won't be the other way around. In terms of specific women, quite frankly, I don't know specifically that is in my field. When people ask me, what are some of the top that you're seeing? Unfortunately, those are men, because they're at the place, and I'm it might not be a woman, but I can just see myself as him.
Yeah.
Oof. I have a personal story
yeah,
because to your point, but there's somebody that I've looked up to for a while, but I got to meet Coach Becky Hammond in 2015, and I did a fireside chat with her, and I spent the day with her. And I have to tell you, just the conversation and even the small talk, anytime Coach Pop was mentioned, she would also say, and I, and when I'm a coach. And she always saw herself in that seat, and she always talked about winning. So seeing her go on to be a strong assistant coach in the NBA, and then go to the WNBA, become a head coach, first year, all the way to the championship, and took the championship. She saw it so far ahead, and she never let anything get in her way. She flipped leagues to get it going, but she went through every door. She went through every obstacle, And Grant, I used to play ball, so it was like meeting
tell.
my
I
icon that day. But following that career and just knowing that she just had that mentality, that's what you have to have. Because it is going to be extremely hard through every road. Any road you take is never going to be an easy road, regardless, because life happens. But the fact that having that voice in hearing her so confident 5, 6, 7 years before she actually did it, because she knew she was going to do it. I mean, that's what I think about in the morning, is she could see it and she made it happen. So as long as you have that, you have the guts to do it, and you've got the pain tolerance because you know you're going to need it. That is just something, and we just need to make it happen in our fields. That's it. I mean, and to be the one, I want to be the first, but I do not want to be the last or only. So keep pushing. Yeah.
I just want to add one last comment to what she said. I think a lot of what we need to talk more about is more about mindset and confidence than we need to talk about the stats and all of that. It's all like, if you truly believe you can do something, and I'm not a motivational speaker, like F the motivation, but like if deep in your mind, like when you think about it, you get goosebumps, you're going to make it happen.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say this entire conversation I've had goosebumps, and when I feel them, I know that we're onto something really, really good. So I believe in women like you, and I believe in women like y'all, and people like you. Thank you for so many men in the room. I think this is the most men I've seen at Women in Tech ever. So can we please get a round of applause for all the men in the room? Thank you for coming. That's the other piece that's important, is that these are not just women's events. Y'all, everyone showing up and being here, this is how we continue to make things go further. So speaking of our incredible audience that I can see all around, we're going to switch to audience Q&A, okay? So, she was ready. All right. We didn't even need to give you a warning.
I've been thinking about that for, while you guys were talking. I have a lot of admiration for this desire to invest in other parts of the world. I'm not from America, you can hear that in my accent. I'm from Russia. That shamefully started a war with Ukraine earlier this year. And with all of my, so I have my back-end and front-end development in Ukraine. I'm trying to help them as much as I can. But if I were an investor, I probably wouldn't invest, right? Just in terms of the business risks. So I'm very interested in how you are handling this trade-off, because the assumption that the power of human motivation and sense of ownership is just groundbreaking everywhere is true, but the environment is not the same, and the rest of the world is very different from the United States. Coming from Russia, I want to tell you a little joke, I don't know if it hits, but so there's a lot of discourse in Russia about, if we had our own Elon Musk, but then there's a joke that goes, if Russia had its own Elon Musk, he would have been in jail for his PayPal thing. So it's like, if you do something that matters there, you just get in jail, chances are, right? So there are security forces are after you. And it's everywhere. A lot of countries are corrupt. They don't have the institutions for supporting the business, right? So you don't have a lot of access to education for women. So there are so many institutional barriers for growing a successful business that I would say that the chances of kind of this betting strategy is just different for investors. So my question is, how are you guys dealing with this?
So again, we're starting to invest internationally, but as I mentioned earlier, it's really surrounding the due diligence. Is what is the law of the land, the ecosystem, the landscape? Is it something we can take risk on? Is it, how well established are they? We go individual by team member, so it's quite extensive. I mean, it's not something we completely rule out. In fact, there's a number of startups that we are working with that are in certain countries that have an unrest and are going through these types of situations, but it definitely slows down the process, and it really depends on the founding team, what is really the tolerance level that we can get into.
I want to mention something quickly for Africa. Even though I say Africa has 54 countries, and we don't invest in all, right? Right now, we're very focused on countries first that have favorable laws for startups, countries that, have least political issues, and obviously, even in the US, they're always But another thing too is like a lot of our companies, just because of the way things are structured, we don't invest in the country entity, we invest in the US Delaware entity. So everything still, I mean, and a lot of our startup companies have raised US money. So we're investing in the US Delaware C Corp because we're familiar with that, it's less risky. And then, you know, they have a subsidiary that is focused on the specific country. And obviously due diligence is super important, having local partners in those, you know, to help with a lot of the due diligence part also help out. But yeah, I mean, investing internationally is definitely risky, but I also think that there are so many other opportunities, so many advantages, that when you look at the advantages versus the risk, it's still a really good investment opportunity.
Hi, thank you guys. This has been fabulous. So as a young female entrepreneur, I'm amazed by your story, how young you started and where you've come, all of you, in your own ways, but specifically because when I think about VC and getting funding, I am a little bit petrified, and so I'm curious what advice you guys would give to young founders that are kind of venturing out into that world and are in the seeking capital stage, but are maybe less versed in how to go about starting that journey.
Yeah. I like to say that I've been on both sides of the spectrum in a very short amount of time. I've been a founder and I've been a VC. I raised a lot of startup funding money and I've been a VC. And I like to tell people that if I was to go back, because there's so much information that you need to learn to be able to raise venture capital money. And I always tell people that, like, if I had to go back and start it all again, I will figure out how to grow my network. And it's crazy to think about it, but like, as you're growing, like as you become a founder and you're growing your tech company, it's easy to go on a website, like, and that's what we did, right? We went on a bunch of VC websites that were allowing us to like apply on the website, and then we'll apply, and then if we see like an email at the bottom, we'll take that email and then we'll email them. I have received over 2,000 startup companies since the beginning of this year. We've invested roughly, by the end of the year, we've only invested in 10, right? So you can imagine how many, and this is just like application. This is not inbound to referrals, whatever. But guess what? When another VC sends me a deck, even though I would check it out, I'm like, okay, maybe they've done their due diligence, so that's one. Very practical stuff that I would tell founders to go do. Thank God we live in the world of the internet, right? A lot of VCs hang out around Twitter. There's this really guy that is very, very persistent, and he comments on every single of my tweets. Like, I know him because he's very proactive, he's engaging, and one day he was like, hey, Eunice, I love what you're doing, I want to speak to you for 30 minutes. I don't give that to a lot of people, and I gave it to him. The another one is a lot of VCs have Venture Scout program. The best way to get an attention of a VC is by sending them your friends. Guess what? You find an amazing startup company at an event like this, and then you're like, hey, I'm a scout for Ankerson, whatever their name is. I'm gonna refer you to them, right? And they're a great deal, and you keep sending great deals. Now you're paid. Like, very practical stuff, and then keep growing your network. If you meet another founder, you're like, hey, you just raised your Series A round. I'm raising my seed round. Do you recommend any specific VC that invested in you in seed that you think might be able to, like, when a founder sends me a deck, I pay attention. So you have to really, and these are just very simple, practical stuff. If you're a creator, launch a podcast and invite as many VCs as possible to be, you know what I mean? Like, these are like, because I hate when people are like, oh yeah, like, you know, just grow your network, or go ask your uncle, or go ask your auntie. I'm like, what if my auntie and my uncle does not have money to invest? You know what I mean? But like, if you're very strategic about the way you meet and speak to people, and always focus on providing them value before you ask them anything, because guess what? The more value you provide to them, the more it's easier for them to say, you know what, I'll pay attention to what you're doing. And this is like the hard way. If you do have your friends and your uncles and families that have a little bit of money, don't be scared. Ask them. $10,000 to go a long way. $50,000 to go a long way. don't be scared to apply to the accelerator programs like Sputnik ATX, Capital Factory, Techsters, Mass Challenge. These are the getaways. Like every time, as soon as you join one of those programs and you're very early on, they open you to your network.
I'll just second the networking piece, because we want our students, our founders, to be part of the ecosystem here to match make opportunities based on what their needs are. You know, we also love the True Wealth Ventures of the world in Austin that are funding specifically for women in entrepreneurship. But you know, we're also encouraging our students to learn about investment and really to have internships and to change the pipeline of what it means to be an investor and to have more women in the VC world. And so I also think we're trying to move the needle with that too.
Kat, anything to add?
No, we actually get a lot of great leads from our founders that we've invested in, so as long as it's within the community. But don't underestimate a really good cold email. We've actually done a few investments and led 2 of our, I guess they're top, you know, from our portfolio that just happen to have researched us very well, aligned with our mission. We're building something really cool, and just we had to go check them out. They were so confident, and they were right. So don't underestimate, but definitely do your research if you're going to do a cold email on the firm and make sure it's a really good fit.
Can I just add one more thing to that? As founders, if you have a great company, like if you have a great product, you have customers and like
numbers,
right? Like if your numbers are good, keep in mind that you have power. You're not there to plead a VC. In fact, if your company is doing amazing, VCs want to invest. You know what I mean? Like VCs will be searching for you. It's not the other way around. You're not pleading them to give you money. They should be begging you to give you money.
Switch that power dynamic.
Yep.
All right, y'all. I did get the wrap up finger, so we do not have time for any more questions, but I do want to give all of our panelists a chance. Is there anything that we didn't talk about today, or any closing remarks that any of you would like to say before we say goodbye? And while y'all think about that, we do have a reverse pitch for people that are actively deploying capital. So we have venture capitalists who are coming on during our fundraising track later in the week. So I'm sure y'all have gotten plugs for Austin Startup Week all day long, but we do have 12 different tracks, a bunch of different panels and programming all throughout the week. And one of them is specifically that VCs come up and talk about what they're interested in investing in. So it flips the switch, and it's not just founders talking about what they're doing, but the investors talking about their theses. So hopefully that bought y'all some time.
I want to close. I really love the feminist tenet of flourishing. So we hear this in the Austin ecosystem. I'm hoping you've heard this before, that the rising tide lifts all boats. Well, it's actually the concept of flourishing. So not just surviving and thriving, but flourishing. And as you flourish, you raise others up with you as you grow and learn in that success. And I really think that that's important, especially when you're at the foundation of building your business. When you're thinking about that give back on a much larger scale, think about it in the concept of flourishing. And I think that, that again is what I think makes Austin so unique. But I really, really love and always want to leave this idea of flourishing.
I love that. Ines, anything else? Kat?
Sure. So I would say if you're building a business today, a startup, don't wait until you need to raise capital to reach out to new investors, because support looks like many different ways versus capital. It could be, helping you with your customers. It could be maybe you're about to do a pivot. Maybe you just need some personal development on what you're doing and how you're looking through your lens of scope. So it's always good to network. Don't wait till you're just raising capital to reach out, and you'd be surprised the feedback the investors will give you beyond just the numbers and the dollars.
I think for me, I'm just going to say, let's stop talking and let's go do.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you all for being here with me today. Thank you to our incredible audience. We have a great panel coming up next. So thank y'all for being here. I know after lunch it's kind of challenging, but we had a full room the whole time. So thank you for engaging, being here. And Terry will be back up in just a second. Thanks, guys.
Amazing job, ladies. Great job, Carly.
Oh, thank
Quite
you.
the facilitator, Honey Bun. All right, let's give our panelists another round of applause. Yes. Suffice it to say, women truly do run the world. But shout out to all of our men allies in the room. We see y'all and we love you, okay? Shout out to y'all. All right, so now I'd like to welcome to the stage Christy Ogogin, VP of Digital Innovation for McKesson. Christy, welcome up. Good to see you.
Hello, everyone. I really loved the international angle of the last panel, because that's one of the things I wanted to chat about. Is I just got back to the US from a job where I was working in Europe, where I had the privilege of leading around 250 people. It was a very, very diverse team. It was a global team. It was diverse from ethnicity, from countries, from age, and it was such a privilege, and it was amazing. So then, when you start talking about diversity, right, one of the next things you need to start talking about is inclusion. Because my job wasn't to make sure that there was diverse people sitting at the table. They were already there. My job was to figure out, how do I get the best out of those people? How do I create the culture that lets them thrive? Because I knew, right, and this was a healthcare company, so I get really attached to the outcomes. I knew that the best outcomes come from these inclusive teams and having everyone have that voice at the table. And so that's what I really loved about this morning session, is being able to talk about how Austin really has the advantage to say, how do we get intentional about what we're building here, about what we're creating here? And I get really excited and passionate about how that is an inclusive world for everyone. So then one of the questions that I usually get asked is, how do you create these inclusive cultures? How do you get the most out of these teams? And my answer has changed a little bit. And my answer these days is, first, you take the time to heal yourself, to really, truly heal yourself. Because the way in which you show up, right? And the world is on fire these days, right? Literally sometimes on fire. But there's so much going on that we're all showing up in this world with these egos, right? It's Zoom, I don't get to have the calls that I want to or the connections that I want to. So then how do we step back and take that time to heal? For instance, I grew up in a household that didn't have a lot of empathy in the way in which, right, I would come home and say, I had a really bad day. Someone else sitting at the dinner table, I had a really bad day too, right? It was it wasn't like I was heard, it wasn't I was validated, it was almost like it became a one-up. And how many times does that happen to you now in the workplace? Right? Where it's oh, this is happening. This experience just happened. And it almost becomes a game of one up, because I feel like there's people who feel like that is actually driving connection, right? And what we need to do is step back and say, actually, no, in that moment, how did I want to feel connection? And most of that is being heard, being empathetic, right? I want someone to understand where I'm coming from, not feel like I'm one-upping. So this self-healing process. And so the two things that I usually recommend to people on the self-healing is to bring courage and to bring self-compassion. And what I'm talking about here is I unfortunately grew up with a very racist grandfather. I stopped talking to him when I was in high school, right? And never really looked back on it, right? It wasn't something I missed. I just didn't have the beliefs that he had and didn't want to be around it. It took until a few years ago for me to really step back and say, well, how did the experience up until high school impact me and the way in which I showed up in the world? And it really took time, right? And the courage to sit down with these hard questions and say, how in the way in which did I show up in that world matter? What did I want to show up? How was I showing up? And it also took a lot of self-compassion. There's nothing I can do about my grandfather and the way in which he wanted to show up in the world, right? And the way in which I disagreed with that. But I really had to sit back and say, how do I be self-compassionate around, I'm not perfect, I want to change, I want the world to be a better place. How do I lean into trying to make it a better place, but also knowing I mess up. I mess up every day, I mess up every week, right? I'm probably not alone, right? There's probably other people in this room who are not perfect as well. And that's why I encourage this message. If we really want to solve the hardest problems in the world, it really comes down to inclusion. And to really have inclusion, it really comes down to taking that ego response. out of it and to go through this self-healing process. There's a great, especially with Thanksgiving, I'll talk about grace. There's this great inclusionist. Her name is Tiffany Yana, and I was sitting through one of her lectures a few years ago, and she had this example of like everyone, right? Everyone has, I don't know, that weird uncle, right? That we kind of give grace to at our Thanksgiving table. He came from a different generation, XYZ happened to him, right? And we give him that grace. What if we showed that grace, that level of grace to everyone in our families? What if we showed that level of grace to every one of our friends? That level of grace to every coworker, to everyone we're working with in our ecosystems. That level of grace to everyone we engage with. And that's the world I want to live in. That's the ecosystem I'm hoping to help create and curate in Texas. I did come back to the United States and chose not to go back to San Francisco and came to Texas. So I'm happy to be part of this community. I do think I have a few minutes for questions if anyone has any questions. So.
Me too, yeah. Like, take your shit somewhere else.
Oh, you're okay. Sleeping on the job. Okay. So my question is really kind of around what you're talking about. So, what do you think of the term psychological safety, and how do you play with that?
Yeah. I play with that quite often, right? Like in my title is digital innovation. Both words are a bit strange for me. But if you really want to drive innovation, people need to feel psychologically safe. As a matter of fact, on my old team, there's a psychological safety actual test that you can do. And I would give it to my entire team every 6 months. And we would have conversations around where do people feel psychologically safe? Where are people not feeling safe? And what can we be doing about it? It's my role as a leader. And it's funny because we just had a meeting at McKesson. And so I moved to Texas to work for McKesson, where we're talking about how do we drive more innovation. And psychological safety is definitely a topic that we're talking about at our senior leadership level. Yes. Any other? What questions do you have?
So in 2019, right after January 6th, McKesson did a great job. Your CEO came out, was one of the first CEOs that I saw, sort of standing up for democracy. So can you talk a little bit about the role the senior leadership plays in your DEI efforts or any other sort of social impact efforts?
Yeah, I wasn't at McKesson at that time. I didn't even know that was a story. But I'm proud that happened. But I do think that there is responsibility for senior leaders, right? Like, if we want to live in a world that's the world that we want to show up in, right? Like, how are we standing up for the things that build that world, right? It's I fundamentally believe that corporations and government, right? It's not just one or the other, right? We need to have a working ecosystem of all of those things, and that corporations play a great role in that. And so, I don't know, I love that he did that.
You talk about creating a more empathetic world, and I want to know what you think about what mothers' roles are for their children to create that, because you see a lot of parents competing with each other to give these kids an edge that may or may not deserve. And the question is, how do we break that? And how we say, hey, let your kid be the best that kid can be, and it might be different than every other kid. And if every parent did that, we would have such an amazing generation of doers.
I don't have every answer, but I could tell you my thoughts on this because it's exactly the same. It's like part of the reason I moved to Texas is because I have a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, and I wanted them to go to fabulous public schools, and not have to go to private schools. But I think the energy. And this is also one of the things about the Bay Area, the energy and the resources put into schooling, right, by, I don't know, a certain class of people. Imagine, and this is the part that, imagine if those resources were to say, how do we build a better education for everyone, right? I don't know. That's the world I want to live in. And so how do I contribute to that? I show up to a place where I pay taxes to go to a great public school. Do I have time for another, or what? Any other questions? One more.
Just a quick question. I feel that for a long time, companies kind of had social activities as a substitute for like a proper culture. Like a happy hour will solve the toxic environment that you work in. Do you think they're a good supplement to like a good operating culture, or should companies focus more on making the day-to-day, work environment better and then let you enjoy your free time on your own?
Yeah, I will tell you, I interviewed for a company, and I asked, and I was young, I was like 20 something, and I just said, what's the culture like here? And the manager was like, we have happy hour every once in a while, right? And it was like, he's a senior leader and he never thought about the culture of his own company. But culture is critically important, right? And I don't think senior leaders sit around the room and say, what's the culture of this company? It is something that's created by the community that work there. And say, I want to show up in this way, right? It's not this top-down, I don't know, we want to be innovative. How do we be more innovative, right? It's like, no, we want to speak up environment. How does that show up within the I don't know, I was going to say walls of this building, but it's more flexible than that now, right? How do they show up in the way in which we engage? So I think it is definitely more than happy hours, even though happy hours are fun. All right, thank you for your time. I hope you enjoyed the rest of today and the rest of this week.
Thank you, Christy. Grace. The word of the day is grace. Have grace with yourselves and with each other. Thank you so much again, Christy, for that incredible word. We are leading into our last session. I know. Are you as sad as me? Yes? No? Maybe so? Okay. Had so much fun with y'all today. It's been so cool. So we're running a Capital Factory series, the fundraising AMA, right? I'd like to welcome to the stage the phenomenal Lawton Cummings, Christy Abillero, and Christy Cardenas. Welcome to the stage, boss ladies.
Sarah Brand. Sarah Brand.
Sarah Brand's coming? Yeah. Sarah Brand, you're on the stage too! And the phenom, Sarah Brand. Sorry, did not realize that. Sorry about that. Okay. Knock them out, ladies.
Should I sit here? Okay, sorry. It's okay. All right, welcome. So yes, as Terry said, this is part of our Capital Factory fundraising Ask Me Anything series. So first, just to explain what that is and why we do it here. So we bring in experienced investors and founders to talk about fundraising. And today, as part of Women in Tech, we have one badass female founder and one badass female investor to talk with you all about fundraising. So first, I thought we'd start with introductions. I'll start. I'm Lawton Cummings. I am general partner here at Capital Factory. Our mission here is to be the center of gravity for tech entrepreneurs in Texas. We are the most active investor in Texas, according to PitchBook, since 2010. Before I went into venture capital, I was an attorney. I practiced in Manhattan and then eventually here. I was a law professor for some time, taught legal ethics and corporate responsibility. And as part of that, got really interested in artificial intelligence. And once I decided to teach a class on attorneys' responsibilities for advising clients who are founders or board members for AI companies. And as part of that, thought it would be a lot more fun just to invest in them, and became an angel investor and then went into venture capital. Spent 2 years at Notley Ventures and then came here in April. So how about you guys? Let's go next first with introductions.
Okay. Again, I'm Christy Abillero. I'm the co-founder and CFO of IUGO. Co-founded IUGO. We are a tech-enabled tax and accounting services company for startups and small businesses. My background is in actually building applications, finance, and operations. And we joined Capital Factory as a portfolio company when we first started, and now 5 years later, here I am. Here I am speaking to all of you great people at events like this. So
wonderful, welcome.
I'm Sarah Brandt, and I'm the founding general partner of True Wealth Ventures, which is a VC fund me and another woman, GP Carrie Rupp, have here in Austin, Texas. We invest across the U.S. in early stage women-led companies that are improving environmental or human health. And when we closed our first fund in January 2018, for $20 million, it was the largest VC fund ever raised with an explicit gender diversity investment strategy, which says a lot for how nascent this is. And another accolade for all of us Texan women is that 80% of our LPs were women. That was unprecedented. And 90% of our investors were in Texas. So,
Awesome.
Yeah. And we just closed our second fund in May for $35 million. Same basic investment strategy. And my background is a PhD in mechanical engineering, actually, with a focus in green design and manufacturing, minor in public health, and I spent time in tech industry, mainly semiconductors, electronics, management consulting, VC. Then I worked for corporate tech, worked for 3 Fortune 500 CEOs, doing lots of M&A and strategy and business operations, and now started this fund in 2015.
Neat. So, oh my gosh, there's so much to unpack there. So, but before we do that, Christy, you started with being a founder. What were you doing prior?
I was working for other software companies, and a lot of it in healthcare. So I did that for many, many years, and I had the tech background, and my husband and partner had the tax and accounting background, and so we saw an opportunity there at the time, to create a DIY tax software application. I had tech, he had the smarts, so together we built that. But then saw the opportunity with businesses and quickly pivoted, and so I love building applications that make people's lives easier. In our case, it actually was for us, but that's a bit about me.
So how did you initially, since we're talking about fundraising, and we'll start, since I know most people in here are coming at it from the founder perspective, how many of you are founders? Okay. How many are investors? Okay, so we'll come at it from the founder perspective, both from how you did it and Sarah for what you're looking for. Okay. And I know you'll have a lot of insight there. So Christy, what was the first raise you did? How'd you get your first checks?
Friends and family.
And after friends and family, so they were people you already knew in your network?
Correct.
Okay, and after that, when did you raise and how?
So after that, because we actually tried early on to raise, but got a lot of no's. And so for every no, we made sure that we focused just as much energy and time on building the business and bringing in revenue for the business. And what we found is that bringing success to the business through revenue brought a lot of attention from other institutional investors, and so we started getting sought out by VCs and equity funds. They really liked our story and what we had done. But one thing we learned through this journey is that for all those no's that we got, it was also a learning experience. Never took away that it was a bad thing. There was always questions that were being asked that we realized that we needed to make sure we had the right answers for, and not just the answers they wanted to hear, but right answers to build a good business. And so we always took that as a learning opportunity to really refine our business and put it in the direction and a position that was investable.
Mm-hmm. And when you went into pitch, did you go in together or do you do them separately?
Depended on our schedules.
Okay. Did you find a difference when you were together versus when you were by yourself?
It's always nicer to do it together because you can kind of bounce off of each other, and there's also different strengths that we had, and so we could speak to those strengths versus having to speak to all of it. But that's because there was 2 of us that founded this business, and I know that's not every company.
Did you find that you were treated differently just based on the fact you were a woman? Ask different questions?
Yeah, I don't think I was asked different questions, but you know, it was different than when the partner was there. You know, I feel like there was tougher questions that were always asked of me when I was by myself than, you know, when my partner Josh was with me. So I guess in that regards, it was different.
Yeah, there's actually stats on that. And Sarah, you brought this up in the last panel we were on together, which I loved this because you also have advice on how to handle it. Why don't you speak to that?
Sure. Yes, there was a study coming out, I think it was Columbia Business School, but it recorded TechCrunch Disrupt pitch sessions where women and men entrepreneurs pitched women and men investors. And universally, the investors, whether they were male or female, asked the women entrepreneurs prevention-oriented questions, and they asked the male entrepreneurs promotion-oriented questions.
Can you give an example of those?
Yeah, so exactly. Like prevention would be, seems like, Christy, you don't have the right, the full skill set on your team. You know, how are you going to fill in this hole of, I don't know, tech operations or something like that? And what if you don't raise your full amount? Could you get by with $2 million instead of your $4 million raised, or that kind of thing? Whereas they asked the men, what if I gave you $10 million instead of $4 million? How much bigger could it be, or that kind of thing. So it's this little subtle, subconscious sort of like death of a thousand cuts sort of thing, where it's not so overt, but it's continuously having the woman have to answer these risk-oriented questions versus how big could it be, what's the big vision. And so the advice after this, big study came out of how do you kind of cope with this is that you get mentally prepared that you, as a woman founder, are going to get these prevention-oriented questions, and prepare and pivot the answer to a promotion-oriented answer. And you smile and act real friendly while you're doing it, and never get offended.
Yes. So imagine you're in the founder's shoes, and I say, well, Sarah, don't you think that raising that much money, you're going to have too much cash on hand, or do you really have the ability to grow as much as you do? How would you turn that around?
Market comps of yes, and most of my competitors have raised about in this range, and with this market size we have, we can accelerate faster, and we can get to these milestones. Yes, we could get by on less because they love to see how you under promise and over deliver.
Mm-hmm.
But with this, we've modeled it this way and triangulated, and we can, be first to market and blah blah blah.
I love that.
Yeah.
So you practice the skill of turning the protection-oriented question into a growth, promotional-oriented answer, which I think is really a great skill.
Smile. I forgot to smile.
A smile. Yeah. Of course. So that's a good one. What do you do when someone? So, Christy, you were saying that you first were gaining traction, and you had you were having revenue, and VCs came to you.
Mm-hmm.
How did they find out about you?
There were articles being written. They would find us there. Our clients, that were funded, they would talk about who was helping them with their financials, and so we started getting attention that way. And in general, they, and correct me if I'm wrong, they have analysts that will go and try to identify potential investable companies. It seemed like, because that was always the first meeting, and so I think we gathered through those channels is how they were finding out about us.
How about you, Sarah? How do you find companies?
It's about half and half right now in terms of proactive versus just over the transom. So we get introductions all the time from our network, from either co-investors or the entrepreneurs directly, or events like this, conferences where there's matchmaking, and then about half now is proactive in terms of looking at accelerators that focus on women or sustainability or health, whatever, and go pre-screen those. And yes, we have not analysts, but we have interns, I would say.
Yeah. So, of the founders in the room, who has raised a friends and family or pre-seed or seed? And who has raised a Series A. Okay, so it sounds like people are wanting to go from seed to A. So this is a really great sweet spot. And you mentioned accelerators, and you mentioned promoting yourself. And how else do you get out there?
Attending events like this is very important because there's always important people in the room to meet, and you never know who you're going to cross paths with that are going to get to hear your story and hear the great things that you're doing with your business. So, a lot of times that leads to, hey, we need to talk more. Let's set up a meeting. So, yes, putting yourself out there, even on social media. There's your company brand and there's also your personal brand. I think it's important that people get to know the personal side of you. Because if they like you, they'll like buying from you also. And then the connections, because even if it's not the right investor in the room for you, maybe they know somebody that they can introduce you to, and they've liked what they've heard from you. And people in the entrepreneurial world, it's not a lonely world, but it's very different. Unless you're in it, you don't really understand it. And so because other people understand it, they want to help. And I think that's the cool thing about events like this, is just knowing that there's other people who understand your challenges and are willing to help you, even if it's as simple as sending an email for an introduction.
Okay, so this is a really important, so people talk about mentorship, right? So someone who's going to do more than just mentor you, but will actually champion you and send an email. Sarah, did you have a mentor? And if so, how did that relationship grow? Or I should say, someone who championed you.
Not in this role. This was a very solo deal. Like, nobody was doing what I was doing when I started it. So I was my own mentor / sponsor. But in my previous world, I was working directly for like Fortune 500 CEOs, which were sponsors just by the nature of the power that they, wielded when I wasn't in the room. So I was very lucky that they weren't like my formal mentor, but they were more than that. They weren't a mentor, they were a sponsor, which is really so much more important, I think.
How about you, Christy?
I would say, Miriam Rivera from Ulu Ventures, female minority founded company, so she liked our story being, with me as a female and also my husband and I being minorities. She's been a big supporter of IUGO, and so I was always able to reach out to her if ever I had a tough question to ask. My partner had the experience with building businesses and companies, and this was newer for me, so someone that wasn't my husband or my partner that I could go to was always encouraging.
I just remembered, actually, you have a startup with your husband as well. You guys they also own a brewery. Yeah. Yes, and so you've also raised for that, probably.
Nope.
Nope.
Raised
Wow.
For me.
Wow. Neat.
He doesn't want any outside investors.
Oh,
because
interesting.
then you have somebody to kind of report to. So.
Yes. So, okay. So coming to that, bootstrapping versus going out for money. So when do you each think is the right time to go and get outside money?
When you have money. You don't want to wait. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's good. I didn't get it at first. Right. You don't want to wait till you're out.
Yes,
Yeah.
because it's a long journey. It's not something that happens quickly. And also, if you're completely out of cash, then there's a question of, well, how do we know you're not going to do it again and get yourself to this position? So the right time to raise is actually when you have the money. As tough as that sounds, it is true.
And I mean, just comparing your business to I feel like it's my husband's business because he runs it and manages it. But I think it really depends what your investors want. You need to be super aligned with what your investors want, because for him, it's like a lifestyle business. His mission is to deliver great beer to the people of Texas. It's not to make money necessarily. And so it's not something he wants to exit and sell. And so he would not want like a private equity or venture capital investor at all. That would not be right for him. So so I think you really, for venture capital investment, you need to, as an entrepreneur, want to scale your, like hyper scale your company and get it exited, whether it's IPO or most likely it's going to be an acquisition. That's how most exits happen. And so it's a very different like mission that you have to have with your company's growth and rate of growth.
And you have to be prepared also that you know, once you take in that money, you're no longer your own boss. That you are, like, you know, you are essentially reporting to someone. They're going to want to know when you turn left before you turn left and have input into why you're turning left. And so you have to be prepared to let go of that freedom that you probably have had for a while with the business. So it can be a tough decision, and it's not for everyone, just like it's not for your husband.
Right. So what about the climate that I think everybody out here is pretty aware of the dynamic right now in the market, especially since everyone in here is in tech. So what has changed, Sarah, for what you all are looking for, or what you're going to expect, or what you think founders should expect?
There's a lot there. I think, you know, we're already investing in this blind spot in the market of women entrepreneurs who have not been getting these innovation dollars. And so we're investing very early stage, traditionally kind of seed stage. And so the changes lately in the VC, you know, market have been more late stage growth. The early stage valuations and deal counts are still about the same as they have been. Maybe at least on, if you delete 2020 and 2021, you still see like a nice straight, you know, line up and to the right. But so in some ways it hasn't changed that much. I'd say we are seeing other investors just slower to make decisions. I think they're kind of waiting to see if the valuations decrease at the early stage, and so it's just taking longer. There's still so much deal flow out there, and so there's not this urgency like there was in 2021 to quickly invest, or else, you know, the opportunity is going to disappear. So we're seeing it take longer to raise money. The valuations are still holding, but maybe decreasing a bit. A lot of companies are just going to their current investors and looking to extend rounds or do a note to the next round, just to see if the market gets better in the next, you know, 12 to 24 months. But I would say in general, I love that the Maven Clinic announced today that they just raised $90 million at over $1 billion valuation.
Wow.
Yes. Awesome. And so, you know, in some ways it's like women's health, or, you know, silver tech, or all these markets that most of these women-led companies are, you know, starting companies and growing companies in. They just haven't had the financing, this venture capital, kind of innovation capital to date, and so there's so much opportunity, and just because there's a recession doesn't mean 50% of the population doesn't need, you know, healthcare. So I think we're seeing in our portfolio, you know, we have a 0 loss ratio, and we've been investing since 2016, and that is unheard of.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I think it's because not only these women are perseverant, but they're, you know, solving these critical environmental human health issues, and they're, you know, that are real problems that need to be solved and don't go away because of a recession.
Wow, fem care and elder care taking off. Who'd have thought? Who'd have foreseen it?
Yeah, what a crazy thing.
Yeah, like it just makes so much sense. Yeah, that's awesome. So then what advice would you give to founders about fundraising right now? If they have money, right? I mean, one thing that we like to say is the best place to get money is from customers. So that's where you should go first. But beyond that, what other advice would you give?
I would say, you were talking and I had something come to my mind, it just totally went away, but definitely, you know, you want to plan, you want to prepare, you want to look at your forecast, you know, what have you historically been doing? Yes, sales is absolutely the #1 way that you want to fund your business. But you know, friends and family is always good because they show that they support you and that you can go tell a VC that you've got the support of your friends and family. But if you're finding yourself in a position where business is great and you're ready to skyrocket, but if you just had that, you know, extra money in the bank to help fuel that growth, great time to also fundraise. Or if you're seeing that, you know, things are going really well, however, you're still operating at a loss, and you've got about 12 months of runway, then you need to start thinking about that now, and be prepared to be told no a lot. For every 100 no's, you know, there's a yes. So you have to also be a little bit thick-skinned when it comes to these things. You'll get feedback sometimes of support where they don't want to invest, but they'll tell you at least the good things, and you'll have some that will just tear you down and make you think like, why did I ever think of starting this business? But take it all as learning. Not everyone is going to tell you the right advice, so you also have to kind of dig through that, but also be open to any advice that you're given.
Yeah, that's great advice. Easier said than done, but a must.
Yeah, I love all that. I don't have much to add, I guess, other than maybe you're going to hear a zillion different opinions on what you should do, and some people will say, why are you only trying to raise $2 million? You should be raising 10. And then some people will be like, $2 million? Are you kidding me? Why not 100,000 or something? You know, and so you need to like not just take all the notes, but take all the questions and feedback and see what feels right and like what the themes are, because you're going to hear it all. And I think right now investors do want to see a path to profitability, whereas last year that was like so uncool. Right. But now it's super cool. And so even if you don't, 12 months, you need to see what that plan looks like at least, and what's the most effective, efficient way to get to profitability, and then what are other options to maybe grow faster or hit it a little bit later. But I would say start those conversations like ASAP, because if you want to raise within 6 months, those conversations have to start happening now.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like the actual timing, while you have money, and you said 12 months of runway, and you said definitely 6 months. So sometime where it's between 1 year and 6 months before you run out, it's go time. Okay, time for questions. Okay, now comes some fun questions from the audience. Yes. Do we have a microphone? Oh, cool.
No longer sipping on the job. Hi, guys. I just want to say thank you so much. It's really wonderful to get various perspectives. So my name's Caroline. I'm part of a Capital Factory portfolio company called OmniSync, but we're better known by Turbo SBIR, which is our flagship product. In essence, what we do is use AI to help founders find and apply for non-dilutive federal grants. And in our own journey, it's something we've experienced. We're VC-backed, but we have 4 contracts from the Air Force. And so I really loved, as you guys touched upon, knowing, like finding the right partners to raise in and the alternatives when things are, people are struggling. So as I've seen with my work with Turbo SBIR, I would love to hear both your perspectives on alternative routes of fundraising, whether it be grants, non-diluted from the government, or other sources that can really strengthen founders.
I could take that one. That's one, so I'm so glad you brought it up, because it's something that I had not even thought to bring in, but it is so important. So one thing that we have here in Austin, which is really special, is we have the branches of government who have put their innovation team here. So we have the Army Futures Command. How many of you have heard of them? Okay, awesome. And AFWorks, the Air Force one? Yes, okay. So for those of you who haven't, they provide non-dilutive capital. So it's as if they're coming in on your cap table, but they're not on your cap table. They're just giving you money towards your business. And what they want in return is for you to continue to build your business in a dual-use way. So you have commercial application and government application. And the really cool thing about it is the US government is a huge machine that needs everything. They have bases all over the world, and they need they have people on the battlefield, they need your self-healing bandages. They need your jet fuel. They need your, you name it, they need it. If it's something that's innovative, and they want to hear about it. And they actually even publish what they're focused on. And one thing that I love about them is that they are open to things that they don't know they need, right? Like if you're building something that is like, this is gonna revolutionize your blah, 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 your drone, controlling your drones, they know they need that, right? But what if you have 3D printed jet fuel? Like that's one of our portfolio companies. They didn't know you could do that because it's brand new. So that wasn't on their specs, right? But it's something that they need. So whatever you have that you're working on, consider taking this route and come to see us, and we can connect you with the people. Nice. Okay, next.
Real quick. Question for you as investors, professionals. If you could wave a magic wand, what recurring problem or frustration that would remove friction in the accomplishment of your professional or investment goals, like what does that look like?
Well, if there was a database that for both founders and investors that would really help filter the criteria for both. I think it's such a super inefficient use of founders' time, especially because at least I specialize in making investments in the markets in which I do, and I've got a team that's like looking into it. Whereas founders, fundraise every maybe 24 months, and then they've got to all of a sudden get a PhD, and like who invests in them? And it's just so inefficient.
Well, there is a startup actually in our portfolio called Pitch.vc. that is looking to solve this problem.
Right.
So that's one that I would.
JP Morgan's got a Capital Connect
JP Morgan
too, that's
is
starting.
in beta. Yeah, and I think they're doing I think Pitch is the really early startups, and Capital Connect I think will probably be like, you raised your Series A and now you're coming back, or you raised your seed, now you're coming on to Series A. But it's a serious need.
Mm-hmm.
Or wait.
Well, I recommend here, just to speak to that, so Turbo SBIR, which is a portfolio company here,
So OmniSync, which is a portfolio company here, not only do we have Turbo SBIR, but we launched Turbo Innovate, which in essence is the same thing, using AI to connect investors and founders and identify funding trends, technology trends. So we have something similar to Capital Connect as well coming out, but it's always awesome to know about those kinds of platforms to really find the real connections.
Yeah. Yes.
So two-part question, if it's okay. First, I'd be interested to get your perspective from the founder and the investor on conversations around mutual agreeable valuation when you do kind of the early stage, pre-seed, seed investment. Normally, I guess the common thing is safes now. So it's always an interesting conversation between the founder and the investor on where that valuation lands. Second part is, what's the name of the brewery?
That one's easy. 512 Brewing Company, like Austin area code.
Very cool.
Valuation is like a dance. It's a big triangulation exercise based on comps, and ultimately for us, we look at where the company is going to eventually exit. Like, who are the potential acquirers? Who do they acquire for what? What kind of revenue level would the company have to get to? And then what will it take to get there? How many rounds of financing will they need to have? For how much? How much will we be able to participate? And then back into, does that deliver us the return to our LPs that we need?
Christy, have you been through a price round?
Well, to answer your question, I think it's, like she said, it's a dancing game, and you also have to think about it from the founder perspective of course you want a super high valuation because you don't want to give up a lot of the ownership there, but and maybe you then alter how much you take in, because you also have to you have to consider the fact of that whoever's investing in you is going to be looking for like a 10x multiple exit. And so the higher your valuation, the higher that you really have to get. And that could be tougher and make the road a lot longer. It'll put a lot more pressure on you. So I would also, not to say go, undersell yourself, but you have to find that balance of, what you're valued at so that you maintain ownership and also that you have that exit down the road.
Great advice.
There's been a lot more venture capital coming into Austin in the last few years. So I'm curious, from your all perspective, what is the deal flow to the capital? Are we still capital starved in Austin and in Texas in general? It seems to me we still need a lot more capital for the number of companies that are here.
It's gotten so much better, but I haven't heard that question in a while. I guess, yeah, it is still capital starved, but I also feel like because of COVID making everything virtual, that's taken some of the friction out of the system in terms of it's easier to do your first pitch virtually, or, I don't know. It's I've got all of my board meetings now are virtual. So I think that a lot of the hesitation of investing outside of your geography was not, having to travel for your board. That's not a problem as much anymore. So yes, I think we're still a little starved, but so much better than it was just a couple years ago.
I think so too. And I think that part of the reason we're not seeing it right now is because of this pause in later stage capital. Later stage investing. So the early stage stuff is still going on. But the later stage, the growth investing has slowed way down because I guess it's a game of chicken, right? I mean, there's billions of dollars already raised that need to be invested, and yet everybody's waiting to see if valuations are going to continue to drop. So, but we have huge funds that have been raised here in Austin waiting. So I do think once the dam breaks, or at least we start seeing the trickle, we'll feel that more.
Hi, I just wanted to ask, being a woman and a co-founder or investor, how do you guys do it all? And do you have any advice for us?
Hanging on by the skin of your teeth. Yeah.
Coffee?
Yeah.
No.
That's what comes to mind too.
Yeah, I think for something that helps for me, and I actually have to I vary the way I keep myself organized, which isn't, I feel like I'm still always disorganized, is sometimes I just have to plan things out on the calendar, be realistic so that you can decide what is the important things to focus on. You may have 50 things that you have to do, but when you start putting it on the calendar, you then force yourself to make the decision of what you're really going to focus on for that week. So I do that, or then I also use a Kanban board for myself. Sometimes I go back and forth, but either way, I think I think the calendar probably is the most effective way because, again, it just forces you to be honest.
Mm-hmm. I guess one thing I have done, now that you say that, is I do protect my mornings, and unless it's like an emergency, urgent, critical meeting, I don't calendar things. And because I often have urgent, critical calls, so then I actually have time to take those. And I can exercise, and I can check up my email and like read the document I haven't read yet, or whatever it is, and I have that freedom to actually work and take the critical thing that then doesn't blow up the rest of my calendar.
Yeah, I would say, like, if you're blocking your calendar, block it for personal time, and don't block yourself back to back because stuff comes up all the time, and you've got to allow yourself some fluidity there.
Yeah, and also having a supportive spouse if you're married. If you're not married, then it can be harder because you're doing stuff on your own if you have kids. But if you don't have a supportive spouse at home and you're married, then it's even worse. So I'd say if you're going to get married, like, pick the right person. Yeah. And if you're not married to the right person, get out of it. So, yeah, also know that your little people grow up. And so stick it out. Yeah. Don't make the feminine mistake. Instead of the feminine mystique, the feminine mistake of thinking, I just can't do this, I gotta get out. I mean, it's okay if you take a hiatus. I mean, it's okay, whatever you do. Hiatus. But if you just take a little hiatus, 2, 3, 1, 5 years, whatever it is, I know I did, focus on kids, get right back in, or just stick it out and get some help. Your kids will be great. And once they get a little older, they stop crying about you not picking them up at pickup. And they are proud of you for working and start wondering why the other moms don't. And that's what happens. Just know that that time does come.
And they like the time alone with you not there.
Yeah. Right? Yes, yes. More adventure. Yes, I'm on the other side of it now. Mine, I've successfully launched one, and one is going to college next year. So, yes.
Did you get investment for that launch?
What's that?
Did you get investment for that launch?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, they will eventually return. They will provide returns. Yes. When I'm old. Yeah. But okay. Do we have time for one more question? One more.
Thank you for that, because I dropped off my daughter this morning in Houston, and she was crying. And
crying. Lots of tears.
That I was leaving, and it's like, is it worth it? It's like, yes, it is. So thank you for that. But I have a question about raising when you're, so I have raised a friends and family round, and beginning the seed round, I know everybody has a different opinion, but I would love to hear each of your perspectives as far as setting, quote unquote, the valuation and then going to find a lead investor, or having a lead investor really tell you what the valuation is. I would love to hear your perspectives around that.
Great question. Sarah?
If you do set the valuation, you're just pretending. So it's the lead investor is going to set it. And I prefer not to set anything. Have your own expectations of what you're willing to take. But what I see founders doing sometimes is they create their own term sheet or set what they'd like, and it's just totally out of line with reality. And then you lose the conversation. You don't get into, like, I mean, often we don't get into the valuation discussion until probably a month or more of due diligence, because we don't know what the valuation is yet. It takes a long time to actually get there, and so if they set an unrealistic expectation up front, we won't even go and dig in.
Yeah,
so.
Same. It's off-putting if it's high, because you're like, what? Yeah. How about you, Christy?
Yeah, I would agree. I have in mind what you think you're valued at, but I would keep it to yourself and say, I'm looking to you guys to tell me what you think I'm valued at, because ultimately they do set that. So.
But make sure you're also thinking big. So it's not that you don't want to think big, and take everything in mind of like then the acquisition expectation.
Yes, good point.
But make sure you're thinking about if everything goes right, what could it be? Because that's what the investor is going to want to hear. I think you subconsciously need to be thinking that to have the right tone and excitement come through.
Yes, Promise Phelan earlier. I think did anyone hear Promise speak? Yes. Okay, yeah, she killed it. And one thing she said is be dangerous. She's like, we need to have people building dangerous companies. The idea dangerous, right? Like you're going to take down an industry, but the execution is not dangerous. Yeah, so like this is a huge idea, but I'm gonna get here like this. I'm not just gonna blanket statement say, this is how much it's worth, right? Yeah. Awesome. Well, do you guys have any last minute thoughts to leave us with? Something that you were thinking that we didn't get to?
Just that it's super duper important for women to found your companies and take them out into the world. There's massive blind spots in terms of there's just not VC dollars, innovation capital that have been addressing these really important things, and your diversity of perspective and everything you bring to the table is super duper important. So please keep doing what you're doing.
Yes.
And continue to support other women, whether it's buying from them, mentoring, advising, sharing your experiences with them. I think that's the best thing that we could do.
Yes, excellent. Well, thank you both so much for being here and sharing your expertise with everyone. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies. Sarah, Christy, Lawton, absolutely amazing. All right, do we have our next unicorn company in here? Is anyone in here about to make the next $500 million? Let me see some hands. Who's my next unicorn? Woo! We got some money in the building. Well, Sarah, Lawton, and Christy gave us the game, right? Fundraising is how you get there. Please reach out to these folks. I want to remind you, Austin Startup Week opening reception will be, our happy hour will be at 4:30 p.m. Today. Many of the speakers and panelists will be at that reception. So if you've been needing a chance or wanting a chance to speak with them, that will be the time and place, okay? We're going to be, as you can see, we're already transitioning into the highlight of the night or the afternoon. That'll be our investments showcase. We are going to hear from women-led founders who have incredible companies. They're going to sit up here and pitch you all today. So give us a moment and know that I also want to welcome Marianne Alspa. Why don't you come up to the stage, Marianne?
Hey, y'all. Let's give it up for Terry. Killing it.
Thank you so much.
It's really hard to MC and keep the energy up. I'm a filler right now while we do a quick costume change here on the stage. My name is Marianne Alspa, and I am one of the organizers of Austin Startup Week. Woo! I'm one of the co-organizers with my friend and co-founder of Austin Startup Week, Jacqueline Hughes, who is sitting over there. You know, Jacqueline doesn't really like to speak and get on stage. She likes to encourage others to do so, which is why I'm speaking right now. She has helped program over 150 speakers that are speaking this week. We've got 13 tracks, including Women in Tech. Very exciting. How many speakers, who in the audience is going to be a speaker this week? Loud and proud, let's see those hands. Yes, of course, my front row. Of course, that makes sense. Yes, A students. Yeah, we've got some really great content. Austin Startup Week is 12 years old this year. It is a preteen going to middle school, so that's very exciting. When Jacqueline started it 12 years ago, it was very small and it has grown super big. I'm curious, how many people live in Austin? Okay, what about Houston? Okay, H-Town. What about Dallas? Okay, San Antonio? Okay, I just wanted to get like a feel for the room. That's exciting, okay. Melbourne? Okay, Melbourne, front row. Does anyone have any questions about Austin Startup Week? Anything that's just been like on your mind that you're like thinking, okay, what content are we gonna see? Tomorrow we have entrepreneurship track in this room. We've got Future of Work happening, really great sessions, Future of Work, on the 8th floor. We've got an IP track on Thursday. We have a new track this year, Building in the Bear Market, which is on Thursday. Fundraising track on Wednesday that has a really, really cool fundraising tips and takeaway sheet. So you definitely want to make sure you attend a track there. Yeah, anything else, Jacqueline, that I missed? Yeah, I'm doing great. Okay, are we ready? Thumbs up. Okay, without further ado, let's get this investment showcase.
Woo! Thank you, Marianne. All right, just like Marianne said, we're moving into the investment showcase. Each founder will have 4 minutes to pitch you all right? And after that, we're gonna move into a 3-minute Q&A. Now, unfortunately, you won't be able to ask questions. That's going to be up to our advisors. Our esteemed advisors are gonna be the only members to ask questions to the audience due to time constraints, okay, guys and ladies? So let's give a round of applause to our advisors. We have Jill Klinvex, principal at Capital Factory. We have Gina Edmonds, a mentor and advisor to startups, and Christy Albayero, president of IUGO, coming to the stage. Well, I guess y'all hanging out right here, right?
Yeah, right here.
To the side of the stage. All right. And for the first founder, give a big round of applause to Chen with Aquifer. Woo! Say it again, Jen. No.
All right, we had to turn it on. That was the secret. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name's Chen. I'm CEO and co-founder at Aquifer. Before I dive into this, show of hands, who here is a big animation nerd? Games, movies, Pixar, avatars and social, Code Miko fans in here? All right, scattering of interest. Animation's a huge industry, and Aquifer's goal is to change how that industry works. So every day, all of us here consume over 140 minutes of digital video. And increasingly, we are consuming that media through varying forms of gaming, streaming, and social platforms, and the number of those platforms is growing. If you think about the number of platforms we had access to 5 years ago, and the number of platforms we have access to today, night and day difference. So this is fueling the animation market's double-digit growth. Today is a $261 billion industry. 2 years ago, someone asked me, animation, isn't that kind of niche? I was like, have you watched any Disney movies over the last 15 years? It's not niche. And yet, for brands and teams, even those that work at some of the biggest animation production companies we can think of, think DreamWorks, think Disney, it's even difficult for those teams to keep up with the media demands of a continuously fragmenting media landscape. Think of the difference between the workflow to make a $200 million production and the workflow it takes to make, 4 TikTok videos a day. Different skill set, different teams, lots of walled gardens between those needs. And so for these brands, their options to create content across social, short form video is to either hire studios or freelancers. It's like $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 per minute of content, and it's super time consuming. Or they can try to DIY, and there is no easy platform to do high quality 3D animation in minutes. And so we see a massive gap in the market to get cinematic quality, low budget, scalable animation production for well-known IP. And that's where Aquifer comes in. So Aquifer is an instant animation platform for brands and IP. And we exclusively work with brands that are well-known, global, and that need a presence across the entire media landscape. This is our team. We've hired from some of the best media and entertainment companies, and we're proud to have a board of advisors who come from Disney, Sesame Street, Paramount, Apple, to advise us as we continue to grow into the space. And here are our, did I just get a 1 minute warning? Okay, I'm gonna go fast. All right, here are our wonderful investors. Now actually getting into the product. So with Aquifer, you can generate custom animated video with just audio, and AI does the rest. So as a creator, you can just read in a line and you'll get a beautifully animated video in just seconds. We can help create new revenue streams by allowing IP to create personalized videos just like influencers can. For example, we launched the first ever 3D animated character to Cameo this past summer. And we've also launched the first Bored Ape to Cameo this past summer using the exact same technology. So we allow brands to connect with their audiences anywhere. And you can tell that character story from a 3D world or bring them to the real world with AR. We consider Aquifer a media agnostic, platform agnostic animation tool. So I'll just flip through these. You can create single or multi-character scenes. So our goal is to make 3D animation instantly scalable. Here's some beautiful things that our customers have said about us, that we enable them to engage with fans and meet fans where they are, and we allow entire teams, whether or not they have 3D animation experience, to create animated content. And so we've seen strong revenue growth over the last 2 years, but most importantly, we're increasingly growing and becoming the platform for some of the world's biggest brands. and we have a lot more growth to do. These are just some of the brands that we're hoping to work with in the very near future or in conversations with. So we're super excited and well positioned to reach $8 million in annual revenue by 2024. But most importantly, we want to change and build the future of animated content. Thank you very much. Questions?
Thank you, Chen. Advisors, please proceed with your questions.
Chen, great job on your presentation. I've loved watching Aquifer since some of the early days and how you all continue to grow and evolve. Could you share maybe one of the larger contracts that you have with one of your customers and kind of what the work looks like with them?
Yeah, we recently signed a contract with Paramount Studios to not only bring to life some of their largest film franchises, but we're also moving into their entire Nickelodeon portfolio, which includes SpongeBob, Ninja Turtles, among others. So we're super excited to start that relationship with one of the largest media entertainment companies in the world, and we're making inroads at others as well. Thank you.
What does it look like to scale the business? Is there a lot of human capital that's required as you grow, or is it already set up in a way where you can go from 0 to 1,000 overnight?
I think because we're starting with B2B, there's always an element of kind of a white glove experience when you're signing big contracts and working with big brands with complicated decision making and satisfying their needs across multiple departments, from consumer products to marketing to brand to franchise. But I think the exciting thing is because we're starting at the brand level and we're helping them scale IP that everyone in this room is very familiar with and knows exactly what they look like, we're setting our quality standards at the highest levels, meaning when we eventually scale to medium-sized brands and eventually enabling consumers to tell stories with the same ease, we're bringing forth that quality that we've developed by working with these top brands, and then we can get into scaling and enabling anyone to be a storyteller. So that's really the future of Aquifer, but we're starting with what we think is the hardest, but they're also the ones that pay the most money. And then hoping to scale at that point.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chen. Any more questions?
Well, I just had a quick question about brands and their kind of vibe that they want. I see that you have certain types of animation that you do.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do custom things? You're going to go to Paramount, you're going to do SpongeBob and all these other characters using their base of those characters. But can you create characters that work with specific brands in their specific style?
So our goal is always to match the style of that character. So Aquifer is a 3D platform. So we would be bringing to life like 3D SpongeBob, or if we work with Rugrats, it would be the 3D version of Rugrats. I think the world of animation, there's such a wide range of styles. You can go from like a 2D to a 3D cel shaded to a 3D kind of like game look, all the way up to a Pixar style. So we're still focused on the 3D realm, but our goal eventually is to scale to any kind of animation that exists out there stylistically.
But you're going to stay in the entertainment realm for right now, rather than go into, like, for example, L'Oreal or a beauty brand. That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, I think when we do scale to other brands, like entertainment is obviously where the bulk of that content creation lies and where we think there's a huge green space to help those teams. But as we've seen with Geico Gecko, animation plays a big role with brands as well. So there's no reason why in the future we couldn't scale out to other brands whose primary output is not entertainment, but helping their marketing arm tell better stories quickly, engage with audiences for that purpose.
Thank you, Chen.
Thank you guys so much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, next, let's welcome Ugochi with Flindell. Ugochi, come on up.
Hi, I'm Ugochi O. I'm the CEO and founder of Flindell. Show of hands, how many of you have ever bought something online or in person? How many of you have ever had to return something that you bought in person?
Oof.
How many of you have loved that experience? Okay, so anyways, I'm here to fix that problem. So we all know that the returns industry is broken. What does that mean? It means that it sucks all the way around. Oh, well, yeah. It means that it sucks all the way around. So it means that, like, Everything from the point of deciding that you do not want an item anymore, to the point of trying to like put it in a package, take it to the store, to go to the post office, awkwardly explain to the lady why you're returning the item, having to pay for return postage is a big pain in the butt. And for us as a company, one of the things that we've realized is that it doesn't have to be that way. What does that mean? At Flindo, we've developed artificial intelligence software to be able to make it possible for the first time in the history of e-commerce to be able to return items from the comfort of your home with your smartphone. And how does this work? Magic. I can't legally tell you guys until we roll out in Austin, but basically what we're able to do as a company, which has been amazing, is that we're able to diagnose your product right from your smartphone's camera. So you take a picture of the item that you want to return. We can tell you, like, will we take it, yes or no? And that whole turnaround time of having to ship it over to the retailer, randomly get a notification 2 weeks later, and like, oh, I guess I did get my refund back, no longer exists. All of that happens within a span frame of within 60 minutes. What else is interesting about the company? We're working with some great people. So we have a really strong advisory board. So everyone from Mike Arrington, who's the founder of TechCrunch, to Andrew McDonald, the head of global ops at Uber, and a few great human beings making sure that we do not suck as a company. Austin and a few other cities in the United States will receive a nationwide rollout Q1 of next year. And we're very, very, very excited about the space, very excited about the technology that we're building. And hopefully our vision for the future is that in the next 5 years, the idea of having to go to the store, the post office, waste like an hour, 2 or 3 of your life no longer exists, and everything just happens from your house with the palm of your hand. And that's it.
Wonderful. Advisors, please ask your question.
I'll go to you. You always have such good energy. I love it. It's hard not to get excited about returns when you're discussing them. Can you tell us a little bit more about how this actually works? I understand it is magic, but breaking down the actual trick itself.
For sure.
Could you help us understand?
So we've developed, well, actually, you know what? So typically when people think about warehousing and what happens at a warehouse, you think that there's a giant robot scanning your item and saying like it is what it is, but really it's an 18-year-old kid looking at your red t-shirt going, this looks legit, and marking it as correct on the inventory management thing. What we've discovered and what we've realized is that the smartphone cameras have gotten significantly better in the last 10 years. So everything that happens at a warehouse can happen right from your phone camera without ever needing to really leave the point of origin that it's at. So on our end, what we do is we use artificial intelligence software paired with Google's image library to train the algorithm on like what a broken iPhone looks like, what a red t-shirt looks like, if the item is in the condition that the consumer says that it is, and then we're able to then assess damages from there without it ever having to leave your home. And then we pick it up. Hey, Craig. Sorry, that's my friend. In the Bitcoin shirt.
On the payment services side,
I'm so sorry. We're not taking questions from the audience at this time. Just for the advisors, I apologize. Advisors, would you like to yield your time?
I do have one question. What was your question about payment services? Okay, go ahead.
What was the question?
Yes, Greg, go ahead.
On payment services, are you looking to do crypto too, or just bank?
We're doing, as of right now, like USD acceptance for the returns. So we purchase the items back from the consumers. And then we're looking at holding off on crypto purchases until things flow over. And shout out to FTX. But like right now, it's like we purchase the items from the consumer directly so that they don't have to deal with the headaches around merchants.
There are companies doing returns.
For sure.
Lots of companies. So why are you better? Just the image capture? Is that?
No. Pardon my French, but everyone sucks, and here's why. So the reason behind that is because the returns. I never woke up in the morning and I was like, I want to start a logistics company. That's boring. No one ever wants to do that, and I don't encourage anyone to get into logistics. But what I will say is that the company was born out of a personal problem. I'm very impatient as a human being. I didn't like the fact that my experience with returns and with purchasing was a horrible time. And then also, like, I'm a Costco member in my 20s, and that's not normal. And the only reason why I shop at Costco is because they have a positive returns experience. And one of the things that happen in the industry is that there's companies that have tried to solve the problem of having to print out your order receipt and make it digital, like Return Magic. There's companies that have tried to solve the issue of waiting in line. The returns problem is a highly fragmented space. The reality that I didn't fully mention, but like, the reason why returns don't work today is because returns are a byproduct of fulfillment. Fulfillment meaning being able to get an item from point A to point B, but then there's the up first. On our end, our entire ethos as a company is focused around the returns experience, but then also part two of that is because returns have traditionally been seen as a secondary problem as a result of buying an item or consumer purchasing behavior. Traditional warehousing has been the only solution that's there. The reason why we're the company that wins isn't just because of who we know. The reason why we're the company that wins is because we've realized that the traditional warehousing model is dead. In the next 10 years, that whole idea of having to ship an item to a warehouse and do this and do that no longer exists. The best warehouse that we've been able to discover as a consumer is right from the home of the customer. So what happens with Flindo, not to get too deep into our IP, is that like, we leave the item at your house after you've returned it, and then we pick it up at a scheduled date. So meaning that if you're returning a TV or getting rid of like your socks or your shoes, it's likely not sitting outside in the rain. It's in a safe spot in your house, just free, fully protected until you're able to get it off your hands. So that's why we're the company that wins, because we're purely software.
Wonderful.
Any other questions?
I asked you all my questions this morning.
You have my number. All right, thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Wonderful. Okay, fabulous, fabulous. We'll keep this Women in Tech running. Let's welcome to the stage Catherine with Flow Recruit. Catherine.
Hi everyone, my name is Catherine Allen. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Flow Recruit. We help law firms hire the best legal talent and help law schools get their students hired. And that makes us the hiring platform for legal. So let's take a step back and talk about the problem. Why is recruiting so important in the legal industry? Well, the answer lies in their business model. The business model of a law firm is literally people, lawyers, times billable hours equals revenue. So recruiting couldn't be any more important to these businesses. However, there's a disconnect. The law firms, the tools they have to use today are wildly outdated and expensive. In many cases, law firms are just getting to cloud software today. So our competitors are often systems that look like they were last updated in 1999. Now, additionally, recruiting in the legal industry has recently become hyper-competitive. This is because law firms are facing increased demand. The world is not getting any less regulated. And we're seeing rising attrition in lawyers. We know that people don't stay at their jobs for their whole careers anymore, and legal is finally facing this problem. So enter Flow Recruit. We're the purpose-built hiring platform for the legal industry. You can source, schedule, interview, and collaborate all in one platform designed especially for law firms. But it's not just our purpose-built software that makes us special. In addition, we do something that no other software vendor on the market does. We partner with both law schools and law firms. When a law school partners with us, they host all of their recruiting events and interview programs on Flow Recruit. This means any law firm who comes to their campus is forced to use our software. And we're able to create a flywheel effect where every time we close a law school, we're able to access all of the law firms that recruit on that campus. This has enabled us to grow very quickly. Today we work with 75 US law firm clients, as well as over 80 law school clients, which constitutes 60% of the top 100 law schools. Our clients care so deeply about our partnership with law schools because when a law school partners with Flow Recruit, we sync all of the candidate data from those recruiting events directly into our law firm's Flow Recruit accounts. This saves crazy amount of time. Our client Waller told us that she saved 75 hours this year not scanning hundreds of candidate resumes and transcripts into her legacy applicant tracking system one by one. And besides just the time it saves, it gives her firm a competitive edge against competitors who are all fighting to get out offers fastest to the best candidates. On top of this, I mentioned that this creates a novel go-to-market strategy. Every time we close a law school, we open up our market of law firms. In addition, we're able to collect candidate profile data that constitutes 60% of all law students who are applying to law firms with more than 50 attorneys. All of those folks are on FlowRecruit. Now, what's exciting here is that we have evidence of strong product market fit. Today we do $2.4 million in annual recurring revenue across 160 clients. And we have 118% net revenue retention on average every month in 2022, and an NPS of 90 that shows our customers are loving our product. And it's not really a metric that I can include in investor deck, but the other fun thing is that when we host events, our recruiters show up. It's like an exciting time for FlowRecruit. So this was in New Orleans with a lot of drinks flowing, and our team was there with 150 recruiters. Now, finally, law firms are willing to spend on talent, and we're just at the tip of the iceberg. Today, our big law firms spend between $7 and $15 million every year on hiring, and that's not including the cost of the internal recruiting staff that they hire at the firm. The top 200 firms alone last year spent over $1 billion on just search firm fees, and half of that was for entry-level associates. Our current ACV for big law firms is $35,000 a year, and we're on track to make that $60,000 a year because we're able to upsell into our current clients. We're only 0.002% of the total budget that they're spending on recruiting, which gives us so much surface area to grow our business in just legal alone. Luckily, we have great investors who agree. We've raised $3 million to date from Y Combinator, Live Oak, Teamworthy, Capital Factory, of course, and Steve Hicks. So we're FlowRecruit. We're the purpose-built hiring solution for the legal industry. And if there are any lawyers out there who are interested, please come talk to me later. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Advisors, please ask your questions.
Sounds like you've built a great business. You had mentioned there at the end about upselling your current clients. What does that model look like? So what is the core and what's the growth opportunity?
Yeah, so traditionally inside the law firm that really has the highest growth potential for our ACV, we've landed with an interviews product that allows our clients to get all of that candidate data from the law school interviews that they're attending, and also host their own virtual interviews, and in person, but virtual has been quite in vogue, virtual interviews for their firm. So we land with this interviews product that really lives alongside their legacy applicant tracking system, and that makes it a lower barrier to entry. They can go ahead and adopt that. And then once we're in with interviews, we're able to sell our own applicant tracking system on top of it that replaces really what is the CRM for recruiters.
Okay.
Great job on your presentation. I feel like you've done a ton in a short period of time. I'm curious, how much money have you all raised to date? And then also, are you all currently fundraising right now?
Yes, we've raised $3 million to date. We have thought about starting a Series A pitch. This is such an interesting time to be fundraising, but lucky for us, efficient businesses are now quite exciting to some folks. So you may see our name with a press release soon.
And are you going beyond the associate level recruiting? So, for example, higher level lawyers going to skipping among firms. Are you have a solution for them for that as well?
Yeah, so our applicant tracking system can be used by the recruiters inside the firm who are managing partner hiring, but really our focus is on the associates and law students. The reason being is because of that law school integration, and the volume is so much higher there. The partner recruiting process is a little bit more white glove, and the tracking system is kind of secondary there in importance, whereas on the associate side, the tracking system is paramount because you'll simply lose track of all the candidates that you have in your pipeline.
And just a quick follow-up, if I may. What are you doing about the problem of law firms just trying to cherry pick from the top 5 schools, the top 7 schools? What are you doing to give chances to the other attorneys to be seen?
Yeah, that's a great question. So by no means do I think that we will be the silver bullet that solves that problem as the end-all be-all. However, we are seeing that our law firms are more interested to go to schools outside of their normal top 5 pickings when those schools offer a virtual offering through FlowRecruit. The reason is that they can attend a school and decide to do 5 or 10 interviews rather than committing a partner's time for an entire day. So that integration with FlowRecruit, as well as the virtual nature, allows our law firms to get a little bit more creative and decide to take a risk. Whereas in the in-person world, or when that was the only option, sending a highly paid associate or partner to go recruit on that campus seemed like it wasn't worth the opportunity cost of the billable hours that person could be spending their time on.
Good solution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Wonderful job. Okay, next to the stage, we'll have Jacqueline with Howdy. Well, howdy, Jacqueline.
Hi, howdy, everyone. Awesome. Actually, this is exciting. We were formerly called Austin Software, and today we are rebranding to Howdy. We acquired Howdy.com. Yeah. So I'm very, very excited. Howdy helps U.S. tech companies build and manage their dev team in LATAM. We're used by a ton of amazing companies, from small bootstrap startups to big companies like Coinbase. We've had incredible success with 246% growth year over year. Our ARR is 17 million. Not to mention we're profitable, have over 45 enterprise customers, and a 25 to 30% run rate EBITDA. We ended 2020 with 1.8 million. Last year with 6.7 million, and are forecasted to end this year at 19.3 million.
Wow.
So how? Well, hiring developers is getting increasingly more difficult, and actually will continue to subsist even in an economic downturn and with unprecedented tech layoffs. Just on Friday, Wired Magazine published this article: despite big layoffs, tech workers are still in demand, and you guys might be experiencing it as well. And even just recently, CNBC said that demand for tech talent remains strong, with over 1.1 million job tech posting openings. In fact, it is forecasted that there will be 2.6 million unfilled tech jobs next year alone. Crazy. So I set out to create a solution. As a reminder, Howdy helps U.S. tech companies build and manage their dev teams in LATAM. Think of us like Deal, where we're their employer of record, but we do a ton of other amazing things as well, like the sourcing, the vetting, the payroll, the buying of local benefits and perks, procuring of local facilities and equipment, and my personal favorite, developer retention, all from an easy-to-use platform. Our customers can build their dream dev team with just a few clicks, get pre-vetted profiles within minutes from their platform. Howdy also automates a standard premium benefits package local to each developer that reduces employee churn and allows users to add additional benefits and equipment to help expand their brand to their team in LATAM. Companies no longer have to sacrifice or compromise culture or perks just because they aren't based in the US. But none of this works without top talent. And this is how we're different than all of those online marketplaces. We actually build physical presences in LATAM cities because we believe work will remain remote, talent will continue to be distributed, but people will always be social. And this is how we source top talent. We launch in LATAM cities with a future of work community-centric offices, embed ourselves in local developer communities, identify and recruit local tech leaders, build our base of top talent through a network effect. So let me explain that network effect. For every one developer we hire, 1.2 developers are referred to us, And in fact, 26% of our employed developers came through employee referrals. And at a 98% all-time retention rate, our team sticks around. And this is why we've had explosive growth, because great engineers know other great engineers, and tech companies only want to hire great engineers, and happy customers refer us to other customers. The proof is in the pudding. We've had this explosive growth solely through word-of-mouth referrals. In fact, we've never spent a single dollar on sales or marketing, except for acquiring Howdy.com. That costs money. Fun fact, we only need a few thousand developers in the Howdy network to be $1 billion business. Quick math, if you multiply our gross margin per developer, 47,000, times 4,633 developers, that gives us $209 million in annual gross margin. So just by continuing to do the exact same thing we've been doing and nothing else, in 5 short years, we will have $510 million in top-line revenue, $209 million in gross profit, and taking a bunch of cash to the bank with $105 million in free cash flow. And that's just with 4,633 developers, which is 0.4% of the LATAM market and 0.18% of the global market. That's me, I'm Jacqueline Smira. That there's my amazing co-founder, Frank Licea. This isn't our first rodeo, and we're super excited Capital Factory's along for the ride.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Advisors, please ask your questions.
Great presentation. I love the new branding. I hadn't seen this yet. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Also, a lot of good puns with it as well. Well, I think one of the biggest problems we've seen with developers is that they always have this like next better opportunity, right? Like, you know, they get paid high salaries already, often in the 6 figures, and then, you know, the next tech company's recruiting them for even more. But something that I think that you all have done really well, that you emphasize the retention. So how do you all retain these people for each of these clients that you have?
So much of it, that's a great question, because it is actually a problem down there as well. So what we found is that developers in the areas where we have offices in Latin America, they just want to be core members of product teams here in the United States, because they don't have that same kind of access unless they're a part of these like major markets where they can go and be a part of Google or Facebook. Actually, we just had a developer laid off by Facebook and came back to us. But they don't get to be core members where their decision matters. A lot of times they'll be working on, like at an outsourced dev shop where they maybe are building an MVP, but they're not necessarily seeing their product in the hands of everyday users. So just by matching them with an opportunity here so that they can see their work day in and day out being used by users here in the US gives them a sense of pride that, again, I'm generalizing here, that they just typically don't have access to. So it allows us to have a higher retention rate with them.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
So I think you're solving definitely a problem that we're seeing. This was highlighted at Venture Dallas a week or 2 ago, where there's not enough talent here that unfortunately companies are having to go overseas. So I think it's great that you're solving this problem. I know you mentioned that you haven't spent any marketing dollars retaining the engineers, the developers. What about for people to use your services, or is that also just word of mouth?
So we haven't spent any money in the US for marketing our services. We've only spent money in LATAM making them known that we're here. So as far as here, we haven't spent any money, but that's going to change soon. Cool. Thank you, guys.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Jacqueline. All right. Last but certainly not least, we have coming to the stage Asma with Seradian Technologies. Give her a hand.
Hey everyone. So you probably have taken a COVID test recently, and if you took it, you probably took it at home. And if you were positive, I'm certain majority of us did not report it to the public health department. The issue with that is that as testing is starting to decline, we're unable to properly monitor how diseases are affecting our policies, the public, schools, almost every single facet of your life. We're unable to monitor variants, we're unable to monitor which outbreaks are coming. But the answer may lie in one word: breath. My name is Asma Mirza. I'm CEO and co-founder of Seradian Technologies, and we are developing a deep photonics diagnostic that costs the price of a latte, and it's able to diagnose respiratory diseases at the speed of light. We're very fortunate. We just got a grant from the Gates Foundation for our work in global impact. Thank you. Thank you. We're backed by Duke, Johnson & Johnson, and XPRIZE. And we're going to be opening our next round January 2023. So when you really look at the problem here, we have PCR tests, which are expensive and they take a lot of time. And then you have rapid tests, the ones that you all are familiar with. But there is a sense of inaccuracy in those. And so with these diagnostic inefficiencies, you have insurance companies, hospitals, wasting about $3 million every single week. Not only that, but when it comes to testing inaccessibility, we think of the global south sometimes, but here in the United States, here in Texas, 46% of rural hospitals don't have a main testing facility. So what do you do when you don't have a testing lab? What do you do when tests are expensive and inaccessible? Well, the solution is the Roomie. The Roomie is a photonics device, and it uses molecular medicine all for the price of a latte, because we believe that testing should be accessible to everyone, and we believe high fidelity testing should be available to everyone. So we're able to look at respiratory infectious diseases like COVID-19, RSV, common cold, influenza, and early stage lung cancer diagnosis. The Roomie has two parts. So there's a breath cartridge, which I have right here. And then this is where the reaction takes place. You blow into it. And then there's a device. And the device is what analyzes the sample. It takes about 30 seconds for all of it to work because the breath cartridge uses specific airflow and turbulence, and then the device itself uses photonics, which is what our proprietary technology is. It is able to amplify and detect and target a disease at the speed of light. So if you go to your PCP's office or to the ER, your physician will pick up the cartridge of choice, which is disease specific. You blow into it, they put it into the device, and out pops the answer. So evidence to date, we've been able to complete one test in about 30 seconds, and we've done about 500 of those tests. We're 100,000 times more accurate than any other molecular detection out there. And we are able to do this in a very novel sample, which is breath, which really hasn't been employed thus far because it's very hard to collect, and that's what we've been able to hack. We're faster than a PCR, and we're more accurate than a rapid antigen test. So we have a lot of clinical value for payers, providers, and patients. So when we look at the infectious disease market, it's very, very unfortunate, but it is a recession-proof market. When we look at our first beachhead, it will be COVID-19 and influenza. And we're looking at all the frontline emergency services. So just for these two infectious diseases, the market is around $2.2 billion obtainable for Steradian. When you look at the entire global market, it's 25 times larger, and this doesn't even include our recurring disposable cartridge that's included in there. So we'll be raising our next round January 2023, and it'll be for the clinical pilot and engaging with the FDA. So this is something I really want to focus on. When you look at exits, especially diagnostic exits, they've tripled in the last year. And mergers and acquisitions have doubled because people understand how important it is to kind of have the pulse on your health. You can see some of the exits there. They're really big numbers, but we are a Class 2 device. And Class 2 devices have been known recently to have higher deal values and have better returns for investors because those companies are capital efficient, which is really great because Silicon Valley Bank recently published a report saying female founders are more capital efficient and bring in better return on investment than anyone else. So we're a very proud female-founded and BIPOC team. We actually just won BIPOC Company of the Year in Houston, Texas. Thank you. And we're really excited to move this forward, and we really hope that diagnosis at the speed of light will be accessible to everyone, anywhere, all for the price of a latte. Thank you.
Thank you. Advisors, please ask your final questions.
Great job. I love your presentation. It's so amazing to see what this small device can do and actually detect all these different respiratory diseases. 2 questions for you. First one, you mentioned obviously this is really great for rural areas. Have you all looked at going to other countries that don't have, can't afford equipment to be able to use these? And then second, can you tell us more about your round and how we can get in touch with you?
Yeah, sure. So I'm a global health practitioner, so a lot of my practice has been in low resource, low income settings. So we've looked at places such as Haiti, Pakistan, Vietnam, and South Africa, where we have large clinical trials already established. The biggest issues there are the emergence of new infectious diseases and their spread through breath. So we're definitely looking at that. In terms of our next round, my email is up there. Please take a picture if you're interested, and reach out to me right now because we're kind of looking at our investor base. We're going to open January 2023 and hope to kind of move pretty quickly on that.
Very cool product that you've built. I have a couple questions. The first one is, how many tests are you able to perform right now?
Do you mean like in the device at a time?
No, I know you do one test at a time, but how many different
diseases?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so our pipeline is right now we have COVID-19 and influenza that have been validated. We're moving on to RSV because that's becoming a huge problem in pediatrics. And then we're working with MD Anderson early on for lung cancer. Early stage lung cancer is really difficult to screen. They recently changed the guidelines because women were not included in those screenings. So you had women getting diagnosed with lung cancer and having really poor health outcomes. So there's a lot of things in the pipeline, but COVID-19 and influenza are the closest to market for us right now.
Okay, and my second question is, you have some really great partners. Have you ever seen timidness from, I don't know if that's the right word, but from anyone who's comparing you maybe to Theranos?
Yeah, well, first, we have the data, so I think that's the biggest thing.
You're willing to share it?
People have been able to see our device physically, touch it, play with it. Yeah, so to be honest, that was one of the things that, especially as a female founder, I was like, oh my God, this is gonna suck for us as we go into fundraising. Because I'm being compared to this like psychopath woman who just wants to be a billionaire. But it was actually a really great thing for us because we were able to show that what she was trying to accomplish, we can do it, and we can do it better because of the partners we have and the data that we've actually done. So to get the Gates Foundation grant, we went through 9 months of due diligence with them. So I think, and also just as a BIPOC company, we do have to work harder. We have to work so much harder. So for me, it's like, yeah, that's great you tried to do therapy. Blow you out of the water.
Any questions? We good? Okay. Well, thank you so much. Wonderful job. Well, thank you so much to our founders, to our advisors. Let's give them both groups a round of applause, please. Y'all, what an amazing day filled with panels, discussions, insights, pitches. I mean, wow. I mean, the works, right? We want to thank Capital Factory and the incredible team behind it for this wonderful initiative. Thank you so much for your intentionality again to women in tech, to BIPOC folk in tech. We're really, really grateful. I am so full. As a Black woman in tech, I am truly in my jam. Like, this is my jam. Like, whoa, right? Just really grateful for the opportunity to be your gracious host today. I hope I brought a little energy to you, right? Can I get a round of applause? Yeah. Pat your own self. Pat your own self. Thank you, Carly. Thank you, Carly. All thanks to you and Haley. Yeah, so what's next for us? We're going to be moving into our happy hour, right? Like I mentioned, a lot of the speakers and presenters today and panelists, they're going to be at this happy hour. But you're going to have to give the Capital Factory a little bit of time to flip the room. So we're going to ask that you kind of get up, stretch your legs, go, maybe network outside of in the atrium area or the bathroom, things like that. But we're going to utilize a little bit of time to flip the room really quickly, get some little snacks up in here and some drinks, come back and party with us. This concludes Women in Tech. Thank you so much. Thank you, Carly. Love you. Thank you, Sam.
Let's